everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Zero, starting life in another world as a skeleton. Synopsis: before he knew it, Kaido realized he had been transported to another world not as a hero, but as the frailest creature imaginable, a skeleton. However, by a twist of fate, he inherited the authority of the undead ruler. His first move: he decided to test his powers by resurrecting a villager's deceased father. The result: he was immediately hunted down by the man's screaming, terrified son. After fleeing for his undead life, Kaido discovered a crucial hidden mechanic. As long as his skeleton minions manage to break through their limits, he triggers an evolutionary feedback that strengthens him in return. Watching one of his brain-dead skeletons perform the heroic feat of knocking a squirrel unconscious with a wooden stick, Kaido had an epiphany. Is raising the undead actually this easy? When his first true skeleton soldier emerged, gripping a jagged bone sword, Kaido turned toward the great forest and issued a declaration to the world: people of this continent, are you ready to face the undead calamity? Chapter 1-25, Awaken, my servant. Main story — Awaken. My servant. A skeleton with surprisingly smooth bone structure struck a pose radiating pure Chinibyo energy, raising both hands high toward a freshly dug grave. The presentation had to be perfect. Kaido was extremely satisfied with his current performance. As his voice fell, the soil on the grave mound shifted, and a bony hand burst through the earth. Moments later, a loose, rickety skeleton crawled out of the pit. It stood up, tilted its head, and its empty sockets locked onto Kaido's empty sockets. 4 eyes met. 4 holes met. The atmosphere was incredibly awkward. Just yesterday, Kaido was an outstanding youth of the 21st century, lying in bed scrolling through his phone. By nightfall, he found himself ice-eyed. Worse, he had turned into a skeleton. Location: unknown. Suspected to be somewhere in Lagunica, or a similar medieval fantasy setting. Time: unknown. But the sun was setting. The bad news: he had lost his Excalibur. Physically speaking, he was bone dry. The good news: he seemed to have inherited a terrifying authority, the authority of the undead king. It sounded domineering. Kaido could clearly feel that although he was currently just a skeleton who could run somewhat fast, he possessed the power to resurrect and craft the undead. Even better, upon meeting certain hidden conditions, he could force his skeleton minions to undergo evolution. And with every evolution, he would receive a portion of the feedback from their OD, strengthening himself. The authority would continue to unlock as he grew stronger. The future was bright. The future was promising. He sized up the new servant before him, whom he had mentally dubbed Skeleton No. Its bones were yellowed, and the joints looked shaky at best. It looked like it would fall apart after 2 steps. You scoundrel! What are you doing to my father? A furious roar erupted from not far away. Kaido turned his skull around, stiffly, joint by joint. A villager holding a bouquet of white flowers stood there, his chest heaving violently, his face flushed red with rage. Kaido immediately prepared to bolt. However, he slowly spread his bony hands, attempting to display a gesture of goodwill. He clacked his jaw, trying to speak in what he assumed was a sincere tone. Oh, my friend. I believe we have a misunderstanding of astronomical proportions. I merely answered your father's call, and granted him the new life he so deeply desired. However, in the eyes of the villager, the scene looked like this: a vile undead creature had dug up his father's grave, and turned his father's remains into a filthy monster. And now, this desecrator was spreading its arms, clacking its jaws at him, click, clack, click, as if gloating over its victory. It was a provocation. The most vicious insult a son could endure. Damn you, filth! You defile my father and dare to mock me. The villager flew into a rage, smashing the flowers onto the ground, scattering petals everywhere. Kaido's soul fire flickered violently. Negotiation failed. He looks even angrier now. It was no exaggeration to say that with his current level 1 crook durability, even a large wild dog would be a life-or-death boss fight, let alone this angry villager. One punch from this guy and Kaido would be cosplaying Rebecca from Cyberpunk, Edgerunner smashed into meat chunks. Kaido's brain overclocked instantly. He formulated a plan in 0.1 seconds. He grabbed skeleton number 1, pulling it in front of him, his 5 finger bones locking precisely onto its cervical vertebrae. You wouldn't want your father to lose his head, would you? As he spoke, he used the index finger of his other hand to make a slitting throat gesture across skeleton no. The movement was standard. The meaning was clear. Seeing this, the villager actually stopped. This time, he understood. It was a threat. That damned skeleton was holding his father's neck hostage. This was a humiliation of the highest order. The villager's rationality was completely swallowed by fury. Like a maddened bull, he crushed a stone beneath his foot and charged straight at Kaido. I forgot I don't speak, angry mob. Kaido turned pale. Well, he was already white and without hesitation, gripped skeleton number 1's spine and turned to flee. Are you kidding? With what? Nijirandeo. Run away. His 2 leg bones churned like pistons, creating afterimages. Under the setting sun, a furious burlyman chased across the hillside, pursuing a skeleton that was sprinting for its unlife. Even more absurd was that the skeleton was dragging another skeleton. The captive skeleton's body flapped horizontally in the air, its limbs flailing helplessly with every bump. Like a tattered white flag waving in the wind. The scene was inexplicably full of youth and vitality. The villager behind seemed to have infinite stamina, roaring as he closed the distance. Kaido felt like his soul fire was about to be shaken out of his skull. His only advantage was that the undead knew no fatigue. As long as his stamina bar was longer than the meat bags, he could win. *T. A wild dog by the roadside was startled by the frantic Kaido, and darted out of the bushes, blocking his path. Kaido couldn't break in time. His left foot tripped over his right foot, and the whole the whole skeleton went flying forward. Subconsciously, he threw skeleton no. 1 forward to act as a meat shield. Skeleton number 1 hit the ground and exploded into a pile of spare parts. Kaido face planted into the dirt, nearly knocking his jawbone into orbit. It's over. My only asset is broken. He scrambled to look back. The villager was within 10 meters. With no time to think, Kaido used both hands and feet to frantically rake the bone parts on the ground into his arms. Where's the arm? Clutching a pile of mismatched bones, Kaido scrambled up and continued running. Seeing his father's remains treated like loose change, the villager's eyes turned bloodshot, and his speed seemed to increase even further. The sky grew darker. Kaido dove headfirst into the forest he had come from. The dense trees and bushes became his natural barrier. Relying on his simple skeletal structure, he specifically chose narrow gaps between trees and low thorny bushes to squeeze through. The sounds of pursuit and cursing behind him grew fainter, until they finally disappeared. Only then did Kaido dare to lean against a thick tree, dumping the pile of bones onto the ground. He felt his soul fire flickering dimly, as if it might go out at any moment. Damn it, no wonder the light novels say being a necromancer is a high-risk profession. He looked down at the messy pile of bones on the ground. Skeleton no, or rather, skeleton pile no. Kaido sighed and began his jigsaw puzzle. Power system settings, power scale, tiers 1 to 12 novice skeleton, unranked consolo and adult chihuahua. Apprentice class, tier 1 to 2, professional class, tier 3 to 4, lord class, tier 5 to 6 qualitative change/elites. Calamity class, tier 7 to 8 Sin Archbishop level kingdom class, tier 9 to 10 legendary/great spirit level world class, tier 11 to 12 mythical/witch of envy level chapter 2, trial and evolution 1586 word chapter 2, trial and evolution. Skull, picked up. Spine, aligned vertebra by vertebra. Ribs, sorted left from right. Pelvis, attached. Femur, connected. Kaido finished reassembling all the parts, and the silhouette of a skeleton reappeared. Skeleton number 1 stood up. However, its left side was empty, it was missing an arm. Kaido walked a circle around skeleton number 1, inspecting his handiwork. It could move. That was good enough. This was his only subordinate, his only asset. He had to establish effective communication. He decided to start with the most basic commands. He extended his right hand, keeping his 5 bony fingers together, and showed it to Skeleton No. Shake hands. Kaido clacked his jaw, issuing the command. Skeleton number 1 tilted its head, its empty sockets staring at Kaido's outstretched hand. The soul fire inside its skull flickered, as if trying to parse the meaning of this command. A few seconds later, Skeleton No. It raised its only remaining right hand. But its hand didn't reach for Kaido's. Instead, its hand grabbed the back of its own head. A soft sound of bone grinding against bone. Skeleton number 1 detached its own head. Then, like passing a basketball, it steadily placed its skull into Kaido's outstretched hand. Kaido stood there, holding a skull. He looked down at the head in his hands. The eye sockets of the head looked back at him. 4 empty holes engaged in a silent staring contest in the quiet forest. Kaido was silent. 3 seconds later, Kaido silently picked up the head and reattached it to Skeleton No. The installation went smoothly, the joints clicked perfectly into place. The head handover ceremony is complete. I'll consider that a pass. Kaido patted Skeleton number 1 on the forehead, the bone collision making a crisp sound. He decided to abandon verbal instruction and move straight to practical combat. Theoretical knowledge was useless, practice was the only truth. He looked around. In this forest deep at night, the one thing not lacking was small animals. Kaido casually picked up a dead branch from the ground. With a snap of his bony hand, he broke it into 2 pieces, one long and one short. He weighed the longer piece in his hand, the length and weight were manageable. In the next second, his skeletal legs exerted force, and his entire frame shot out like an arrow from a bow, silently vanishing into the forest shadows. As a skeleton, he had no heartbeat, no breath. His movements produced only the faint click-clack of friction between bones. In the night forest, this sound was negligible. Soon, Kaido returned, dangling a wild rabbit by its ears. The rabbit struggled violently in his grip, kicking its legs, clearly still very much alive and kicking. He walked up to Skeleton number 1 and handed over the twitching rabbit. Skeleton number 1's empty sockets faced the rabbit, showing no reaction. Give it a quick death. Kaido issued the command through their soul link. He wanted to know if a kill performed by a minion would trigger any special mechanics. Receiving the instruction, the soul fire in Skeleton number 1's eyes flickered. It extended its only right hand, 5 stiff fingers spreading out, and reached toward the rabbit. Its movements were slow, even clumsy, as if it couldn't comprehend the specific operation of a quick death. So it poked the rabbit with a finger bone. Then poked it again. Feeling the touch, the wild rabbit kicked out with its hind legs, striking Skeleton number 1's finger, and knocking the digit clean off. Kaido. Watching Skeleton number 1 silently pick up its finger and reattach it, seemingly preparing to give the rabbit another, full-body massage, Kaido felt helpless. He had to demonstrate personally. Kaido grabbed Skeleton number 1's wrist, guiding its bony hand to strangle the rabbit's neck. Apply force. He commanded again. Skeleton No. 1's fingers suddenly tightened. A crisp snap echoed. The rabbit's body stiffened violently, then went completely limp. Kaido immediately focused, carefully sensing the soul link between himself and Skeleton No. A wisp of energy so faint it was almost imperceptible drifted from the rabbit's corpse. It flowed through Skeleton No. 1's body like a conduit, finally trickling into Kaido's own soul fire. And then, that was it. That bit of energy was like a single drop of water falling into a dried-up lake. It didn't even make a splash. That's it. He fell into deep thought. Kaido frowned with non-existent eyebrows. The efficiency is too low. Is there a requirement for the source of nutrients? Must it be an undead creature? I can't just go around robbing graves or mugging travelers on the road forever. Just as Kaido's brain was running at high speed, a clack-clack sound came from beside him. Kaido turned to look. Skeleton number 1 had picked up a tree branch from somewhere. The length and thickness were decent. Skeleton No. 1 held the branch in its only right hand, mimicking something. It was mimicking Kaido's earlier action of hunting the rabbit. Its steps were stiff, its movements full of discordance. A squirrel ran past it, and it immediately chased after it. Skeleton number 1's movements were large but slow, it couldn't even touch the squirrel's tail. A moment later, it spotted another wild rabbit. It tried to pounce, but tripped over its own feet, left foot hooking right foot, and collapsed, nearly shattering its frame again. But skeleton number 1 didn't stop. It faithfully executed a logic it couldn't comprehend: imitate the master. It raised the branch in its hand and swung it at the empty grass. It repeated this action again and again. Perhaps it was the inevitability of probability. A squirrel leaped from a tree overhead, aiming for the trunk of another tree. Its trajectory formed an arc in the air. And skeleton number 1's branch happened to swing right to the end of that arc. A dull thud of object collision, accompanied by a short, sharp squeal. The squirrel tumbled a few times in the air, hit the ground, twitched twice, and stopped moving. Skeleton No. The soul fire in its eye sockets brightened by a level. It clack-clacked over and poked the squirrel on the ground with the stick. The squirrel didn't react. Skeleton number 1 dropped the stick and carefully picked up the squirrel with its single arm. Then, it turned around. Its steps were still stiff, but the frequency was faster. It clack-clacked toward Kaido, who was still deep in thought. It walked up to Kaido and held out the squirrel. Its jaw opened and closed, making a slight gaw sound. Skeleton number 1 was reporting its battle results. At that exact moment, Kaido felt the soul link between himself and Skeleton No. 1 fluctuate violently. A stream of energy 100 times larger and 1,000 times purer than the rabbit absorption earlier surged forth. This energy poured out from the squirrel's corpse, passing through skeleton number 1 as a relay. Finally, a portion of the feedback flowed into Kaido's own soul. Skeleton No. 1 has successfully broken through its own limits. Achieved, first independent hunt. Evolution conditions met. First evolution available for skeleton No. A stream of information flashed through Kaido's consciousness. Kaido looked at the lifeless squirrel in skeleton No. Then he looked at skeleton No. The soul fire in its eyes was much more vigorous, and the surface of its bones had taken on a smoother sheen. Kaido had an epiphany. The key isn't killing, nor is it absorbing. The key lies in the breakthrough. Like a baby thinking independently for the first time, or taking its first step in life. This first time is the key to breaking the limit. Skeleton number 1's behavior just now was its first act of imitation, and its first successful hunt. This threshold for breaking limits is actually very low. It can be artificially intervened with and created. Kaido's soul fire pulsed wildly. This means I can design a newbie tutorial to mass-produce these breakthroughs. I can forge a true undead legion. Kaido suppressed the excitement in his heart and immediately focused his attention on skeleton No. With a thought. Evolution. The command was given. Skeleton number 1's body began to change. Its bones started to grow, emitting subtle cracking sounds. The entire frame was being elongated, heightened. A few seconds later, the transformation stopped. Skeleton No. 1, which had been the height of an average human, was now half a head taller than Kaido. It was still missing its left arm. But in its right hand, it gripped a newly manifested weapon. A short sword made of bone. The blade and hilt were formed as a single piece, emitting the same luster as its body. Novice skeleton evolved into Tier 1 skeleton soldier. Kaido could clearly feel the change in skeleton no. Its strength, its bone density, its soul intensity all had received a comprehensive upgrade. Kaido made an assessment. If the current skeleton number 1 were to face that angry villager again, it could confront him head-on, perhaps even holding the upper hand. This was the power of evolution. This was Kaido's authority. Kaido looked at his masterpiece, a brand new plan forming in his mind. I need more skeleton no. A massive plan for an undead calamity would begin right here, in this small forest. Chapter 3, Expansion. 1453 words. Chapter 3, Expansion. Skeleton number 1's evolution concluded. A stream of energy flowed in reverse through the soul link, surging directly into Kaido's body. This energy didn't strengthen his bones, instead, it poured into the soul fire burning in his eye sockets. The originally flickering flame stabilized instantly, its brightness increasing by a tier. Kaido felt his core, that cluster of soul fire, become more solid. The increase in physical strength was just a side effect. Kaido flexed his finger bones. The sound of their collision had become duller and heavier. Before he had the strength of one chihuahua, now it had at least doubled. Although it was a negligible improvement, he saw a future of exponential growth. The breakthrough of a single skeleton number 1 brought this much feedback. What if it were 100? 1,000? Kaido suppressed the thought. One must eat rice one mouthful at a time. The urgent task now was to find more raw materials. He couldn't go back to the village with the angry villager. Digging up someone's father, holding the father's skeleton hostage, and finally shattering it into spare parts before running away. That bridge was burned too thoroughly. Kaido cast his gaze toward the depths of the forest. Since crossing over, Kaido had a feeling, staying in this forest felt more comfortable than being outside. There was a sense of affinity here. The surrounding air, mana, was nourishing his soul fire. Before, he hadn't dared to go deeper because he knew his own weight. A newborn skeleton, no matter how fast it ran, would just be Uber Eats delivery for whatever lived in these unknown woods. But now, things were different. Kaido had skeleton no. A Tier 1 skeleton soldier wielding a bone sword, capable of going toe-to-toe with an adult strongman. One scout ahead. Kaido's jaw clicked open and shut, issuing the command. Skeleton number 1 immediately turned and strode forward on its bone legs. Its steps were much steadier than before, and its posture holding the sword with its single arm looked quite decent. After its frame heightened, its field of view had also expanded. Kaido followed behind, maintaining a safe distance. One skeleton in front as a meat shield and scout, another in the back as the commander. This was the most logical formation. The light in the forest was dim, the tall canopy blocked out the moonlight. The ground was covered with thick layers of rotting leaves, making no sound when stepped on. The air smelled of soil and decaying plants. This environment delighted Kaido's soul fire, making it dance more actively. They walked for about 10 minutes. Skeleton number 1, scouting ahead, suddenly stopped. It turned its body halfway, its empty sockets facing Kaido, and slightly raised the bone sword in its hand. Alert signal. Kaido immediately stopped, crouching his entire frame low to hide in the shadow of a large tree. The surroundings were quiet. Only the rustling of wind through leaves could be heard. But Kaido felt a sense of being watched. By more than one entity. Soon, pairs of green glowing dots lit up in the dark bushes. 4 wild wolves surrounded them from different directions. They lowered their bodies, low growls emanating from their throats, saliva dripping from their teeth. Their target was skeleton number 1 standing in the middle of the path. In the cognition of these wolves, This white skeletal frame looked easy to chew, a prey that was large but not strong. Kaido didn't move. This was the best opportunity to test skeleton number one's combat capability. One wolf lost its patience. Its hind legs exerted force, and like a black shadow, it lunged at skeleton no. One's flank. The target was the leg bone. Break the support, and the frame would fall. Skeleton number one's reaction exceeded the wolf's expectations. It didn't dodge. Instead, it twisted its waist, swinging the bone sword in its single arm downward in a chopping motion. The movement was simple, direct, and effective. The blade smashed solidly onto the wolf's skull. The sound of bone shattering was exceptionally harsh in the silent forest. The wolf's lunging posture froze in midair before it crashed powerlessly to the ground. It twitched twice, then went still. Instant kill. The remaining 3 wolves were stunned by this ferocious blow. They stopped, hesitation appearing in their green eyes. Skeleton number 1 didn't give them a chance to think. It took the initiative to attack. Its target was the nearest wolf. Seeing this, the wolf's ferocity was triggered, and it opened its jaws to meet the charge. Skeleton number 1 didn't choose to trade bites. At the moment of contact, it sidestepped. Simultaneously, the bone sword swept horizontally. The bone sword swept through the wolf's front legs. The wolf let out a wail, lost its balance, and fell to the ground. Before it could get up, skeleton number 1 stepped forward, raised the bone sword high, and stabbed down forcefully into the wolf's neck. Second one down. The remaining 2 wolves finally felt fear. The skeleton before them was not prey, it was a hunter. They exchanged a glance, stopped growling, and turned to flee back into the deep forest. Can't let them escape. The thought flashed through Kaido's consciousness. Kaido didn't make a sound, but the soul link clearly conveyed this intent to Skeleton no. Skeleton no. 1 reacted immediately. Abandoning the kill confirm on the second wolf, it turned and chased one of the fleeing wolves. The undead knew no fatigue. Its speed wasn't explosive, but its stamina was infinite. 1 skeleton, 1 wolf, 1 chasing, 1 fleeing. Soon, skeleton no. 1 caught up. It didn't slash this time. It simply thrust the bone sword from behind, driving it into the wolf's body. Third one down. There was 1 last wolf left. Kaido stepped out from behind the tree. The final wolf was already terrified out of its wits. Seeing another skeleton appear, it panicked and scrambled blindly in a different direction. He didn't chase. Instead, he bent down and picked up a rock the size of a fist. He weighed it in his hand. Calculated the wolf's running path and speed. Drew his arm back, engaged his waist, and concentrated his entire body's strength into his right arm. The rock cut through the air, tracing a precise parabola. The rock accurately smashed into the knee joint of the wolf's hind leg. The wolf screamed, its leg buckling, and it tumbled to the ground. It struggled to get up, but by then, skeleton number 1 had finished dispatching the third wolf, and was walking over with steady steps. It walked up to the immobilized wolf and raised its bone sword. Combat over. Kaido walked over, looking at the 4 wolf corpses on the ground. He was very satisfied with skeleton number 1's combat power. Strength, speed, hardness all reached the standard expected of a Tier 1 unit. Most importantly, it was absolutely loyal and fearless of death. He walked up to a wolf corpse and pressed his bony hand onto it. Kaido had been curious earlier, could he create skeletons using animal bones? The rabbit was too small and failed. Now he would try with a wolf. A power surged from his palm. The wolf's corpse withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, flesh and blood melting away. Moments later, only a complete wolf skeleton remained on the ground. The authority activated again. The wolf skeleton on the ground began to twist and reassemble. The bones emitted a dense friction sound. Finally, a standard humanoid skeleton stood up from the ground, while the wolf frame vanished completely. Watching this scene, Kaido formed a preliminary hypothesis. The form of the raw material didn't matter, as long as there were enough bones. The authority would convert them all into standard humanoid novice skeletons. Kaido immediately processed the other 3 wolf corpses using the same method. Soon, 4 new novice skeletons stood beside him. Counting skeleton No. 1, he now possessed a small squad of 5 skeletons. Kaido had another doubt. Skeleton number 1's bones originally belonged to that villager's father. So was the skeleton transformed from the wolf bones still wolf bones? After thinking for a while, he felt the question was meaningless. Bones were just materials to be consumed and reshaped. Just like wood burned into ash, the ash was no longer wood. There was no point in splitting hairs over this ship of Theseus. Kaido named the 4 new skeletons number 4 and No. Now the question was how to make number 2 through number 5 evolve as well. Chapter 4, Evolution 1503 words Chapter 4, Evolution. Kaido looked at the 4 newborn skeletons lined up before him. This was a brand new squad converted from the bones of the 4 wolves. Their bones shared a uniform yellowish hue, possessing that fresh out of the earth aesthetic. Including the already evolved number 1 standing beside him, he now commanded a combat squad of 5 skeletal units. This was a good start. The primary mission was to replicate number 1's success and force these 4 rookies to complete their evolution. Kaido's train of thought was clear. The key to number 1's evolution lay in breaking the limit. The core wasn't the kill itself, nor the absorption of soul energy. It was that first time, creating something from nothing. First imitation. First independent thought. First successful hunt. This behavioral pattern could be designed, guided, and even mass-produced. This meant Kaido couldn't just order them to kill, he had to guide them to complete the act themselves. He had to manufacture a first time that they could accomplish independently. He felt his plan was seamless. A reproducible process to mass-produce Tier 1 skeleton soldiers. Mass production of Tier 1 skeleton soldiers starts now. He picked up a branch from the ground. It was of suitable thickness, roughly the length of a short sword. He walked up to skeleton number 2 and jammed the stick into its bony hand. Then, he pointed to a clearing not far away. The ground there was bare, save for some fallen leaves. Using his clacking jawbone, he issued a command he felt was both clear and inspiring. Go forth and hunt, brave warrior. This is the finest sword in our village. Skeleton number 2 tilted its head. The soul fire in its sockets flickered, seemingly processing this information overloaded, complex command. Kaido looked at it expectantly. In his plan, No. 2 would take the stick and perform some imitative swinging motions at the empty ground. Then, Kaido would release a live animal to guide it into completing the kill. That was the ideal workflow. The next second. Skeleton No. Its actions completely defied Kaido's expectations. It spun around abruptly, facing skeleton number 3 standing right next to it. Then, it raised the village's best sword high. A crisp sound of impact. The wooden stick smashed solidly onto skeleton number 3's skull. Skeleton number 3's head flew straight off, tracing a standard parabolic arc through the air. Finally, it rolled precisely to Kaido's feet and stopped. The headless body of skeleton number 3 swayed, its 2 arms swinging unconsciously for a moment, before standing stiffly in place. Skeleton No. 2, holding the stick, also froze. It maintained its swinging posture, seemingly unable to comprehend why the prey's head had fallen off. The scene fell into a dead silence. The only sound in the forest was the wind rustling the leaves. Kaido looked down at the skull by his feet, its empty eye sockets staring up at him. 4 holes met once again. Kaido silently bent down, pinched number 3's head with 2 finger bones, and walked over to its bare neck. He held the skull with both hands, carefully aligning it with the cervical vertebrae. A soft sound. Installation complete. Bone collided with bone, echoing crisply. Experiment failed. Kaito immediately began his post-mortem analysis. Where was the problem? The command was too complex. The concept of hunt was too abstract for a newly born skeleton. It couldn't understand the target, so it chose the nearest interactive unit, which happened to be number 3 standing next to it. Strategy must be changed. Verbal instruction was too inefficient and prone to ambiguity. The most direct and effective method was visual teaching. After a moment of thought, a new plan was formed. Through the soul link, Kaito issued an extremely simple command to the 4 new skeletons. Skeleton no. The heads of the 4 skeletons tilted simultaneously, then turned in unison toward skeleton number 1, who was half a head taller than them. Then, he issued a second command to no. Demonstrate. Skeleton number 1, having already reached Tier 1, was still not exactly a genius, but it could clearly understand Kaito's commands and possessed rudimentary independent thought. The soul fire in its eyes pulsed once to acknowledge receipt. Now, it was teacher number 1's class time. Skeleton no. 1 strode forward, moving through the forest. It held its bone sword in its single arm, its posture steady. The 4 rookie skeletons followed behind in a single file line, stiffly imitating its every step. The scene looked like a bizarre kindergarten teacher leading 4 uncoordinated students in morning calisthenics. The next half hour was mostly spent looking for suitable prey. The forest night was not peaceful. 1 stopped in front of a bush. It had found a target. 6 rabbits gathered together, nibbling on grass roots. Skeleton number 1 didn't charge in immediately. It turned around to face the 4 skeletons standing dazed behind it. It opened and closed its jaw, emitting a gaw sound, as if saying, "Watch closely." Then, it moved. Its figure charged into the bushes. The bone sword swung. It used the flat of the blade to smack 1 rabbit, sending it tumbling away alive but dazed. Then, with surgical precision, it used the edge of the bone sword to slice the tendons of the hind legs of the other 4 rabbits. The entire process was clean and efficient. Having done all this, it bisected the only remaining intact rabbit with a single slash, killed it, and then retreated, holding the dead rabbit. Now, the arena contained 5 crippled rabbits. They couldn't run fast, they could only struggle in place. Skeleton no. 1 threw the dead rabbit on the ground, then pointed its bone sword at the struggling rabbits. Demonstration over. It was time for the students to practice. The 4 rookie skeletons, clutching their sticks, began to mimic number 1, charging toward the crippled rabbits. Their movements were still full of discordance. 2 swung its stick and missed, nearly tripping itself. 3 stabbed violently at a rabbit but hit the dirt, nearly snapping the stick. 5 chased the same rabbit and crashed into each other, their bone parts clattering loudly. But this time, the goal was explicit. The mission was clear. Use the stick in hand to make the things flopping on the ground stop moving. They could understand this logic. The chase continued. The swinging continued. 2 finally succeeded. It smashed its stick onto a rabbit's head. The rabbit twitched twice and stopped moving. At that exact moment, Kaito felt the soul link between himself and skeleton number 2 fluctuate violently. A stream of energy surged from the rabbit's corpse, relaying through number 2's body, and a portion fed back into Kaito's own soul. Skeleton no. 2 has successfully broken through its own limits. Evolution conditions met. The method works. Immediately after, 4 and number 5 successively completed their first kills. 4 skeletons, carrying their respective spoils of war, clacked over to Kaito and placed the rabbit corpses down. They were reporting their results. 4 bursts of energy fluctuations, erupting almost simultaneously, lit up in Kaito's perception. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Kaito issued the thought. Evolution. The command was sent through the soul link to all 4 qualified skeletons simultaneously. The bodies of the 4 skeletons began to change. Their bones emitted dense, subtle sounds, like bamboo shoots breaking through the soil after rain. Their frames were elongated and heightened. The color of their bones shifted from yellowish to a pure, smooth white. A few seconds later, the transformation ceased. All four newborn skeletons had completed their evolution. Their height now matched number 1, standing half a head taller than Kaido. Unlike number 1, however, they all possessed complete left arms. And on their left arms, a small round shield, buckler, made of bone had materialized. Novice skeleton evolved into Tier 1 skeleton soldier. At the same time, four streams of pure energy flowed in reverse through the soul link, surging majestically into Kaido's body. This energy poured directly into the soul fire in Kaido's eye sockets. The originally stable soul fire increased in brightness by another tier, the form of the flame becoming more solid. He felt his core, that cluster of soul fire, transform from a mere flicker into a roaring campfire. The increase in power followed immediately. Kaido flexed his finger bones, the sound of the collision was deeper and heavier. Before he had doubled his strength to 2 Chihuahua force. Now these 4 feedbacks caused his strength to skyrocket. He assessed himself. Currently he possessed at least 5 Chihuahua force. A brand new, standardized undead legion was beginning to take shape. Kaido looked at the 5 Tier 1 skeleton soldiers standing in a row before him. Excellent. Now it's time to snowball. Chapter 5, Bone Village 1265 words. Chapter 5, Bone Village. In the only tavern in Bone Village, the air was thick with the smell of cloudy ale and sweat, punctuated by the endless shouts of gamblers from the corner. Creak bang. The tavern fell silent instantly. Everyone's eyes converged on Deaf Ant, who stood at the entrance. The guy's clothes were torn into strips, his face smeared with sweat and mud. He looked as wretched as someone who had just barely escaped a wild boar's den. Ignoring the stares, he walked straight to the bar counter. He slammed a few copper coins onto the wood. His voice was hoarse and dry. The tavern keeper didn't say a word, just lifted a keg and poured him a full, large mug. Deaf Ant grabbed the mug, his Adam's apple bobbing as he chugged more than half of it in one breath. Gulp, gulp, gulp. He exhaled heavily, his chest still heaving. A skeleton mage ran out of the bone forest. That one sentence made the atmosphere in the tavern instantly tense. In the corner, the gambler who had just been shouting froze, his hand still clutching the dice in midair. By the bar, an old man with graying hair slowly set down his mug. This was the village chief of Bone Village. Kid, you can eat carelessly, but you can't speak carelessly. The old village chief's voice wasn't loud. A skeleton mage? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Deaf Ant pulled out a segment of arm bone, still stained with dirt, from his chest pocket and placed it on the counter. I went to visit my dad, and his grave was dug up. That damn bone rack turned my father into an undead. And it dared to use my dad's bones to threaten me. Deaf Ant grew angrier as he spoke. I chased it all the way, but it ran into the bone forest. That speed wasn't something a novice skeleton from that forest should have. The village chief picked up the arm bone, rubbed the fracture point for a moment and sniffed it. He lifted his eyelids and looked at Deaf Ant calmly. The fact that you're standing here alive means that thing was definitely not a skeleton mage. Deaf Ant was stunned and asked subconsciously, huh? The village chief put down the arm bone and said indifferently, a skeleton mage is born at Tier 3. Do you think you could survive even a few seconds against one? But it can create undead. The village chief interrupted him, tapping his index finger on the table. A normal skeleton soldier's brain is emptier than your pockets. Digging graves. Making threats. And most importantly, it ran away. The village chief's gaze turned grave. Undead creatures feel no fear. In their dictionary, the word retreat does not exist. The tavern keeper's eyes suddenly gleamed with wisdom, as if he had seen through everything. Chief, you mean? The village chief didn't answer. He picked up his mug, weighed it in his hand, and scanned everyone in the tavern. Everyone subconsciously tensed up, even breathing quietly. An undead lord has appeared in the Bone Forest. Impossible. Isn't that a monster from legends? Even my grandfather's grandfather never saw one of those. Chief, are you overthinking it? Maybe it's just a mutated skeleton, a young man retorted, trying to be brave. The village chief raised his hand, and the noise stopped abruptly. He looked calmly at the young man. An undead lord possesses human intellect. Born as a mere skeleton, it can convert the undead and evolve infinitely. They are walking calamities. One man is a legion. It dug graves for materials. It threatened to protect itself. It ran because it is currently still weak. Every characteristic matches. A villager stood up, trembling. What do we do? Report it to the knights at Iron Fortress. Report it. He let out a cold laugh. By the time those knight lords at Iron Fortress finish their meetings and leisurely stroll over here, we'll already be meeting God. The people present began to look at each other. We can't gamble on this. The village chief's voice grew lower. It is currently right there in the Bone Forest, where new skeletons crawl out from time to time. Once it accumulates enough troops, who do you think it will come for first? The village chief looked around at everyone. The entire Bone Village is just reserve rations for its undead army. He suddenly turned to the tavern keeper. Old Buck, don't just stand there. Notify everyone. Assemble at the village entrance in half an hour. The village chief grabbed the arm bone and strode toward the door, his voice echoing in the tavern. Pack all valuables and food. The entire village is migrating immediately to seek refuge at Iron Fortress. Those who don't want to leave can stay behind as a greeting gift for our new neighbor. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Bone Forest, Kaido looked at the 5 skeleton soldiers lined up neatly before him, his sense of security thickening by another layer. The team had grown, discipline must follow. Attention. From left to right, count off. Skeleton number 1 looked to its right, its jaw clicking open to emit a loud sound. Immediately following, Ga. Kaido nodded in satisfaction, about to announce the next move, when he suddenly froze. Something's wrong. He only had 5 soldiers under his command. Why did he hear 6 Gas? Kaido whipped his head around, his bony finger almost poking the nasal bone of the rookie at the end of the line. Where the hell did you come from? 6-inch had bones that were visibly duller than the soldiers he had converted himself, looking like it suffered from long-term malnutrition. Most critically, in Kaido's soul link, this unit didn't exist at all. It was a wild one. 6 obviously lacked the high IQ of Kaido's skeleton soldiers. It was simply drawn here by instinct, attracted by the aura of its gathered kin. Facing Kaido's interrogation, it tilted its head and opened its jaw. You dare talk back? Kaido waved his bony hand. How can my squad have unauthorized personnel? The discipline is ruined. Dismantle it. The order was given. The 5 skeleton soldiers erupted into action instantly, pouncing on the uninvited guest without hesitation. Bone swords and bone shields rained down. 6 didn't even have time to react. It was beaten into a pile of scattered parts, and the weak soul fire in its eye sockets was thoroughly extinguished. Kaido stepped forward, looking at the scattered pile of bones, when a bold idea suddenly popped into his head. Can this be recycled? He tentatively used his authority, undead resurrection, on the pile of bones. The next second, a miracle happened. The bones on the ground seemed pulled by invisible threads, clicking and clacking as they reassembled. When it stood up, it was no longer the loose, rickety wild skeleton from before. Its bones became smooth as jade, and the soul fire in its eyes brightened several times over. Most importantly, Kaido clearly felt a brand new soul link established in his mind. 6 was now his soldier. Tier 1 skeleton soldier, holy sh*t. I just got a free Tier 1 soldier. This skipped all the intermediate steps entirely. He looked around, his gaze sweeping across the deathly silent forest. The soul fire in Kaido's eyes blazed up. He waved his large hand. All units. We're expanding the army. Chapter 6, Army Expansion 1130 words. Chapter 6, Army Expansion. A day passed. Kaido and his skeleton squad moved through the forest like walking air. Aside from the occasional pack of blind wolves who mistook them for moving chew toys only to be efficiently dismantled into raw materials by number 1 through number 6, the forest's ecosystem completely ignored them. A plump wild deer strolled past Skeleton No. It even curiously extended its tongue to lick number 3's smooth bone surface. Then, the deer recoiled half a step, shook its head vigorously, and looked utterly disgusted. Kaido realized that as long as he didn't initiate aggression, he was merely an observer in this forest, a transparent skeleton. So, for the next 2 days, Kaido decisively abandoned the low-efficiency hunting business. He led his ever-growing team around the forest outskirts and launched a brand new operational model. The scientific name for this performance art was Armed Patrol. In layman's terms, turn on a super high-power, ally signal, wander aimlessly around the map, and engage in entrapment. The results were ridiculously good. There were always 1 or 2, sometimes 3 or 4, naive wild skeletons attracted by this massive aura of their kin. They would foolishly crawl out of the dirt, from tree hollows, or piles of rotting leaves, and tag along behind the squad. Every time this happened, Kaido would wave his big hand. 1 through number 6 would immediately understand and charge forward. After a warm greeting of bone swords and shields, the new arrivals would be beaten into a pile of spare parts. Then Kaido would step forward, activate his authority, and recycle them into his own soldiers. His team snowball expanded to 100 skeletons. In a clearing in the forest, 100 skeletons stood together. The scene was somewhat spectacular. But within that spectacle lay an indescribable chaos. All units. Eyes on me. Form a square. Do you understand? Kaido stood on a high rock, issuing what he thought were clear instructions. The command was given. Some skeletons shuffled left. Some skeletons spun in circles to the right. 2 of them hugged each other directly and began studying each other's skeletal structure, seemingly discussing the origins of life. He felt his soul fire throbbing. Now practice slashing. Attack the surrounding trees. Sounds of bone impacts were endless. Not a single hit landed on a tree. All hits landed on their own teammates. Dozens of unlucky bastards were accidentally smashed to pieces by enthusiastic comrades, queuing up for him to reassemble them. This isn't leading an army, this is running a mental asylum. Kaido face-palmed his own skull. Out of 100 employees, removing the original 6, the vast majority were novice skeletons with combat power roughly equivalent to a chihuahua. This wouldn't do. They had to evolve. Total evolution. Relying on hunting rabbits and squirrels. The Forest Rodent Protection Association would put him on their most wanted list, and the efficiency was atrociously low. He had to initiate an internal optimization plan. His gaze swept over this group of misfits, and he called number 6 to the front. You two demonstrate combat techniques to the rookies. Kaido issued the command through the soul link. Remember, spar only. Don't actually dismantle each other. The soul fire in number 6's eyes flickered. 1 raised its sword. 6 raised its shield. The 2 skeletons started clashing, cling-clang. Their movements were back and forth, showing method and displaying the combat literacy expected of Tier 1 skeleton soldiers. Below them, the soul fire in the eyes of over 90 novice skeletons lit up in unison. They understood. Or rather, they thought they understood. The next second, the scene spiraled completely out of control. The nearest ones, number 78 and number 79, raised their sticks almost simultaneously. and smashed them directly onto each other's foreheads. A chain reaction exploded instantly. The entire clearing turned into a massive fighting pit. Every skeleton found the nearest sparring partner and faithfully executed the duel command they had just learned. Holy **T. Everyone stop. Kaido stomped his feet anxiously on the rock. Over 80 skeletons were brawling like a pot of porridge, bone parts flying everywhere. One skeleton's head was knocked off, rolled to another skeleton's feet, was picked up, thrown like a bowling ball, and knocked over 2 others. Just then, 82 smashed its opponent, number 95, into pieces with one strike. 95's entire ribcage shattered, and its skull rolled away. The soul fire in its sockets flickered twice, then extinguished completely. At that exact moment, evolution conditions met simultaneously, a subtle but clear feedback energy flowed into Kaido through the soul link. His soul fire pulsed comfortably, becoming a fraction more solid. Kaido froze. Kaido on the rock and the chaotic skeletons below all paused their actions simultaneously. The whole world seemed to hit the pause button. 3 seconds later, the soul fire in Kaido's eyes erupted violently. He stopped trying to intervene. He switched instantly from a helpless asylum director to an excited referee. Continue. Don't stop. Hit his left leg. His stance is unstable. 37, you idiot. Don't have a weapon. Rip off one of your own ribs and whip him with it. The winner evolves. His voice was full of seduction. The undead didn't need encouragement, but his will was clearly conveyed to every unit through the soul link. This was the will of the ruler. The skeletons fighting became even more fanatical. Soon, the first batch of over 40 Tier 1 skeleton soldiers was born, standing upon the wreckage of their kin. They stood amidst the mess of bone parts, their bodies radiating the sheen of new life. Meanwhile, number 1 through number 6, who had followed Kaido from the start and taken on teaching duties, also welcomed their second evolution due to constant combat and guiding lower-tier units. One's bone sword grew longer, and jagged bone spurs appeared on the blade edge. Tier 2 skeleton swordsman. Behind number 2, a longbow made of spine and leg bones appeared out of thin air, along with a quiver of white bone arrows. Tier 2 skeleton archer. 3 through number 5 saw their frames become thicker and sturdier, their left arm shields growing a size larger. Tier 2 skeleton soldier. The most exaggerated was No. A warhorse composed entirely of bones condensed out of thin air beneath it. 6 mounted the horse, evolving into a Tier 2 skeleton cavalry. Kaido looked at the army before him now possessing scale, and having completed its first round of survival of the fittest and was satisfied to the extreme. Chapter 7, Skeletal Construction. 1256 words. Chapter 7, Skeletal Construction. Kaido stood amidst the messy pile of bone parts, his bony hand pressing onto the scattered remains one by one. Undead resurrection. The authority activated, and the bones on the ground clicked and clacked as they repositioned themselves. Broken ribs spliced back together, scattered finger bones hopped back into line. A skeleton with a previously shattered sternum stood up again. It looked down blankly at its now intact chest. Then it turned its head to look at the brother next to it who had just smashed it to pieces, and raised the stick in its hand again. Kaido, with quick eyes and quicker hands, slammed a soul command down on it. The skeleton's raised stick froze in midair. The soul fire in its sockets flickered, confused as to why the ruler wouldn't let it take revenge. Kaido breathed a sigh of relief. Memories are retained. This meant the experience from every battle wouldn't be wasted. Even death was just a small setback on the road to growth. One by one, he resurrected the skeletons who had failed in that internal competition. It took half a day, but all 100 skeletons completed their advancement and stood neatly in the forest clearing. 100 Tier 1 skeleton soldiers. An army that was absolutely obedient, tireless, and fearless of death was taking shape. Kaido stood before the ranks, an unprecedented sense of pride burning in his soul fire. He was no longer the unlucky bastard who had just crossed over, and was chased all over the mountain by a villager. Now he was at least the village chief of Undead Village. We have an army now too. Kaido paced back and forth, the soul fire in his socket sparkling. 100 soldiers. On Earth, that's a company-level unit. In high spirits, he began assigning tasks with bold strokes. He picked out the 6 elite units that had evolved earliest and reached Tier 2. You two lead 50 skeleton soldiers and continue expanding into the forest. 2 through No. You take the remaining 50 and help me build the territory. Skeletons didn't need houses, but Kaido did. He needed a base, a symbol, a starting point for undead civilization. He wanted to establish his own undead kingdom right here. However, ideals are full-bodied, but reality is bare-boned. Kaido soon discovered that commanding 100 Tier 1 skeleton soldiers to fight, and commanding them to do construction were 2 completely different concepts. He pointed to a clearing and ordered 10 skeleton soldiers. Dig the foundation. Dig a pit 3 skeletons long and 10 skeletons wide. The command was clear. The 10 skeleton soldiers immediately sprang into action, using bone swords and shields as shovels, clunk-clunking as they started digging. Efficiency was high, but the situation quickly spiraled out of control. One skeleton, while digging, developed a profound interest in the dirt underground. It dove headfirst into the hole, burying itself completely until only 2 feet were left kicking outside. Another skeleton saw its companion swallowed by the earth. Instead of pulling it out, it started filling the hole with more dirt, even patting it down with its bone shield to pack the companion in tighter. You idiot. I told you to dig, not bury yourself. If you're not going to save him, fine, but why are you filling him in? Kaido's soul fire throbbed violently. He rushed over to pull the unlucky bastard out of the dirt. The buried skeleton shook its head, dirt cascading down, and then continued digging with its bone sword as if nothing had happened. Kaido turned to look at the other side. The 20 skeleton soldiers in charge of logging were even more special. They didn't understand chopping from the base. They only knew how to hack randomly at the trunk. One skeleton, feeling unsatisfied hacking from below, climbed up the tree using both hands and feet onto a branch. Then, it swung its bone sword vigorously at the very branch it was sitting on. What the hell are you doing? Who told you to climb up there? Before Kaido finished speaking crack. The branch snapped. The skeleton soldier fell along with half the tree trunk, shattering into a pile of parts on impact. A few companions below gathered around, watching the pile of bones slowly reassemble into a skeleton soldier before they went back to chopping trees. Kaido facepalmed his skull, feeling the temperature of his soul fire rise by several degrees. The construction team was the heavyweight champion of stupidity. 20 skeleton soldiers were in charge of moving logs and building the frame. The skeletons in the pit hadn't climbed out yet when the transport skeletons threw heavy logs straight down. The muffled sound of shattering bones came from below. There are people down there. Kaido rushed over. They haven't come out yet, and you're throwing logs down. Are you trying to murder them? The log-throwing skeleton tilted its head, soul fire flickering in confusion. It pointed into the pit, then at the logs on the side, wearing an innocent expression that said, "Am I not completing the mission?" Kaido ran back and forth across the territory like a foreman whose heart was breaking. He finally understood why everywhere the undead scourge went became ruins. Looking at the chaotic, accident-prone construction site before him, Kaido fell into deep thought. He looked at his group of skeleton soldiers who had some IQ, but not much, and then at number 2 through number 5, who had evolved to Tier 2, and were visibly smarter. Since skeleton soldiers can evolve through combat, could they evolve through work? Just as he thought this, a strong sense of danger struck him. Kaido whipped his head around, only to see a large tree that had been hacked until it was teetering. It was making a toothacheing creak sound as it slowly fell in his direction. Holy sh**t. Kaido bolted. Having received feedback from 100 Tier 1s and 6 Tier 2s, he was now also at Tier 1 level, so his speed was extremely fast. The massive trunk smashed into the spot where he had just been standing, shaking the ground. Still shaken, Kaido turned back, the soul fire in his sockets burning furiously as he roared, "Who did that?" Two silently raised a bony hand and pointed to a skeleton next to the tree one that had just been smashed into parts by the recoil. Kaido walked over, his face, skull, dark, and activated undead resurrection. After the skeleton stood up again, Kaido said nothing. He picked it up directly, threw it into the freshly dug foundation pit, and personally filled it in with dirt, leaving only its head exposed. "You're not coming out until this time tomorrow. Do you hear me?" The buried skeleton blinked its soul fire and let out a wronged "Gah." Having done all this, Kaido called all the logging skeletons over. Pointing to an intact large tree, he began a step-by-step personal tutorial. "Watch closely. First saw a bottom cut on the side of the fall direction. Then saw a top cut right above it to form a wedge notch. Finally saw a felling cut on the opposite side. When the tree starts to lean, retreat quickly." Kaido demonstrated once, then pointed at the punished skeleton head in the ground. "Next time this happens, you'll end up like him, a bone pillar for our foundation." Chapter 8, The Theocracy. 1428 words. Chapter 8, The Theocracy. On the other side, the migration team from Bone Village stretched like a weary snake across the wasteland. Wagon wheels groaned on the parched earth, each turn wearing down the will of the survivors. "Chief, the soles of my feet are about to wear through. How much further is it?" A young wife held her aching waist. She hadn't slept properly in 3 days. The old village chief at the front of the line showed no sign of fatigue on his weathered face. He looked back at the long procession and loudly encouraged the villagers. "Just walk for another 2 days, and we'll see the walls of Iron Fortress." His words seemed to hold a power that injected a sliver of vitality back into the listless group. Only half the village came. "Will the Lord of Iron Fortress really take us in?" Another man asked worriedly, clutching his family's most valuable iron pot. The old village chief said decisively, his cane tapping firmly on the ground. "The Lord of Iron Fortress is expanding, he's desperate for manpower. Forget free citizens like us with families. I heard that even refugees fleeing famine from the south, as long as they're human, he takes them all." These words were like a shot of adrenaline, reigniting hope for the future in the eyes of the desperate people. Iron Fortress, that legendary impregnable city, was equivalent to heaven in their minds. Just then, a faint cloud of dust rose on the horizon. A squad of cavalry grew from small dots into distinct figures, riding unhurriedly toward them. The column instantly stirred. Is that the Night Lords? Look at the banner. It seems so." The old village chief narrowed his cloudy eyes. Years of hunting had given him eyesight sharper than most. He shaded his eyes with his hand, the muscles on his face slowly tensing. "Something's wrong. That banner, the style of that armor. It belonged to the holy theocracy of Gustico. Why would they appear on the edge of the Valachian Empire's territory? This was the Empire's buffer zone. Patrols from the theocracy should never venture this deep." His heart sank violently. His gaze locked onto the figure at the very front of the cavalry squad. A familiar figure. The villager who had left a few years ago to make a name for himself in Iron Fortress, and became a militiaman. The old chief's brain raced. A knight of the theocracy riding with a militiaman from Iron Fortress. What kind of twisted joke is this? Suddenly, a terrifying thought shot through his mind. "Don't move. Everyone stay where you are." He lowered his voice, trying to stop the few villagers who couldn't hold back and wanted to go up to say hello. But it was too late. The villagers recognized Hamas too. Their exhausted faces instantly bloomed with the ecstasy of survival. "It's Hamas. It's Hamas from our village. We're coming to join Iron Fortress too." Defant waved his arms excitedly, thinking his luck had finally turned. The column fell into chaos instantly. People scrambled toward the cavalry squad like drowning victims grasping at the last piece of driftwood. The old chief's heart went cold. He didn't shout again. In this feverish atmosphere, his voice would only be drowned out, and he himself would become the most conspicuous target. Using the confusion of the surging crowd to shield himself, he retreated silently like a slippery old wolf, quickly disappearing into the roadside bushes. He had to go back. He must go back. He had to warn the other half of the people still in the village. In front of the cavalry squad, the men leading them wore magnificent holy knight armor. His face wore a smile of compassionate pity. His armor shone in the sunlight, looking like a divine messenger walking among mortals. He looked at the villagers swarming like ants before him, tilted his head, and said something to Hamas beside him. Hamas kept his head lowered, gripping the reins deathly tight, veins bulging on the back of his hands. His warhorse seemed to sense its master's unease, pawing the ground anxiously. The next second, except for Hamas, all the cavalrymen removed the longbows from their backs in a uniform motion. The sound of arrows being knocked was like the whisper of the grim reaper. "What are you doing?" The smile on Defan's face froze. The villagers around him stopped, looking at the scene in confusion. What greeted them was a rain of arrows blocking out the sky. Under the sun, countless arrowheads flashed with cold light. They converged into a dark cloud of death, like a sudden metal storm, instantly enveloping this small patch of wilderness. Defant had a moment of trance. He seemed to see years ago, when his father was still alive. In the golden wheat fields, tossing heavy chaff into the air with a wooden fork. Those golden flakes danced in the brilliant sunlight, drifting down gently. So beautiful. The sound of flesh being pierced and bones shattering merged into one. Shrill screams and desperate cries drowned out everything instantly, only to return to silence in an extremely short time. Defant felt a chill in his chest, like he had been slammed by something heavy. He looked down to see an arrow protruding cleanly from his left chest, bringing out a spray of warm blood mist. He didn't feel pain, only confusion. He looked up at the fellow villager, who kept his head bowed like a stone statue. The next moment, as another arrow grew larger in his vision, his world went black, and he fell to the ground. The holy knight looked with satisfaction at the bloody tableau he had directed. The compassion on his face hadn't diminished in the slightest, as if those who fell weren't living people, but withered leaves swept away by the autumn wind. He patted Hamas on the shoulder, his voice gentle yet powerful. "Do not feel guilty, Hamas. This is for the Empire and for your future. Their deaths are very valuable. The Empire will remember their sacrifice." Hamas said nothing. A trace of imperceptible contempt flashed in Sir Kyle's eyes when he looked at Hamas, but his smile remained flawless. He issued a new order. "Clean the scene." The cavalrymen dismounted, their movements chillingly practiced. Like a group of efficient butchers, they began processing the meat on the chopping block. They stripped the clothes off some villagers and dressed them in the items they had brought, worn-out clothes bearing the insignia of the theocracy. Then, they dropped a few rusted weapons beside the corpses. They didn't do it carefully, in fact it was crude. Because this was a play everyone knew was fake, a clumsy but effective excuse. Hamas was forced to dismount and help arrange the scene. He didn't dare look at those familiar faces, the neighbors he used to drink and brag with. His stomach churned violently. Every breath felt like inhaling thick, congealed blood. As his gaze moved, he saw the little girl who used to chase him asking for candy. He couldn't hold it back anymore and vomited while holding onto his saddle. "It's always like this the first time." Sir Kyle's voice sounded behind him. "You'll get used to it. Think of your future. When we return, you can become a true knight. Hamas, greatness is always accompanied by sacrifice. You must learn to see the bigger picture." Hamas wiped his mouth with his sleeve and nodded. "Sir Knight, the objective has been achieved. Should we go back now?" Sir Kyle smiled. He shook his head, as if correcting a child who made a mistake. No, not enough. He gazed in the direction of Bone Village, a nearly fanatical light flickering in his blue eyes. We have to go to Bone Village. Burn all the houses. Turn every living thing into a corpse. Hamas, you must understand. Only a thorough massacre, leaving no survivors, can truly ignite the Empire's fury. We need a story with enough weight. A story that fills Iron Fortress, and every citizen of the Empire, with righteous indignation. Hamas's clenched fist slowly relaxed. From the moment he agreed to Sir Kyle, there was no turning back. He mounted his horse, turned it around, and continued to lead the way. Behind them, the setting sun stretched their shadows long, casting them onto the blood-soaked earth like ugly scars. Chapter 9, The Safety Officers 1467 words Chapter 9, The Safety Officers. As evening fell, the cacophony of the bone forest was replaced by a uniform wave of clack-clack sounds. Kaido, who was currently up to his neck in trouble directing a group of skeletons at the construction site, lifted his skull. From the depths of the forest, a solemn white-bone army marched out of the twilight. Leading them were the Tier 2 Skeleton Swordsman No. 1, and the Tier 2 Skeleton Cavalry No. 6, sitting astride his skeletal warhorse. Behind them were no longer just the 50 skeleton soldiers who had set out, but a massive column of 80. Every one of them had evolved to Tier 1, holding bone swords and shields, their steps steady and heavy. It formed a stark contrast to the chaotic, chicken-flying dog-jumping construction crew on Kaido's side. Those 30 new faces had already completed their transformation from cannon fodder to soldiers via internal duels, under No. 1's supervision on the way back. As they approached, 30 brand new but absolutely obedient soul links surged into Kaido's consciousness. Kaido's soul fire flickered slightly. He hadn't resurrected these new recruits personally, but the soul fire of each one bore the imprint of his absolute authority. He sank his consciousness into the link with No. 1, and a sudden realization pierced through his entire soul. At the very moment he advanced to Tier 1, he had awakened a new ability. He could grant the ability of undead resurrection to his most trusted subordinate. The only restriction was that currently, there was only one slot for this grant. So, to prevent accidents, he had given it to his very first undead, Skeleton No. He had also sent Skeleton No. 6, the only one with a horse, to accompany the expansion. And the undead resurrected by the grantee would still establish a direct soul link with Kaido, becoming his most loyal servants. The servant of my servant is still my servant. Excellent. Kaido waved his bony hand excitedly. What did this mean? It meant he could confidently engage in multitasking. He could build his territory on one side, while letting the expeditionary force led by No. 6 expand like a snowball on the other. The future is promising. The future is bright. Kaido's mood instantly cleared from cloudy to sunny. Even looking at the crooked construction crew before him, he found them much more pleasing to the eye. He cleared his throat, figuratively, and issued clearer instructions through the soul link. All right, the expeditionary force is back, so we can't fall behind. Foundation team. Listen to my command. First, clear all the tree roots and gravel from the ground. The ground must be flat. Understand? Then pile stones at the 4 corners I circled and along these lines. Pile them high. Fill the cracks with mud, then tamp it down. Tamp it hard. He pointed to a huge stone slab that No. 2 and the others had just moved over. Use this. Smash the foundation until it's solid. Anyone who dares to slack off gets buried in there as part of the foundation. With clear tools and methods, the foundation team's efficiency improved significantly. A dozen skeleton soldiers heaved the stone slab heave-ho, and smashed it onto the ground again and again. The scene finally looked a bit like actual construction. Kaido nodded with satisfaction, then turned to the skeletons responsible for building the frame on the other side. Construction team. Look here. He pointed to the thickest logs. These 4 are the pillars of our house. Sharpen the bottoms and insert them into the gaps in the foundation stones. They must stand straight. The skeletons immediately began using their bone swords as axes, hacking away at the wood. Hack, hack, hack. One skeleton apparently felt that hacking while standing was inconvenient, so it sat down on the log and started chopping vigorously between its own legs. He now seriously suspected that what was inside these skeletons' heads wasn't soul fire but cotton candy. After much difficulty getting the 4 pillars to stand up crookedly, Kaido began teaching them how to install the beams. Gouge a groove on top of the pillar. Yes, a pit. Then place this beam on top and lock it in. Then bind it with vines. Bind it to death. Make it tight. One skeleton grasped the essence of the gouge a pit command. It raised its bone sword and chiseled furiously at the top of a load-bearing pillar. It chiseled right through the top of the pillar. The skeleton looked quite proud, waving the bone sword in its hand at Kaido, as if asking for credit. Kaido felt like his skull cap was about to be flipped by these clowns. He took a deep breath of air he couldn't breathe. Suppressing the urge to dismantle this skeleton for firewood, he stepped forward personally to demonstrate, teaching them hand in hand how to make a mortise and tenon joint. The frame was finally erected, albeit teetering. Next were the walls. See this? Stack them one by one like this. Use the alternating stack method. This end presses on that end, and the next layer reverses it. The skeletons faithfully executed the commands. But soon, a new problem arose. One skeleton was stacking the wall when it realized the log in its hand was a bit short and didn't align. It tilted its head to think, and then, it detached the shield from its left arm and wedged it under the log. Now it's level. It clapped its hands in satisfaction. Another skeleton copied the example. It found its side was too high, so it pulled out a log that its companion had just stacked. Crashed. The wall, which had just reached half a meter, collapsed. Kaido covered his face. He didn't want to speak anymore. On the other side, the roof team. According to Kaido's plan, the roof needed a layer of bark first, then thatch, and finally mud to seal it waterproof. One skeleton climbed onto the beam, responsible for laying the first layer of bark. Another skeleton didn't wait for him to finish. It climbed up hugging a huge bundle of thatch and dumped the grass directly onto its companion's head. The skeleton covered in thatch wasn't happy. It grabbed a piece of bark and threw it back. The 2 skeletons, perched on the beam 4 or 5 meters high, started a throwing match, one throwing grass, one throwing bark, having a great time. Holy sh*t. Get the hell down. Amidst Kaido's roar, the bark-throwing skeleton slipped. It fell from the beam and shattered into a pile of parts. After that skeleton stood up again, Kaido pointed to the bone pillar buried in the foundation pit with only its head showing. See that? Do you want to go keep him company? The newly reassembled skeleton shook its head frantically. Then work properly. After finishing his lecture, Kaido ordered skeleton number 6 to take the 80 skeletons and continue expanding the army. He instructed them to return and report every second night. The soul fire of number 6 flashed in unison as they accepted the order. The army of 82 skeletons quickly disappeared into the depths of the forest. Having arranged the expeditionary force, Kaido called number 2 through. No. You guys, stop moving stuff. The 4 skeletons stopped and looked at him in unison. You've learned enough from me. Your brains are sharper than those rookies. From now on, you are the safety officers. 3. You're in charge of the foundation and construction. 5. You're in charge of logging and transport. Kaido pointed at the group of skeleton soldiers who were still clueless. Your task is to do what I just did. Whoever works improperly, whoever tries to get creative, send them to the ground to be a bone pillar. The soul fire in the eyes of No. 2 through number 5 flickered. They looked at each other. They seemed to be digesting this brand new command, which was much more complex than moving bricks. Although they didn't really want to take on this troublesome job, the ruler's will was absolute. The 4 skeletons responded in unison, then walked to their respective jurisdictions. Having done all this, Kaido felt his entire soul had been hollowed out. He found a relatively clean rock, flopped his bony frame onto it, and decided to sleep. Enter fantasy time, to take a good rest. Although undead creatures didn't need sleep, ever since he discovered he had an endless lifespan. This method of emptying his mind had become one of his few hobbies. Chapter 10, Bestowal of Names. 1338 words. Chapter 10, Bestowal of Names. When Kaido woke from his slumber, the first thing to greet his eye sockets was a crooked, yet miraculously sturdy wooden cabin. It stood there in the valley, a haphazard pile of thick logs. The gaps were stuffed with mud and grass, and the thatch on the roof looked like it had been chewed by dogs. The only thing that could be called design was probably the pointed roof, though it tilted as if a stiff breeze would blow it off. He walked 2 circles around the cabin, then raised a bone leg and kicked the base of the wall. Surprisingly solid. Someone had even thoughtfully stuck a few wildflowers, plucked from who knows where, into the cracks of the wall. These pink and red flowers looked completely out of place on an undead construction site. Whose brain-dead aesthetic is this? Kaido grumbled inwardly, but a sense of pleased relief flowed from his soul fire. Just then, number 2 through number 5 walked over with uniform steps. The 4 Tier 2 skeletons stood there, their aura completely different from the rookie eggs still huffing and puffing at work nearby. A soul message arrived. Report, ruler. Yesterday construction, no safe accidents. Good work. He praised them without stinginess. I didn't waste my breath after all. It seemed that promoting these for slightly smarter ones to safety officers and foremen was one of the wisest decisions he had made since crossing over. He waved his bony hand, pointing at the ugly cute wooden cabin, and issued a command through the soul link with heroic flair. Follow this standard. Give me 100 more. Today marks the official foundation of our undead empire. Task assigned, Kaido marked out the spot for his imperial residence. Joking aside, he was the ruler, the first villa had to be his. He personally selected the thickest log. He directed a few skeleton soldiers to use their bone swords to gouge out a long, rectangular groove in the middle. The dimensions were just right, not too big, not too small, perfect to fit his skeletal frame flatly inside. Kaido lay in it to test it out. The cold wood pressed against cold bone. An indescribable sense of belonging welled up. This is the romance an undead should have. He was very satisfied with this coffin. As for the main hall, that was even simpler. A large tree stump next to the bed was placed upright, with a horizontal cut in the middle to form a chair shape. This was his throne. A few smaller stumps placed nearby were the seats for his ministers. Although currently he had 0 ministers. Looking at this imperial palace, he had built with his own hands, which was shockingly crude, Kaido felt an unprecedented satisfaction. Just as he was preparing to sit on his throne and ponder the future development direction of the undead empire, a rapid and dense clack-clack-clack sound approached from the depths of the forest. All the skeletons at the construction site stopped their work. A solemn flood of white bones, treading through the twilight and breaking through the forest shadows, appeared at the valley entrance. Leading them were the Tier 2 skeleton swordsman No. 1 and the Tier 2 skeleton cavalry number 6 on his skeletal warhorse. Behind them followed not the 80 skeleton soldiers who had set out, but a full 150. 150 Tier 1 skeleton soldiers, each holding a standard bone sword and shield. Their steps were steady and powerful, the soul fire in their sockets stable and bright. They were worlds apart from the mud-covered, chaotic construction crew on Kaido's side. As they approached, 70 brand new but absolutely obedient soul links surged instantly into Kaido's consciousness. At that moment, with the increase in his own rank and the expansion of his army, a brand new authority quietly awakened in the depths of his soul. Bestowal of names. He could consume his own soul origin to grant true names to his core subordinates, helping them break their shackles. To complete evolution on a higher level. And currently, there were only 6 slots. He gathered all the skeletons including the 50 currently doing construction to the center of the clearing. 200 skeletons stood in a dense, dark mass, completely silent. Kaido cleared a throat that didn't exist. Through the soul link, he conveyed his majestic will to every single unit. Today is the day the foundation of my undead empire is laid. It is also the time to reward merit. He walked up to the 6 skeletons who had followed him from the beginning. They were his inner circle, the extension of his authority. From this day forth, you are no longer nameless entities. I, in the name of the ruler, bestow upon you true names and glory. His bony finger pointed at No. You are my blade, ceaseless in conquest. You shall be pride. Henceforth, your name is Skill Pride. As the voice fell, a massive amount of soul energy surged from Kaido's body, pouring into number 1's soul fire through his fingertip. One shook violently. Countless sharp bone spurs exploded from its sword blade. The blade elongated by half a meter, turning into a hideous, bone-cleaving greatsword. Its frame grew taller, sharp spikes sprouting from its joints. A violent, bloodthirsty aura shot into the sky. Tier 3 Skeleton Berserker. Kaido felt a slight dizziness. The energy consumed by naming was far beyond his imagination, but the fanaticism in his eyes grew even stronger. He turned to No. You are my hawk eyes, seeing 1,000 miles. You shall be envy. Henceforth, your name is Skill Envy. Energy surged again. The bone bow on number 2's back transformed instantly, the bow limbs becoming slender and elegant. In the quiver, 3 arrowheads condensed a ghostly blue, chilling light. Tier 3 Toxic Archer. You are my sturdy shield, devouring all things. You shall be gluttony. Henceforth, your name is Skill Gluttony. 3's frame cracked and popped, its sternum and ribs expanding outward. The bone shield on its left arm swelled rapidly, its surface covered in heavy bone plating. It grew a full size larger, becoming a moving bone fortress. Tier 3 Great Shield Skeleton. Your mind is agile, unconstrained by form. You shall wield the power of magic. You shall be lust. Henceforth, your name is Skill Lust. This was a bold experiment by Kaido. As the majestic energy poured in, number 4's soul fire shrank rapidly, turning into a point of deep, abyssal purple. A staff made of twisted black briar wood condensed out of thin air in its hand. Tier 3 Skeleton Mage. Fighting back the exhaustion in his soul, Kaido continued his knighting ceremony. You are skilled in calculation and logistics. You shall manage the Empire's supply lines. You shall be greed. Henceforth, your name is Skill Greed. Flesh and blood rapidly covered its entire body. Immediately after, dark red fascia and muscles began to grow from the bones at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tier 3 Ghoul. It gained a powerful physical body and the ability to command lower-tier units. Finally, his gaze fell upon the majestic knight. You are my iron hoof, charging into enemy lines. You shall be Wrath. Henceforth, your name is Skill Wrath. Violent will injected with a boom. 6 and the skeletal warhorse beneath him roared silently to the sky in unison. Crimson energy fused the two completely. The warhorse's bones became thick and pitch black. And on number 6's body, a set of black bone-heavy armor condensed out of thin air. The bone sword in his hand transformed into a cavalry lance. Tier 3 Skeleton Knight. Kaido stumbled a step, steadying himself on the throne behind him. The intense consumption of his soul origin gave him a hollowed-out feeling of weakness. But looking at the 6 generals before him who had been completely reborn, he felt it was worth it. Chapter 11, Conquest 1983 words Chapter 11, Conquest. Kaido's skeletal frame stood by the newly dug foundation pit, overlooking his burgeoning undead legion. 200 Tier 1 skeleton soldiers, 6 generals who had already ascended to Tier 3, plus himself a freshly minted Tier 2 ruler. He raised his bony hand, flexing his 5 finger bones nimbly. He could feel the death energy flowing within him, several times more potent than before. Speed, strength, and the intensity of his soul fire had all achieved a qualitative leap. He was confident now. If he ran into that burly villager, who had chased him all over the place again, he could let the guy experience what it meant to have a power gap that was only a little bit wide. Note, a little bit implying a huge gap, internet slang. The power scaling of this world is still a mystery, but if I can't beat them, I can definitely outrun them. Kaido's soul fire flickered, an unprecedented ambition surging in his ribcage. The era of turtling up and farming was over. Now it was time to let this forest feel what the undead scourge truly meant. He spun around abruptly, facing the 200 skeletons lined up in formation, and let out a deafening roar through the soul link. Whole village, move out. It is time to become the true masters of this land. The uniform sound of bones colliding merged into a flood of white. More than 200 skeletons stepped forward simultaneously. Following their ruler, they launched their first true expedition into the depths of the forest. This was no longer a sneaky armed patrol, but a naked conquest. Wherever the legion passed, silence reigned. Skill Pride took the lead. The pressure of a Tier 3 berserker made weaker beasts prostrate themselves on the ground, shivering. The bone-cleaving greatsword in his hand was no longer the rough version from his birth. The blade was covered in dense, backward-curving bone spurs. Every swing brought a screeching tear through the air. A blind giant wild boar charged out of the forest, trying to defend its territory. Skill Pride didn't even look back. He swung his sword in a backhand strike. The greatsword sliced through the boar like tofu, splitting the several hundred-pound beast in half. Scalding blood and entrails spilled all over the ground. He didn't even bother to glance at the result, continuing forward, as if he had merely swatted a fly. Kaido followed a simple principle: do not kill cubs. Do not touch small animals. This was a strategic consideration for sustainable development. But any aggressive creature that dared to provoke them would be torn to shreds by this legion of death in an instant. The flesh and blood of slain beasts would become the hotbed for newly born skeletons. And the wild skeletons wandering in the forest were mobile sources of troops. Whenever a new wild skeleton was discovered, Kaido didn't even need to give an order. Skillgreed would efficiently direct a portion of skeleton soldiers to surround and dismantle it. Then Skill Pride would step forward and activate the undead resurrection authority granted by Kaido. In just half a day, Kaido's legion snowballed to 300. 300 Tier 1 skeleton soldiers formed a battle array, moving silently through the forest. The massive aura of death made even the sunlight seem a few degrees colder. As the legion pushed deeper into the forest, Skill Envy at the front suddenly stopped. His vision, evolved to Tier 3 and capable of seeing the texture of leaves 100 meters away, locked onto a deep, dark cave. At the entrance of the cave, over 30 Tier 1 skeleton soldiers formed a loose but definite defensive formation. They were not wandering wild skeletons. They were organized. Organization meant there was a stronger existence behind them. Kaido waved his hand forward. Skill Pride charged alone at the 30-plus skeletal guards without hesitation. It was a massacre without suspense. In front of a Tier 3 berserker, Tier 1 skeleton soldiers were as fragile as rotten wood. Every swing of the greatsword sent bone fragments flying into the sky. In less than a minute, only a messy pile of parts remained at the cave entrance. Kaido walked forward slowly, activating undead resurrection to convert these 30 skeletons into his new recruits. Gluttony. Take 80 soldiers. Scout inside. He wasn't swept away by the easy victory, maintaining the necessary caution. The Tier 3 Great Shield skeleton, Skill Gluttony, banged his door-sized shield on the ground, making a muffled thud. Behind him, 80 skeleton soldiers immediately stepped out, formed a tight phalanx, and poured into the pitch-black cave. Kaido sank his entire mind into the soul link, quietly waiting for feedback from the front. 1 minute. 2 minutes. The cave was dead silent, save for the clack-clack of bones stepping on stones. Suddenly, Skill Gluttony's soul message arrived. There is only one skeleton inside. Kaido's soul fire jumped violently. Only one, yet it could command over 30 Tier 1 skeleton soldiers as guards. This was definitely a big shot. Pride, wrath, envy, lust. All other units, hold position and stay alert. Leaving the main force behind, he took only his 4 generals and strode into the cave. The cave was filled with a dense aura of mana, and a faint smell of decay. Twisted runes Kaido couldn't understand were carved on the walls, some were glowing faintly. At the end of the cave, in a spacious stone hall, he saw the figure. It was a skeleton entirely grayish in color, with 2 eerie clusters of purple soul fire burning in its eye sockets. A Tier 3 skeleton mage. At its feet was a bizarre magic circle made of bones from dozens of different creatures. In the center of the circle, a wolf skull was being slowly decomposed and reshaped by purple energy. It was conducting some kind of necromantic experiment. Interesting. Instead of being nervous, Kaido got excited. This was technical talent. Before Kaido could order, the skeleton mage spotted him. The purple fire in its eyes shrank abruptly. It had no intention of communicating. It raised its hand and fired a dense volley of shadow arrows, whistling toward Kaido's group. Skill Gluttony, who had been waiting for this, roared. His massive bone shield slammed down in front of the group. The shadow arrows slammed into the giant shield, creating a series of muffled explosions, but leaving not even a scratch. On Skill Gluttony's shield, the energy from the absorbed attacks converged into a point of light, then suddenly flared. Devour counter. A visible shockwave rippled out from the shield's face, shaking the dust in the entire stone hall into the air. The skeleton mage staggered from the shockwave, its casting rhythm instantly disrupted. The skeletal warhorse let out a silent neigh. Skeelwrath turned into a black bolt of lightning, his lance aimed straight at the mage's chest. Skeelpride followed closely, leaping high into the air, his bone-cleaving greatsword chopping down with the weight of a mountain. At the same time, Skeel Envy at the entrance had already drawn his bow. His ghostly blue soul fire locked onto the mage's constantly shifting core. A poison-tipped bone arrow silently cut through the darkness. As for Skeellust, since most of the people here were allies and the space wasn't that big, he couldn't really unleash his magic. But he couldn't let the ruler think he was useless. So he raised his staff, paced back and forth, and waited for an opportunity to bonk the enemy on the head with it. The skeleton mage obviously hadn't expected to face so many powerhouses of the same rank at once. And a legion with such seamless coordination. It screeched, instantly condensing a bone shield in front of itself to block Wrath's charge. Simultaneously, its figure blurred, attempting to use illusions to confuse Pride's slash. Wrath's lance easily pierced the hastily formed bone shield. Pride's greatsword ignored the illusions. Relying on battle instinct, he hacked viciously into the mage's left shoulder, nearly tearing half its body off. But the truly fatal blow came from Envy's arrow. The poison-tipped bone arrow threaded precisely through the blind spot of the mage's defense, striking the violet soul fire. Sizzle like a hot iron plunging into snow, the mage's soul fire flickered violently. It let out a shrill wail and fell from the air. Battle over. Kaido walked up and pressed his bony hand onto the mage's shattered skull. Undead resurrection. Moments later, a brand new Tier 3 skeleton mage, with loyal purple fire burning in its eyes, knelt on one knee before him. Kaido assigned it to Skeellust's command after all, it was the same profession. What do you remember? Kaido asked the new subordinate through the soul link. He hoped to dig out some intelligence about this world from the memories of this local powerhouse. However, the new mage's answer surprised him. Its soul link transmitted a blank slate and confusion. Aside from instinctive knowledge of necromancy, everything about its past, why it was here, its origins, its enemies had been completely wiped clean with the extinguishing and reignition of its soul fire. Memory formatting, huh? Kaido rubbed his chin. That's an advantage but also a disadvantage. The advantage was absolute loyalty, no need to worry about betrayal or entanglements with old factions. The disadvantage was that they couldn't serve as intelligence sources. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Kaido quickly made peace with it. Whether it smells good or bad, it's meat once it's in my mouth. Being useful is the only hard truth. This encounter raised Kaido's vigilance by a level. If a Tier 3 mage could be hiding deep in a remote forest, what about outside the forest? He needed to conduct a grand sweep. All forces, hear my order. Kaido's voice was transmitted through the soul link to all skeletal units inside and outside the cave. Centering on this cave, expand into the entire forest. Target, sweep away all threatening creatures. Absorb all undead that can be absorbed. I want this forest, from today onwards, to have only one voice. Our voice. For the next 2 days, Kaido's undead army spread out like a giant net, sweeping from the center of the forest in all directions. Countless powerful magic beasts, monsters occupying territories, and scattered undead tribes were crushed into powder before this unstoppable wave. The size of Kaido's army exploded at a terrifying speed. 500. 800. 1,000. 2 days later, when Kaido assembled the army again, standing before him was a massive legion composed of 1,200 Tier 1 skeleton soldiers. Even more surprising to him was that during the continuous fighting and devouring, the skeleton soldiers under the 6 generals showed distinct differentiation when evolving to Tier 2. Skeleton soldiers following pride evolved into skeleton swordsmen. Those following gluttony developed thicker bones and a heavier shield on their left arm. Those following envy evolved into skeleton archers. Kaido was so excited he almost jumped. He immediately performed an experiment. He took a freshly resurrected, unevolved novice skeleton. First, he assigned it to Wrath's command and let it participate in a battle. Then, just before it was about to evolve, he transferred it to Greed's construction team to move bricks. The result? When that skeleton finally met the evolution conditions, it didn't show the trend of becoming cavalry like the soldiers under Wrath. Instead, its skeletal structure became more stable, and its arms became thicker. I can determine their evolutionary path. Kaido's soul fire burned with ecstatic joy. He would no longer have just a sea of generic undead fodder. He could possess a true army with complete branches of service, each performing its own duties. After the immense joy, Kaido calmed down. He had the scale of a 1,200-strong army, but their living quarters were still a mess. Chapter 12, Arrival 1565 words. Chapter 12, Arrival. At the entrance of Bone Village, a stumbling figure approached. It was the old village chief returning. His body was covered in cuts from thorny bushes, his lips cracked and bleeding, and he was so thin his face looked sunken. For the past few days, he had slept less than 3 hours a night, running back solely on sheer willpower. He screamed with every ounce of strength he had left. The people from Iron Fortress are coming to slaughter the village. The dozen or so remaining villagers gathered around at the sound, their faces filled with shock and confusion. A burly man frowned and asked, puzzled, "Old Chief, didn't you guys go to seek refuge at Iron Fortress? Where did you take the others?" The old chief's eyes were red with anxiety. He grabbed the burly man's arm. "No time to explain. They're almost here. If we don't leave now, we're all done for." The villagers looked at each other. No one moved, because the only people willing to listen to him unconditionally were already dead Arrow's cushions. A woman holding a child stepped forward and said skeptically, "You say run. Where can we run to? You took half the village with you, and now you're the only one back. How can we trust you? Did you sell them out?" Each question stabbed into the old chief's heart like a knife. He knew whatever he said was useless. Immense panic made it almost impossible to think, but his survival instinct remained. He scanned the vigilant eyes around him, and his brain latched onto the only path of survival left. Into the forest. Go into the bone forest first. This suggestion made everyone gasp. Are you sending us to our deaths? There are undead in there. We'll just be snacks if we go in. The old chief didn't want the villagers to be slaughtered because of his judgment again. In the forest, cavalry formations couldn't charge effectively. Moreover, no normal person would think a group of villagers would actively run into undead territory. And most of the undead there were just novice skeletons. The villagers might suffer casualties, but they definitely wouldn't be wiped out. That place was actually the safest. But he had no strength left to explain. The days of running and the mental trauma had completely drained his last ounce of energy. His vision went black. He fell straight backward. The villagers instantly went quiet, looking at each other, at a loss for what to do. Just then, the burly man who had questioned him first gritted his teeth, and stepped forward. He cursed under his breath, bent down, and hoisted the unconscious old chief onto his back. Let's go. Trust him one last time. If he dares lie to us, I'll shove an apple pie up his ass. The group hesitated no longer and plunged headfirst into the shadows of the bone forest. Their heels had just disappeared into the woods when the heavy sound of horse hooves approached from the distance. A squad of cavalry in fine armor appeared at the village entrance, led by none other than Sir Kyle. Beside him, Hamas looked at the empty village. His tense nerves relaxed slightly, and he spoke hurriedly, "My lord, I've been away from the village too long. Maybe there weren't many people left in the village to begin with. Those we met a few days ago might have been everyone." Sir Kyle reined in his warhorse. On that face forever wearing a compassionate smile, no emotion could be read. The knight squires behind him spread out with trained efficiency to search the village. Moments later, a squire returned to report. "My lord, the stove fires still have embers, and the food in the pots has just cooled. They left not long ago." Sir Kyle nodded, turning his head to look at Hamas, his tone still gentle enough to make one's skin crawl. "Hamas, where do you think they would go?" Hamas's heart contracted violently. He certainly didn't know where the villagers would go, but the only threat to the village was the bone forest. So he subconsciously assumed something must have happened in the bone forest, forcing the remaining villagers to flee Bone Village toward Iron Fortress. But he still raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the forest. "It should be the bone forest." Sir Kyle smiled. That smile held a playful hint of having seen through everything, yet he didn't point it out. "Then let's go to the forest." Hamas stole a glance at Sir Kyle, his eyes full of gratitude. Kyle, of course, had his own considerations. What he needed was a story tear-jerking enough. And having this story told by a few survivors who didn't know the whole picture and luckily escaped was far more infectious than a pile of cold corpses. As for Hamas, a future honorary knight, giving away a trivial favor didn't matter. Kyle gave the order. "Clean up this place." Several knights dismounted, pulled out a few badges engraved with the holy emblem of the theocracy from their bags, and tossed them casually into the mud at the village entrance. Then, a torch was thrown into the nearest thatched cottage. Flames roared to life, instantly igniting the dry thatch. Billowing thick smoke rushed into the sky, dyeing half the heavens an ominous gray-black. "Let's go." Kyle turned his horse around, leading the squad unhurriedly toward the forest. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Kaido was looking at his fledgling undead base, his head aching as if it had doubled in size. "Where is your safety officer? Did he teach you to test hardness with your head?" He had just pulled a dim-witted skeleton out of a pit who tried to test the Foundation's stability with its skull, when two soul links transmitted messages. The first came from Skeel Pride. This newly promoted Tier 3 skeleton berserker was leading a 200-strong army sweeping the outskirts of the forest, expanding their forces. His message was concise and arrogant. "A group of lowly life forms has intruded upon your domain. Total count, 13. Kaido's soul fire jumped. "Coming for me?" The thought of kidnapping them to interrogate them about the world's lore popped into his head. The other soul message came from Skeel Wrath. This skeleton knight, also evolved to Tier 3, was leading another elite cavalry unit responsible for the perimeter security of the entire territory. A squad of cavalry is coming towards us. Let me turn the smelly humans into fragrant skeletons. Villagers? Kaido guessed. This isn't a coincidence. This is a pursuit. He slowly straightened his body. In his empty eye sockets, 2 points of soul fire suddenly blazed up. This is truly a case of sitting at home as a skeleton, and a trouble falls from the sky. Interesting. Kaido's jaw clicked open and shut, emitting a soft clack-clack. Not long ago, as the number of his undead legion broke through 1,200, a massive amount of feedback energy surged into his body. It allowed him to successfully break his shackles and advance to Tier 3. Besides gaining an extra slot for authorization, he also obtained a new ability, Ruler Immortal, Subjects Undying. As the name implied, unless Kaido completely died, even if his skeletons had their soul fire extinguished, they would resurrect. It was just a matter of time. Outwardly, he was still an unremarkable skeleton. But his instincts and his soul told him he had completed a leap in life hierarchy. Since crossing over, he was either running away, on the road to run away, or working as a foreman on a construction site. Now he held an army of 1,200 undead and 6 Tier 3 generals. Kaido spoke into the soul link. Instantly, the clamor of the entire construction site ceased. Whether digging pits, chopping trees, or moving logs, the movements of all skeletons froze at the same moment, their skulls turning in unison toward their ruler. On the forest outskirts, the army led by Pride stopped silently, blending into the shadows of the trees. On the other side, the cavalry under Wrath pulled their reins, suppressing even the soul fire breathed by their skeletal warhorses. The entire bone forest seemed to have hit the pause button. 1,200 units were waiting for the singular will. Kaido's will was transmitted clearly to every corner through the soul link. All units, cease all actions. Conceal yourselves. After issuing the command, Kaido walked to the wooden pillar throne the skeletons had made. He sat down grandly, crossing his legs. His consciousness instantly spread to every corner of the forest. Through the eye sockets of hundreds of skeleton soldiers, he saw the panic-stricken villagers fleeing. He saw the burly man carrying the old chief, and the trembling child in the woman's arms. Through the eye sockets of another 100 skeleton soldiers, he saw the squad of knights strolling unhurriedly as if walking in their own back garden. He saw the hypocritical smile on the face of their leader, Sir Kyle. All right, the actors are all here. Kaido's finger bones tapped gently on the armrest of the throne, making crisp click sounds. Welcome to my world. Let me see what kind of good show you are prepared to put on. Chapter 13, The Scourge 1562 words. Chapter 13, The Scourge twilight plated the forest in a layer of dull gold. The exhausted villagers finally stopped. Days of fleeing had drained their last ounce of strength, and the fear of the unknown was overwhelmed by their physical limits. A woman holding a child gasped for breath. Let's rest for a bit. The village chief hasn't woken up yet, and it's getting dark. If we keep walking, we might fall into a pit without knowing it. Yeah, we're already inside the bone forest. Those night lords are precious, they surely wouldn't chase us into this hellhole, right? Wishful thinking was like weeds, growing wildly in the soil of despair. They hadn't witnessed the massacre with their own eyes. To them, the old chief's warning sounded more like the ravings of someone frightened out of his wits. Soon, someone gathered dry branches and lit a small bonfire. The orange flames danced, dispelling some of the chill in the forest and illuminating faces that had found temporary peace. They sat around together, sharing their remaining dry rations. This rising column of smoke, in the forest at twilight, became a clear-as-day signpost, a deadly invitation. On the other side, Sir Kyle, who had planned to just go through the motions and return to report, reined in his horse. He looked at the straight column of cooking smoke rising from the horizon, the corner of his mouth twitching imperceptibly. He turned his head to look at Hamas beside him. Kyle thought to himself, bro, are you for real? But he didn't say it out loud. Hamas looked in the direction he was facing. His heart was screaming. Bro, how dare they? He thought that even if the villagers ran into the forest, they would hide. How did they dare to light a fire? How did they dare to stop? My lord. That might just be savages or hunters in the woods. Hamas couldn't even stand listening to his own words. He tried to make a final struggle. Sir Kyle smiled. He didn't puncture Hamas's laughable lie. He just pointed gently with his hand. Go check it out. His tone was still gentle, but it carried an unquestionable command. The cavalry squad accelerated again, pouncing straight toward the column of smoke. When the villagers saw Hamas's desperate face, and the rows of cavalry behind him, all their wishful thinking instantly evaporated. Someone shouted. The crowd exploded like a group of startled rabbits, fleeing desperately in all directions. Leave no one alive. Sir Kyle issued the cold command. The cavalrymen no longer disguised themselves. They were efficient butchers. Spreading out their formation, they began the hunt. A woman holding a child ran the slowest. A cavalryman chased her down with a sinister grin, raising the longsword in his hand high. The blade traced an arc of death under the setting sun, about to land on the small body curled up in its mother's arms. Just then, a pale bone hand burst out of the soft soil without warning, dead gripping the warhorse's ankle. The warhorse let out a cry of pain and crashed to the ground, throwing the cavalryman on its back heavily. The cavalryman reacted extremely fast. He rolled to absorb the impact, stood up immediately, and assumed a defensive stance. He stared at the bone hand in shock and suspicion. Immediately after, the bone hand pushed hard against the ground, and a one-armed skeleton stood up from the dirt. Its empty eye sockets turned to the child who was about to be hacked, then to the bewildered cavalryman. Skill Pride clenched his bony hand in empty air. A bone-cleaving greatsword, over 2 meters long and covered in hideous barbs, condensed into form in his hand. The next moment, he appeared behind the cavalryman. And the cavalryman, still holding his defensive posture, saw his own body in the next instant. Split heads, separate actions. Pun, split heads, literally. A voice of extreme disdain came from the one-armed skeleton's mouth. Insects who don't even understand sustainable development are worthy of stepping into the ruler's territory. All of this was, naturally, under Kaido's instruction. Once he confirmed through the skeleton archer's vision that the strongest in this cavalry squad was only Tier 2, and the rest were mostly cannon fodder, he decided to hide no longer. In the forest on the ground, in the shadows of the tree canopy, pale skeletons emerged silently one by one. Holding standard bone swords and shields, with uniform, emotionless soul fire burning in their eyes, they surrounded the entire area so tightly not even water could leak through. Sir Kyle's face finally changed. He couldn't figure it out. Why were there so many ranked skeletons here? Once undead of this scale appeared, shouldn't they have been exterminated by nearby Night Orders or the Adventurers Guild long ago? What made his scalp tingle even more was that he could feel the aura radiating from a few of the skeletons far exceeded Tier 2. That was Tier 3. Professional class powerhouses on the same level as the true big shots behind him. How could several Tier 3 skeletons appear simultaneously in a remote, broken forest? Hamas looked at the hellish scene before him. Without hesitation, he yanked his horse's head around, whipped its flank viciously, and galloped back the way he came without looking back. Seeing Hamas flee, Kyle reacted instantly and shouted back, "Break out." Too late. A squad of skeleton cavalry, shrouded in the aura of death, had already blocked their retreat. Leading them was the Tier 3 skeleton knight, Skeelwrath. He ignored Kyle, simply issuing an order to a normal skeleton cavalryman behind him. The skeleton cavalryman acknowledged the order. Its skeletal warhorse turned into a white bolt of lightning, chasing down the direction Hamas had fled. Finding his retreat cut off, Kyle actually calmed down. He was, after all, an Imperial Knight with formal training. He immediately rallied the scattered cavalrymen to form a tight circular charge formation. The remaining few dozen cavalrymen let out a final roar. For the Empire! They converged into a small torrent of steel, attempting to chisel through the seemingly fragile wall of bones. The cavalrymen's longswords could easily shatter the bodies of Tier 1 skeleton soldiers, but it was meaningless. The shattered bones would reassemble in the next second, standing up intact to rejoin the battle. On the cavalry side, however, whenever someone was stabbed off their horse by a bone sword, their corpse wouldn't even have time to cool. It would stand up again amidst the black light of undead resurrection. Soul fire would ignite in their eyes, weapons would turn, and they would hack at their former comrades. Ruler immortal, subjects undying. This was the domain authority Kaido awakened, after advancing to Tier 3 undead ruler. As long as he didn't die, his undead were an undying legion. After several charges, not only did they fail to break out, they watched helplessly as their companions turned into enemies one by one, and the bone wall grew thicker and thicker. Despair spread through the ranks like a plague. Kyle knew it couldn't go on like this. As the only formal knight here, he had to step up. Capture the bandit leader to capture the bandits. He locked his target onto the one-armed skeleton wielding the bone-cleaving greatsword. That guy was the skeleton resurrecting the undead. Kyle channeled his mana, battle aura, turning his body into a stream of light, charging at Pride. The knight's longsword in his hand traced a fierce arc, aiming straight for the opponent's skull. Pride merely sidestepped nonchalantly, causing the sword strike infused with the full power of a Tier 2 knight to hit empty air. If not for the ruler's order to capture this man, and his 2 Tier 1 squires alive, this man would already be a pile of crushed bones. Pride's soul fire flickered, filled with contempt. Seeing his strike miss, Kyle twisted his wrist, smashing the pommel of his sword viciously toward Pride's ribs. The move change was extremely fast. However, he only saw a blur before his eyes. A bony foot imprinted itself on his flank with speed several times faster than his own. A loud bang. Kyle flew backward, smashing heavily into a large tree. A clear footprint appeared on his sturdy armor. He tasted sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood, propping himself up with his longsword to barely keep from kneeling. Lost thoroughly, without suspense. At this moment, Pride raised his single arm. With a casual wave of his bony hand. Inside the encirclement, aside from Kyle and his 2 squires who had also reached Tier 1. All other cavalrymen still resisting were instantly drowned by skeletons outnumbering them several times over. The screams stopped abruptly. Moments later, those cavalrymen stood up again, transformed into new skeleton soldiers, and silently retreated into the army formation. The entire forest clearing fell dead silent. Kyle looked at the comrades who had once fought by his side. Now they had become members of the enemy legion. His mind went blank. He and his 2 squires became the only living things left in this feast of slaughter. Surrounded by over 1,000 skeletons, they were literally birds in a cage. Chapter 14, Intelligence 1457 words. Chapter 14, Intelligence. The skeletons accompanying Skeel Pride strode forward, carrying 3 people like plucked chickens. Sir Kyle and his 2 squires were roughly thrown onto the ground, leaving them dizzy and disoriented. Following closely behind were the 13 Bone Village villagers, escorted by skeleton soldiers. They were trembling, not daring to breathe loudly. When they saw the scene before them clearly, only one phrase echoed in their minds, the one the village chief had said that day, "Undead Lord." Here was a massive valley, a bustling construction site in full swing. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of skeletons were carrying out construction work with efficiency and discipline incomprehensible to humans. Some used bone shields to dig foundations, others used bone swords as saws to cut logs. Still others lined up, carrying huge timbers toward the center of the valley one by one. And in the center of that construction site, upon a throne carved from a massive tree stump so crude it was almost laughable, sat a skeleton. He looked no different from the other skeletons, same bone frame, same empty eye sockets. But when anyone's gaze touched him, a shudder originating from the depths of their souls made their knees weak, almost forcing them to kneel on the spot. That was the absolute ruler, the singular will of this domain of death. Kaido sat on his throne, legs crossed, two finger bones tapping rhythmically on the armrest. After advancing to Tier 3, the qualitative change in his soul fire had completely freed him from the embarrassment of a clacking jaw. He could now clearly project his own voice. "Tell me everything I want to know." His voice wasn't loud, yet it carried a unique resonance of death energy, drilling clearly into the ears of every living being. "This is your only path to survival." Sir Kyle struggled to climb up from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of bloody saliva. He held onto the hilt of the sword at his waist, forcing himself to maintain the dignity of a noble. The clear footprint on his breastplate looked particularly jarring. "Vile undead. A monster like you who profanes life, don't dream of getting anything out of the mouth of an imperial knight." Kaido tilted his head. "Courage commendable. But only courage remains." He didn't even bother to say another word, just waved his bony hand gently. Standing to the side, Skill Lust immediately understood. He strode out, examining Kyle with interest. An invisible mental wave radiated out, making the surrounding villagers feel dizzy. "The Empire will avenge me. Iron Fortress will roar for me." Two skeleton soldiers stepped forward, grabbed the struggling Kyle, and dragged him into the crooked wooden cabin. A scream so shrill it didn't sound human came from the cabin, then stopped abruptly. Outside, the remaining 2 squires and 13 villagers turned as white as paper. Kaido's voice rang out again. "Now it's your turn." The 2 squires couldn't hold on any longer. Their knees gave way, and they knelt heavily on the ground, their foreheads pressed tight against the dirt. One squire named Lloyd spoke, his voice shaking uncontrollably. "Supreme Lord, we are willing to submit. We are willing to tell you everything." The other, named Rosen, banged his head on the ground repeatedly. "We are willing to serve you. We only beg you to spare our lives." "Very good." Kaido was satisfied with this efficiency. "First, tell me, what level is an army like yours in this world? And also, your power system." Lloyd didn't dare hide anything, spilling the beans like pouring bamboo tubes. "We are the direct cavalry squad of the Iron Fortress territory. In the entire Valachian Empire, localized, Odri Empire-Valakia/Empire, we are only considered a mid-tier local armed force. But in Iron Fortress, we are the Lord's only cavalry force, so our status is okay. We cultivate battle aura, mana/prana. Through meditation and training, we stimulate the body's potential. I am a Tier 1 knight apprentice, and so is Rosen. Sir Kyle is a Tier 2 formal knight." Kaido's tapping finger stopped. "And the strongest?" "The strongest we know is the Lord of Iron Fortress, Viscount Andrew. He is a powerful Tier 3 professional." Rosen rushed to answer, afraid of being a step slow. "But rumors say there are Tier 6 monsters in the Imperial capital's Royal Knights." "But that's just a rumor. The only thing we can be sure of is the Lionheart Guard protecting the Emperor. They are terrifying existences, all at Tier 5. Kaido's soul fire jumped. The Lord of Iron Fortress was Tier 3, the same level as his current generals. The capital had Tier 5s, possibly even Tier SIXS. Kaido's voice carried a hint of approval. "From now on, you will live in my undead empire. Your job is to teach my citizens all the common knowledge about your world." He paused, his voice suddenly turning cold. "Don't let me catch you adding personal bias. I can hear every word you say." Lloyd and Rosen trembled all over, gripped by the fear of being completely seen through. "Is this really a skeleton?" Even the legendary undead lords in books were never said to possess such clear wisdom and insight into the human heart. "Lloyd is willing to serve you. Rosen is willing to serve you." The 2 kowtowed heavily again. Kaido shifted his attention away from them and landed on the group of shivering villagers. "Do any of you have a craft?" The villagers looked at each other. A man who looked somewhat sturdy hesitated for a long time, then finally gritted his teeth, and stepped forward. Lord Ruler. His voice was as small as a mosquito's hum. My name is Paul, I'm a blacksmith but my skills are terrible. I can only make hoes and nails. Kaido interrupted him. He waved his bony hand. A squad of skeleton soldiers moving logs nearby stopped immediately. Walking over with uniform steps, 10 skeletons stood in a row in front of blacksmith Paul. From now on, they are your apprentices. Kaido's tone allowed no refusal. I need you to teach them blacksmithing. Paul looked at the 10 skeletons standing taller than him, then at the sharp bone swords in their hands. His legs went weak, and he almost fell. What if they kill the donkey after it leaves the mill, kill me after learning? But on second thought, this might be the only chance for him and his family to survive. He took a deep breath, imitated the 2 squires, and clumsily knelt on one knee. Blacksmith Paul is willing to serve you. Very good. Kaido nodded, then looked at the remaining villagers. You lot will be responsible for teaching my citizens how to farm. Clearing land, sowing, irrigation, everything. Although the remaining villagers were scared to death, thinking that this skeleton had technically saved them. And didn't seem to be a demon who killed innocents indiscriminately. They all knelt down, expressing their willingness to serve. Take them all away. Find an empty wooden cabin and stuff them in. Kaido issued the command. The skeleton soldiers immediately sprang into action, taking this batch of newly joined technical talents to the living quarters. Having dealt with these trivial matters, Kaido slowly stood up from his throne. At this moment, his soul link instantly covered the entire bone forest. All units, return to the territory. I have an announcement. Meanwhile, at the edge of the bone forest, Hamas was galloping through the woods on his horse, daring not look back. He could hear the heavy, rhythmic hoofbeats behind him, like the Grim Reaper's drumming, shattering his sanity step by step. That skeleton cavalry was like a white ghost. No matter how he dodged, he couldn't shake it off. Just when he despairingly thought he was dead, the hoofbeats behind him suddenly stopped. Hamas didn't dare stop, but he couldn't suppress his curiosity. He turned his head to look back. The skeleton cavalry had stopped quietly 100 meters away. It was no longer chasing. Those 2 points of soul fire burning in the darkness penetrated the layers of branches and leaves, locking precisely onto Hamas's eyes. Hamas swore he would never forget this scene for the rest of his life. If becoming a superior knight meant facing such incomprehensible monsters, he would rather be a spurned peasant forever. The next moment, the skeleton cavalry turned its horse around and left without hesitation. The ruler's command superseded everything. And Hamas collapsed on his horse like a pile of mud. He had escaped, but his courage to hold a sword had been shattered into pieces. Chapter 15, The Meeting 1844 words Chapter 15, The Meeting. Inside the valley, dead silence reigned. 2,000 skeletons covered every inch of the clearing, forming a silent sea of white. On more than half of these frames, the energy luster unique to Tier 2 undead flowed, and the soul fire in their eye sockets was solid and stable. This force was enough to wipe any small kingdom off the map. Kaido sat on the massive tree stump throne, one bony leg crossed over the other. His consciousness sank into the soul network, feeling the torrent of spirit formed by the convergence of 2,000 streams of absolute loyalty. An unprecedented sense of control made his soul fire grow a size larger. It was time. This makeshift troop needed real order. Kaido's will pierced through the soul link, projecting precisely into the depths of every unit's soul fire. His will was clear, allowing no doubt. Listen up. First item, forms of address. Kaido adjusted his sitting posture. From now on, address me uniformly as Lord or my Lord. The term undead ruler was too ostentatious. It sounded like final boss carved on his forehead, just waiting for people to form raid parties to farm him. In an instant, the soul fire of the 6 generals fluctuated violently. The ruler is laying the cornerstone for this newborn nation. Lord, what a simple, unadorned term, yet it implies absolute ownership. What confidence and majesty this is. What an honor it is for creations like them, who were bestowed true names, to address him as my Lord. Second item, regarding those living humans. Kaidos will become serious. Without my order, any unit is forbidden from harming them. They are different from you. If their heads fall off, they truly die. If your bones shatter, you can piece yourselves back together. If your soul fire goes out, you can stand up again. They are one-time consumables. I want them alive because I need the knowledge about this world in their brains. Do you understand? Your command is our will. The soul fire of 2,000 skeletons flickered in sync, and a uniform response echoed in the soul network. This feeling of absolute obedience made Kaido's bony frame feel much more comfortable. Very good. Third item, from today onwards, our territory is officially named Evernight Territory. Evernight. The kingdom of the dead and a symbol of eternity. Now, I announce, Evernight Territory shall hold its second award ceremony. Kaido's will exploded like thunder in the consciousness of all skeletons. He stood up from his throne, his pale bony finger pointing forward. The Tier 3 Berserker, Skill Pride, stepped forward. The violent aura radiating from him made the soul fire of the surrounding lower-tier skeleton soldiers flicker unsteadily. He knelt on one knee, lowering his skull, displaying a humility in stark contrast to his title. I appoint you as the General of Punishment of Evernight Territory. You shall command the Punishment Legion, with jurisdiction over 200 Tier 2 skeleton swordsmen. I dedicate everything to my lord. Pride Soul roared. The moment Kaido's voice fell, 200 Tier 2 skeleton soldiers wielding bone swords with the sharpest bones automatically stepped out. They walked behind Pride, forming a phalanx radiating killing intent. The skeleton knight urged his skeletal warhorse to the front. The iron hooves of the warhorse struck the ground, and the soul fire it breathed scorched the earth beneath it black. I appoint you as the general of the fearless vanguard of Evernight Territory. You shall command 200 skeleton cavalry. Obeying your will, my lord. 200 Tier 2 skeleton cavalry riding skeletal warhorses gathered behind Wrath, forming a torrent capable of trampling everything. The skeleton mage walked out. I appoint you as the general of the Arcane Legion of Evernight Territory. I grant you 300 Tier 2 skeleton soldiers. Additionally, the newly incorporated Tier 3 mage shall be your adjutant. Your light of wisdom shall illuminate the Evernight. Lust bowed with a hand over his chest. 300 Tier 2 skeleton soldiers with the most symmetrical bones and active mental power stepped out, curiously sizing up their new commander. Gluttony. Like a moving mountain of bone, Skill Gluttony took a step forward and the earth trembled. I appoint you as the general of the Aegis Legion of Evernight Territory. You shall command 300 Tier 2 skeleton soldiers. Gluttony responded with a muffled voice. 300 Tier 2 skeleton soldiers with the thickest bones and sturdiest structures walked with heavy steps to stand behind Gluttony, forming an insurmountable bone wall. The Tier 3 toxic archer appeared silently at the front of the queue like a shadow. I appoint you as the general of the Silent Extinction Legion of Evernight Territory. You shall command 150 Tier 2 skeleton archers. Everything lies within your gaze. Envy's voice was like a whisper, yet it rang clearly in the soul network. 150 Tier 2 skeleton archers gathered behind him, the soul fire in their eyes carrying the calmness and focus of hunters. Finally, Kaido's gaze fell on the most introverted one, Greed. The ghoul, Skill Greed, walked out. I appoint you as the Secretary of State of Evernight Territory. You shall command the State Affairs Legion, with jurisdiction over 50 Tier 2 skeleton soldiers and 800 Tier 1 skeleton soldiers. This appointment caused violent fluctuations in the soul fire of the other 5 generals. 850 units. The quantity was the largest among all legions. Secretary of State. This was a brand new position, completely different from theirs. Kaido ignored their surprise and continued ordering. The 50 Tier 2 skeleton soldiers belonging to the State Affairs Legion shall, effective immediately, serve as territory safety officers, responsible for supervising the standards, safety, and progress of all infrastructure projects. He also pointed out a dozen skeleton soldiers who had performed outstandingly in previous battles and construction. The above units are promoted to centurions under their respective legions, responsible for specific execution of orders. With a few simple sentences, a rudimentary command hierarchy was established. Additionally, the State Affairs Legion shall immediately draft 200 Tier 1 skeletons. Head to the human area and learn farming techniques. Specific personnel allocation shall be managed by Greed personally. Greed lowered his head deeply. The lords shall be executed with the highest efficiency. He glanced in the direction of the humans who were fenced in and scared pale. His mind began rapidly planning the allocation of personnel, land, and tools. Kaido scanned the 6 major legions taking shape before him, as well as the dozen newly appointed centurions, and nodded with satisfaction. Finally, he issued a command that surprised all the generals. Last item. All centurions and units above, including the 6 generals. Every day, you must set aside a fixed time to go to the human camp and learn the language, writing, and all common knowledge of this world. Dismissed. After speaking, Kaido turned and walked back to his imperial palace, leaving behind a group of subordinates with violently fluctuating soul fire. After Kaido left, the silence of the valley was broken. Under the leadership of their respective centurions, the massive skeleton legions began to reorganize and drill according to the new establishment. However, the 6 generals remained where they were, conducting a silent exchange through the soul link. The first to speak was Wrath, his soul fire burning like molten lava. Learn from those fragile creatures that break with a pinch. Although the Lord's command is absolute, I cannot comprehend it. Envy's soul fire flickered with ghostly blue light. Wrath, put away your meager thinking ability. Do you think the Lord needs that so-called common knowledge? No, this is a trial. It is for us to personally analyze the fragile structure of life. To understand their fears, their weaknesses, the limit of movement of every joint. This is for more efficient hunting. In Lust's purple soul fire, a hint of playfulness emerged. No, Envy, your vision is still too small. This is not mere hunting. The Lord is teaching us how to toy with their souls. Language is the carrier of thought, writing is the cornerstone of civilization. By mastering these, we can dominate them from the source. Making them willingly become the cornerstones of Evernight territory is far more brilliant than ruling by simple fear. Gluttony's muffled voice sounded. Learning how to make them grow fatter. That way, the hotbed of flesh and blood can birth more kin. Pride's intent was filled with fanaticism and arrogance. You all only see the surface. How could the Lord's profound meaning be so simple? He wants us to learn so we can look down upon them. To witness with our own eyes how foolish and insignificant those self-proclaimed noble lives are. In the face of absolute power, their so-called civilization and common sense are nothing but jokes. This is to consolidate our faith, to make us understand that following the Lord is the only truth. The exchange among the 5 generals was full of their own paranoia and understanding, but eventually, their consciousnesses all turned to the silent Greed. Among them, Greed was given the largest army and the most brain-intensive internal affairs power. His thoughts were crucial. Greed looked at the bustling construction site, then turned his gaze to the planned farmland. You are all wrong. Greed's thought transmission caused the soul fire of the other 5 generals to stagnate in unison. Combat, slaughter, domination, these are all just means, not the end. What the Lord needs is an empire capable of self-circulation, self-development, and infinite expansion. Not just a legion. Infrastructure is for survival. Agriculture is for energy conversion. And learning is for replication. Replicate their technology. Understand their social structure. Then, build a brand new civilization belonging to us undead, with efficiency 10,000 times higher than theirs. This is the Lord's true ambition. Each of us punishment, vanguard, arcane, defense, sniper, we are just screws in this massive imperial machine. And I, state affairs, am responsible for driving the operation of this machine. The Lord ordered us to learn, not to look down, nor to toy, but to surpass. Greed's thoughts washed over the souls of the other 5 generals like a flood. In an instant they all understood. So this is the supreme ruler's true thought. Their Lord, their Creator, was never satisfied with just a small forest from the very beginning. His gaze had long been cast upon the entire world. The Lord's wisdom is as deep as the abyss. We swear to follow the Lord to death. For the rise of Evernight territory, we dedicate everything. 6 powerful and fanatical wills intertwined, transforming into an even more steadfast loyalty that surged toward the crooked wooden cabin. At this moment, Kaido was lying in the coffin-shaped wooden bed he had built, crossing his legs, pondering a very serious question. Tomorrow, should I make them learn how to plant potatoes first, or corn first? Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Hama's 1593 words. Chapter 16. Hama's stone bricks stretched from the city gate all the way to the end of his vision. The walls of Iron Fortress territory towered high, flags fluttering in the wind. Hamas urged his exhausted horse, inching closer to the giant city that symbolized order and safety. The guards at the gate stopped him. State your identity. The guard's tone carried the laziness of routine procedure. Squire under Sir Kyle. The guard looked Hamas up and down. With that outfit, did you go wrestling with wild boars in the mud? Hamas didn't answer, merely looking at the guard with empty eyes. Another guard walked over and patted his companion on the shoulder. All right, it's real. I know him. Probably the mission didn't go smoothly. Let him in, don't cause trouble. The first guard shrugged and waved him through. Hamas passed through the heavy city gates, and the clamor of Iron Fortress flooded his ears. On both sides of the street, the shouts of vendors rose and fell. Clink-clang sounds of hammering came from the smithy, and enticing aromas wafted from the bakery's chimney. A group of children chased and played in the alley, waving wooden sticks and shouting. I am an Imperial Knight. I will definitely slay you, Demon King. You're the Demon King. Eat my dark magic. Hamas stopped, watching the child playing the knight pierce the chest of the child playing the Demon King with a wooden sword. The child playing the Demon King fell to the ground dramatically, and then both children laughed together. Hamas's hand involuntarily tightened around his sword hilt. The image of that skeleton cavalry lingered in his mind. What he saw wasn't a game, but the approaching reality. This city, this laughter, was all built on a false peace. He didn't linger any longer. Leading his horse, he walked straight toward the Lord's mansion in the city center. The Lord's mansion was like an independent fortress. The stone walls were higher, the guards' armor was finer, and their gazes were more vigilant. Squire Hamas. I have urgent military intelligence to report to Viscount Andrew. Hamas said to the guard at the door. He deliberately straightened his back, trying to look less wretched. The guard scrutinized him for a moment. After confirming his identity, one guard turned to go inside and report. The wait wasn't long. Hamas was led into a spacious room. Thick carpets covered the floor, and taxidermied heads of fierce beasts and exquisite paintings hung on the walls. A faint fragrance of incense permeated the air, completely at odds with the smell on Hamas. A middle-aged man in luxurious clothes sat behind a huge oak desk. He was the actual ruler of Iron Fortress territory, a vassal of Count Barton. Viscount Andrew. Is the mission complete? Viscount Andrew didn't even look up, his fingers sliding across a document. Why didn't Kyle come to report to me? He understands the rules less and less. Hamas knelt on one knee and lowered his head. Respected Viscount Andrew, the mission was successful. Bone Village has been cleared. Andrew finally looked up, his gaze landing on Hamas, brows slightly furrowed. Then why do you look like this? Where is Kyle? Baron Kyle died in the line of duty. Hamas struggled to spit out these words. In the bone forest, we encountered the undead scourge. The air in the room instantly solidified. Undead scourge. Viscount Andrew leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharpening. Hamas, you know the weight of that term. Speak clearly. Countless ranked undead and multiple tier 3 undead. With every word Hamas spoke, he felt his courage draining away. Baron Kyle and the other 2 squires all died in battle. Viscount Andrew fell silent. He tapped his finger rhythmically on the desk, making a dull sound. Thud, thud. Only this monotonous sound and Hamas's heavy breathing remained in the room. You'd better not be lying to me. Andrew's voice was calm, but beneath the calm lay immense pressure. Fabricating such a lie to shirk responsibility for a failed mission, you know the consequences. Every word I said is true, my lord. I saw it with my own eyes. Hamas raised his head agitatedly. Those weren't ordinary undead. They had organization, discipline, like an army. They even set ambushes in the forest. Viscount Andrew stared into Hamas's eyes for a long time, seeming to judge the truth of his words. He suddenly shouted. From the shadows on the side of the room, a middle-aged man in a butler's outfit with impeccably combed hair walked out silently. Notify the Adventurers Guild. Andrew spoke quickly, his orders clear. Issue a subjugation quest for the Bone Forest. Target, all undead in the area. Quest rank, set it as silver rank reconnaissance first. Let them send people to figure out the situation. Mark it with high priority, need to investigate the existence of undead individuals at tier 2 and above. Hal bowed slightly. Also, send a squad of territory guards to Bone Village. No, to the edge of the Bone Forest. Andrew corrected himself. To search for Kyle's belongings. His sword or family crest. Anything that can prove his identity. If alive, I want the person, if dead, I want the corpse. If you can't find him, bring back some scorched wood and broken armor. Understood. Andrew looked at Hamas, his eyes devoid of any warmth. Spread that story. Say that night Kyle, in order to protect the people of the territory, heroically crusaded against the butchers of the theocracy in Bone Village, and unfortunately sacrificed himself in the fierce battle. Let the bards weave the story a bit nicer. After all, it's the Count's mission, put some heart into it, don't half-ass it. As you command, Master. Hal bowed again, then silently retreated into the shadows just as he had appeared. Only Andrew and Hamas were left in the room again. Viscount Andrew took a small metal badge from a drawer and tossed it casually onto the desk. The badge slid across the surface and stopped in front of Hamas. This is what I promised you. Honorary Knight. Andrew leaned back in his chair, resuming his lazy posture. No land, no salary. But this title is enough for you to brag about in taverns for a lifetime, and make those commoner girls look at you differently. He glanced at Hamas, making no effort to hide the disdain in his eyes. You may leave. The smell on you is overpowering my incense. Hamas stood up silently, picked up the cold badge, and clenched it tightly in his palm. He didn't say another word, simply bowed, turned, and exited the room. Walking out of the Lord's mansion, the sunlight outside was a bit blinding. Hamas opened his palm, looking at the badge symbolizing honor, but felt no joy in his heart. This badge was bought with the lives of the entire village, and with his shattered courage. He returned to his home in the Commoner district, a small, somewhat dilapidated 2-story wooden house. Pushing open the door, the aroma of food wafted out. You're back. A gentle female voice came from the kitchen. Hungry, right? Dinner will be ready soon. Hamas stood in the entryway, not responding. The sounds in the kitchen stopped. Moments later, a young woman wearing an apron walked out, still holding a kitchen knife. When she saw it was Hamas standing at the door, her tense body relaxed, and she put down the knife. She looked at the filth covering Hamas and the exhaustion on his face, asking nothing. She simply walked up silently, opened her arms, and gently hugged him, one hand slowly stroking his back. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Hamas couldn't hold it together anymore. He buried his head in the woman's shoulder, his body trembling violently. The fear and despair suppressed for so long turned into silent tears, soaking the woman's clothes. The two embraced like this until a burnt smell drifted from the kitchen. "Ah, the food is burning," the woman named Lilia exclaimed softly, and let go of Hamas. Hamas snapped out of it too, quickly wiping his tears to join Lilia in the kitchen. They hurriedly dealt with the mass in the pot that was no longer recognizable. Hamas spoke in a low voice while cleaning up the mess. "If I told you that an army of undead will soon trample Iron Fortress flat, would you leave with me?" Lilia's movements didn't stop, but her tone was serious as never before. "I believe every word you say, Hamas. But you know, I cannot leave Iron Fortress." Hamas stopped what he was doing and looked at Lilia in confusion. A trace of sadness appeared in Lilia's eyes. "I promised my father. Before he died, I promised him I would marry a knight of Iron Fortress. Someone who can protect this city. My home is here, and my memories are here too." Hamas fell silent. He opened his hand. The honorary knight badge in his palm reflected a faint light under the kitchen lamp. "Can the current me also be called a knight?" Hamas gripped the badge tightly, the metal edge digging painfully into his palm. Lilia sensed the dejection in his tone. She turned around. Looking at Hamas gently, she kissed him lightly. "Of course, Hamas. You have always been my knight." Hamas spoke no more, silently cleaning up the burnt food. Starting over to fix this late dinner. Chapter 17, Learning. 1879 words. Chapter 17, Learning. Evernight territory. A villager from Bone Village stood helplessly next to an earthen pit. Inside the pit, a Tier 1 skeleton soldier lay peacefully, its posture perfect. "Skeleton, not like this. Planting vegetables means putting the seeds in, not lying in there yourself." The villager's voice was filled with resignation. His name was Buck, formerly a hunter, now one of the agricultural technical instructors of Evernight territory. The skeleton soldier in the pit was unmoved. It even adjusted its posture to lie more comfortably. Its soul fire was calm and waveless, seeming to say, "I'm just a little skeleton. I don't understand what you're saying." Buck didn't dare persuade it further. Just yesterday, a villager teaching another squad of skeletons next door shouted once because he couldn't stand it anymore. He ended up getting bonged on the head 3 times with a hoe handle by that skeleton student. Although he wasn't injured, the experience of being educated by a bone rack gave him nightmares all night. Just as Buck was at a loss, a figure walked over. It was a Tier 2 skeleton soldier. Bound to its left arm was a bone plate carved with ivory-colored runes, the symbol of a safety officer of the State Affairs Legion. The safety officer walked to the edge of the pit. Its empty eye sockets first looked at the skeleton lying flat, then turned to the villager Buck. The skeleton soldier in the pit seemed to sense the arrival of a superior. It sprang up from the pit instantly. It snatched the hoe from Buck's hand, then turned to Buck, jaw clacking open to emit a loud gaw. The sound was full of grievance and blame. As if saying, "Why didn't you dig me out sooner? You delayed my learning progress." Buck was completely dumbfounded. The safety officer ignored Buck. It faced the Tier 1 skeleton soldier and also emitted a short gaw. That was an interrogation. Then, the safety officer grabbed the Tier 1 skeleton, who was a head shorter than itself, and strode to a patch of land nearby that had been specifically left empty. That land was the re-education demonstration zone designated by the Lord himself. The safety officer got to work personally. Using its hard bone shield, it quickly dug a deep hole in the ground. A deep hole just big enough to bury a skeleton, leaving only its head exposed. Then, it took the errant Tier 1 skeleton soldier and planted it straight in like a radish, tamping the soil around it solid. Having done all this, the safety officer patted the dirt off its bony hands, turned around, and scanned the entire farmland with its eyeless sockets. The skeletons who were slacking off just moments ago mimicking the villagers by digging twice then poking an earthworm once, or gesturing with bone swords to see if they were sharper than hoes instantly became incredibly focused. Their hoe-swinging movements were as standard as a textbook. The depth of the holes, the spacing of the seeds, everything strictly followed the villagers' demonstrations, daring not deviate by a millimeter. Buck watched this scene, then looked at the radish skeleton, with only its head exposed, staring blankly at the sky. He swallowed hard. The kingdom of the undead was truly. On the other side, inside the wooden cabin prepared specifically for high-level education. The atmosphere was as oppressive as a solidified swamp. A bony hand slammed heavily onto the wooden table. The table groaned under the unbearable weight. Damn humans. Why do I have to return something I snatched with my own strength? The Tier 3 skeleton knight, Wrath, stared dead at the two humans before him with eye sockets burning with crimson fire. Rosen and Lloyd, the two former squires of Iron Fortress and current common knowledge instructors of Evernight territory, felt their blood freezing. Rosen's voice shook uncontrollably. This is the concept of private property. It is one of the most basic rules of human society. It's not saying you have to return what you snatched, but that an object has its own owner. Wrath's soul fire flared up. Only the Lord Ruler is qualified to say such things. Hearing this, Lloyd quickly added. With your strength, you can naturally become the owner of anything. But if you snatch a piece of bread, the original owner of the bread will go hungry, and he will resent you. If everyone were like you, where the strong can snatch things from the weak at will, then the entire society would collapse. No one would produce bread because it would just get snatched anyway. In the end, everyone starves to death together. Rosen and Lloyd took turns speaking, trying to use the simplest logic to explain this complex rule of human society. They dared not say this rule applies to you too, General, so they could only beat around the bush describing the function of the rule. This was the experience they had summarized over these days. When facing these noble generals, you couldn't tell them what they should do. Instead, you had to say what benefit doing so brings to the Lord Ruler. Wrath's soul fire flickered uncertainly, seemingly trying to understand this convoluted logic. This sounded like it made a little bit of sense. Just as Wrath's soul fire subsided slightly and Rosen and Lloyd were about to breathe a sigh of relief, a mocking voice came from the doorway. Unable to comprehend even such simple reasoning. I hope your empty skull won't bring trouble to the Lord Ruler in the future because you forgot this common sense. The General of Punishment, Pride, was leaning against the door frame. He didn't have classes today, he was just passing by but happened to overhear this lesson. Wrath's soul fire instantly turned from crimson to deep red. He stood up abruptly, the chair beneath him crushed into splinters by his violent aura. Naturally, I won't bring trouble to the Lord. But right now, I want to bring a little trouble to you. Pride straightened up from the door frame and walked slowly into the room. With just you. Pride clenched his bony hand, and the hideous bone-cleaving greatsword condensed into form. The Lord isn't here. I am invincible. You seek death. Wrath stomped his right foot heavily. The ground cracked instantly. A skeletal warhorse burning with soul fire neighed and burst out from the shadows underground. He mounted the horse, his lance pointing remotely at Pride's skull. The death energy inside the wooden cabin boiled instantly. Rosen and Lloyd huddled in the corner like two quails waiting to be slaughtered. At this moment of swords drawn and bows bent. In the entire territory, you guys are the loudest. I ask you to learn some knowledge, and it's either wind or rain with you too. The moment the voice rang out, the aura of wrath and pride enough to destroy a small town vanished instantly like a popped balloon. They turned simultaneously and knelt on one knee, their movements perfectly synchronized. Lord Ruler. Lord Ruler. Kaido stood at the door, looking at the messy room, and the two human instructors in the corner about to faint from fright. He felt his soul fire throbbing. Kaido felt that, as the Lord, it was necessary to let his generals understand what discipline meant more profoundly. Kaido didn't say another word. He walked in, ignoring the two generals kneeling on the ground. He reached out with both hands, grabbing one in each hand like picking up chicks, grabbing Wrath by the back of the neck bone, and Pride by the spine. The two Tier 3 powerhouses offered zero resistance in Kaido's hands. Not that they couldn't, but that they dared not. The Lord's will was absolute truth. Even if that will was to wipe them out completely. Lord Ruler. My lord. Confusion filled the soul fire of both Wrath and Pride. Kaido didn't explain. He carried the two generals out of the wooden cabin, and walked straight to the farmland that had just undergone re-education. The safety officer supervising the work, and all the skeletons laboring, stopped their movements and silently paid attention to their supreme monarch. Kaido walked up next to the radish skeleton. He let go, dropping the two generals on the ground. Then, Kaido got to work personally. His finger bones acted like the sharpest drills, quickly digging two deep holes in the ground. Dimensions and depth were exactly the same as the one next to them. Then, Kaido took Wrath and Pride, who hadn't reacted yet, and planted them in one by one. Tamped solid. All in one go. Having done all this, Kaido clapped his hands. Under the sun, three skeletal heads stuck out of the ground side by side, forming a unique scenic line. On the far left was the Tier 1 skeleton soldier with a peaceful face, continuing to watch the clouds. In the middle was Wrath, whose soul fire burned violently, his face written with "It's all your fault." On the far right was Pride, whose soul fire flickered uncertainly, seemingly engaging in some profound introspection. Kaido looked at his masterpiece, and nodded with satisfaction. He turned and ordered the safety officer, whose bones were trembling in fear. Watch them. Before the sun sets, if anyone dares to climb out on their own, break his legs and bury him back in. The safety officer's soul fire was so excited it almost jumped out. An order to guard two generals given by the Lord personally. What trust and glory this was! It immediately walked in front of the three radishes, puffed out its chest, and entered the highest state of alert. Having dealt with all this, Kaido turned and left. Managing a newborn empire was truly exhausting. He needed to return to his imperial palace, lie in his coffin, and have some peace and quiet. After Kaido left, the field ridge fell into a brief tranquility. The Tier 1 skeleton soldier on the far left turned its head, looked at Wrath next to it, then looked at Pride on the other side. It emitted a friendly gaw. As if saying hello. Hi, new neighbors. Wrath's soul fire whipped toward it, responding. Pride's soul fire also flickered, responding similarly. Then, the heads of the two generals turned toward each other simultaneously. Who told you to copy me? I was responding to a colleague's greeting. What does it have to do with you? You, on the other hand, are so rude, lacking any demeanor of a general. Who are you calling rude? Believe it or not, I'll burn your skull with my soul fire right now. You can try. It would be a good opportunity to verify whether your soul fire burns me first, or I crush your pitiful soul first. The Tier 1 skeleton soldier on the far left completely ignored the bickering of the two big shots beside it. It looked up, watching the clouds drifting across the sky. It discovered that being buried in the dirt actually felt pretty nice. Very cozy. Just a little bit embarrassing for a skeleton. Chapter 18, Investigation 1224 words. Chapter 18, Investigation. On the dirt road leading to the Bone Forest, a 5-person squad was walking unhurriedly. Boss, isn't this mission a bit too easy? Clear the undead, it's just a silver rank reconnaissance request. I feel like I could finish this mission by myself. Walking at the very front was the burly Manbole, who patted his plate armor proudly, producing a series of muffled thud-thud sounds. He was the team's shield warrior, his muscles nearly bursting through the gaps in his armor. At the end of the line, a slender young man with his head lowered was carefully wiping his dagger, saying nothing. His name was Finn, the team's scout and assassin. Don't get too optimistic about the job. If pie really fell from the sky, it wouldn't land on our Silver Moon squad. The one speaking was the captain, Caden, an experienced Tier 2 warrior. His hand rested permanently on the hilt of the sword at his waist, his eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Yeah. The request form specifically marked it in red ink. We need to confirm whether there are undead above Tier 2. The female mage in the team, Isla, pulled down the hood covering half her face. If we really run into one, whether we can even run away is a big question mark. What's there to be afraid of with a Tier 2? Bull snorted nonchalantly. All 5 of us are skilled Tier 1s, and Captain is a Tier 2 warrior. Even if we're unlucky enough to bump into a Tier 3, it'll have a hard time dealing with us. Check your blunt weapons. Caden's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. The most effective weapons against skeletons are blunt ones. Finn, I hope you won't use your precious dagger to give the skeletons a scrape massage when the time comes. The slender youth named Finn finally looked up, rolling his eyes at the captain's back. Except for a certain little priest who can even forget to bring healing potions, who would make such a rookie mistake? The priest girl named Ariel, who had just been called out, instantly blushed crimson. She subconsciously touched her waist. It was empty there, save for a holy scripture hanging lonely. I am a priest. My holy light is the best weapon. She puffed out her chest, forcing a defense. Caden sighed, his tone full of helplessness. If a straggler rushes in front of you, do you expect to chant it into dizziness with your prayers? This is the last time, Ariel. Make this mistake again, and your pay gets cut in half. Here we go again. Captain said the exact same thing last time. Isla muttered softly. Laughter erupted in the squad, and even the corners of Finn's mouth twitched upward. Not long after, the scene by the roadside brought their laughter to an abrupt halt. Over a dozen corpses lay strewn across the wild grass, most pierced by arrows. Dried, blackened blood stained the surrounding soil dark red, and swarms of flies buzzed over the bodies. Unlucky migrating villagers. Bull took one look and looked away in disgust. Don't meddle. Finn's voice turned cold. This isn't our mission. Ariel looked at the corpses, her lips moving as if wanting to recite a prayer of repose for them, but she ultimately kept her mouth shut. Caden waved his hand, signaling the team to continue. They all tacitly walked around that small patch of death, pretending they had seen nothing. This was the unspoken rule of survival for adventurers. On the other side, a squad of guards from Iron Fortress was one step ahead of them, having already arrived at the ruins of Bone Village. The village, razed by fire, was left with only scorched, broken walls. The air carried the nauseating smell of charcoal, and some kind of burnt grease. Captain, there's nothing here. Can't even find a rat's hair. A guard kicked a burnt beam and complained, cursing. The guard captain, Davos, didn't speak. He crouched down, using his scabbard to push aside the thick ash at his feet. A muddy metal badge was revealed, bearing the 3 holy swords insignia of the theocracy. Captain, found something here. Another guard shouted from nearby. He had also found several identical badges. Davos walked over, looking at the badges casually thrown on the ground, the corner of his mouth pulling into a mocking arc too deliberate. These lords always did things so crudely. He picked one up, emotionlessly wiped it clean with a handkerchief, and carefully tucked it into the inner pocket of his chest armor. Then he picked up another, walked to a collapsed wall, and half-buried the badge in the dirt and ash. Only a corner blackened by smoke remained visible. He then stomped on it hard with his heel, making it look like it had been buried after a fierce battle. Collect the rest. Take them back as evidence. Davos ordered his subordinates. Yes, Captain. All right, since we can't find Sir Kyle's belongings here, we should go check the bone forest. Davos stood up and clapped the ash off his hands. The Viscount also asked us to check if that hellhole really has some undead scourge. A guard couldn't help but speak up. Captain, can we trust Hamas's words? I reckon he was just scared witless by a few small skeletons and came back spouting nonsense. Davos turned around, glaring at him and shouting. He is now Knight Hamas. An honorary knight is still a knight. Is he someone people like you can discuss casually? If these words reached the ears of any noble, your head would be hanging on the city wall as a wind chime tomorrow. The guard shrank his neck in fear, shut his mouth immediately, and didn't dare say another word. The group reorganized their formation and walked toward the bone forest not far away. They only circled the outskirts of the forest. Along the way, they indeed encountered a few wandering skeletons. Those skeletons had yellowed bones, joints still covered in dirt, moving as slowly as 80-year-old men. The guards smashed them into fragments with their halberds in just a few moves. Just this trash scared Knight Hamas like that. The guard who had been scolded earlier couldn't help but mutter again, his voice full of disdain. This time, Davos didn't scold him. Because he felt something was wrong too. Too quiet. Aside from the rustling of wind through leaves, there was basically no trace of animals in the forest. This forest was as dead as a grave. How exactly did Sir Kyle die? Can't even find a bone. A guard asked. Captain, are we going deeper? Davos shook his head. He had a very bad feeling, as if something deep in the woods was watching them. Our main task is to give the Viscount an explanation. Exploring the forest is the Adventurers Guild's job, not ours. He bent down and picked up a few relatively complete pieces from the pile of bone fragments on the ground, wrapping them in a rag. Let's go. Return to report. The guard squad left without looking back. Behind them, the smashed bone fragments silently sank into the soil and vanished without a trace. Chapter 19, The Captive 1461 words. Chapter 19, The Captive. Several days later, on the dirt road at the edge of the bone forest. The 5 members of the Silver Moon squad ran head-on into a squad of guards just coming out of the woods. Guard Captain Davos glanced at the adventurer badges on their chests and nodded. Here for a guild mission. We only encountered some novice skeletons. Be careful. Squad Captain Caden understood the implication and replied. The two groups passed each other without much conversation. Hear that, boss? I told you this mission was easy. The shield warrior Bull carried his giant shield, his voice booming. Even a bunch of guards can handle it. For our Silver Moon squad, it'll be a piece of cake. Shut up, Bull. Stay alert. Caden's hand never left his sword hilt. They stepped into the forest. For the first few hours, everything was exactly as the guard captain had said. Wandering the woods were only yellow-boned novice skeletons, slow-moving and harmless. Bull didn't even need to swing his giant shield, just a forward shove was enough to smash one apart. This is it. Just this trash. Bull crushed a skeleton's skull with one foot, sending bone shards flying. Caden didn't stop him. He was thinking about how overly quiet this forest was, yet the undead they encountered were indeed pitifully weak. Finn, found anything? Caden asked. The ever-silent scout Finn shook his head and pointed at the ground. No tracks of wild beasts. Only skeletons. They are wandering aimlessly. No pattern. Another 2 hours passed. They had gradually ventured deeper into the forest, clearing out no fewer than 80 to 100 skeletons. Just as Bull complained again about the mission being boring, Finn at the front suddenly stopped and made a silenced gesture. Everyone instantly quieted down, gripping their weapons tightly. Finn parted the bushes in front of him, revealing the scene ahead through a gap. It was a forest clearing. 50 skeletons were surrounding and annihilating a few scattered wild skeletons in an unnerving formation. Their bones were pure white, and they held standardized bone longswords. Their movements were uniform. Every slash, every block was filled with efficiency. The wild skeletons before them were harvested like wheat. After the battle, these 50 skeleton swordsmen didn't disperse. Several of them stepped forward, skillfully collecting the broken bones on the ground and carrying them deeper into the forest. The rest maintained their formation, standing guard on the spot. "What are those?" the mage Isla asked in confusion. "Tier 2 skeleton swordsmen." Caden's voice was suppressed very low. The guild archives mentioned them. Stronger than ordinary Tier 2 skeleton soldiers, possessing basic combat techniques. For the first time, the relaxed expression vanished from Bull's face. "Are you kidding me? That's enough to form a small-scale army." "The most critical point," Finn added. "They are collecting bones. They have a purpose. They are not wandering." Caden looked at the disciplined skeleton unit, then at the direction they were carrying the bones. A terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. These 50 Tier 2 skeletons might just be a work detail operating outside. Caden ordered decisively. This wasn't a situation they could handle. The intelligence was secured, and it far exceeded expectations. They had to return to Iron Fortress immediately and report this news to the guild and the Lord's mansion. The 5 carefully backed away. But the moment they turned around, every single head in that skeleton swordsman unit 50 skulls turned in unison toward their hiding spot. In their empty eye sockets, soul fire flickered. "We've been spotted." Caden roared, the first to dash out. Bull held up his shield to cover the rear, Isla began chanting a haste spell, and Ariel turned pale with fright, running desperately with the team. 50 skeleton swordsmen strode forward, chasing after them. The sound of bones hitting the ground merged into a wave, exceptionally clear in the silent forest. The 5 members of the Silver Moon squad were experienced adventurers and moved extremely fast. But the skeleton swordsmen behind them were no slower, sticking doggedly to their tails. After running for about 10 minutes, Caden noticed something even weirder. They stopped. Isla shouted. Caden looked back. Sure enough, the vast majority of the skeleton swordsmen stopped chasing after they reached the outer perimeter. Only one was still following them unhurriedly. It didn't speed up to catch them, nor did it attack. It just maintained a fixed distance. "What is it doing?" The priest Ariel was about to cry. "It's marking us. Or guiding us somewhere." Finn's voice was terrifyingly calm. "We can't let it keep following." Bowl asked. Caden shook his head, an idea forming in his mind. "Capture it alive." "Are you crazy?" Isla said. "This is evidence. The most powerful evidence." Caden's breathing was ragged. "A living Tier 2 skeleton swordsman is more useful than 10,000 of our words. Bringing it back is enough to shake the entire Iron Fortress territory." Finn glanced at the captain, understanding Caden's intent. He didn't speak, just suddenly changed direction, slipping into the shadow of a large tree, and disappearing completely. The other 4 continued running forward, deliberately slowing down. The skeleton swordsman seemed unaware that the group was missing a person. It maintained its original rhythm and followed. Just as it passed the large tree where Finn was hiding, a shadow dropped from the canopy, silent as a ghost. Finn landed behind the skeleton swordsman like a civet cat. The heavy hammer in his hand didn't smash into the bones, but struck viciously at its cervical joint. However, the skeleton swordsman's reaction exceeded everyone's expectations. It didn't even turn its head. Its body dipped abruptly, and the bone sword in its hand slashed backward at an impossible angle. Finn's pupils constricted. He hastily retracted his hammer and retreated, barely dodging the fatal strike by a hair's breadth. It was this moment of stagnation that allowed Caden and Bowl to double back, charging from left and right. Bowl's giant shield slammed viciously into the skeleton swordsman's side. The massive impact made it stagger. Caden's longsword struck like a viper, precisely jamming the wrist joint of its sword hand and twisting hard. The bone sword dropped. Beautifully done. Bull roared excitedly. But the skeleton swordsman abandoned its weapon. 5 bony fingers spread wide, clawing straight for Caden's face. Watch out! Ariel finally reacted. She splashed a bottle of holy water she had prepared. The holy water traced an arc in the air, drenching the skeleton swordsman accurately. A piercing sizzling sound erupted, white smoke rising. The skeleton swordsman's movements became noticeably sluggish. Isla seized the opportunity, closing in and binding its torso and limbs tightly with a specially made rope soaked in holy water. Combat over. Cut the chatter, move quickly. Caden hoisted the trussed-up skeleton swordsman onto his shoulder, fear lingering in his heart. We can't stay here. They dared not delay any longer, fleeing the bone forest at top speed and sprinting toward Iron Fortress. Meanwhile, Evernight Territory, Valley Base. Kaido was lying in his coffin-shaped wooden bed, reviewing the work reports submitted by his subordinates. These reports were presented directly into his consciousness as images via the Soul Link. Greed's State Affairs Legion had completed the construction of the 300th wooden cabin. Envy's Extinction Legion had set up over 300 fixed sentry posts around the base. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Just then, a soul link belonging to Pride, carrying an imperceptible ripple, connected to Kaido's consciousness. Lord Ruler. Punishment Legion 3rd Patrol Squad encountered 5 human life forms at the eastern edge of the forest. Opponent strength assessed as 4 Tier 1s, 1 Tier 2. My troops followed your instructions, merely monitoring and driving them away before they refused to leave. However, the opponent used despicable tactics to ambush and capture one of my soldiers. ID, Punishment Legion 3rd Battalion, no. Kaido's soul fire jumped. He immediately switched perspectives, accessing the vision of the captured soldier via the soul link. A shaky view. He could feel himself being carried on someone's shoulder. Trees were retreating rapidly in the periphery, accompanied by the rapid breathing of several living humans. And skeleton soldier number 108's soul fire was calm, without a single ripple. It didn't struggle, nor did it fear. It simply faithfully executed the last command received, after being captured, stand by. Since Kaido turned into a skeleton, this was the first time he felt anger. You broke the rules first. And the Silver Moon Squad, running for their lives, had no idea that what they were carrying wasn't a monumental achievement, but a cold gaze from the kingdom of the dead. Chapter 20, March Out 1729 words Chapter 20, March Out. Evernight Territory, Valley Base. Kaido withdrew his consciousness from afar. With a light press of his bony hand on the edge of the bed, his skeletal frame sat up silently. 3 days' journey, huh? His voice echoed in the empty wooden cabin. The next moment, an unmatched will swept through the entire bone forest like a storm. All units, return to the territory. In an instant, whether they were chopping wood, patrolling, or hunting, every skeleton stopped its actions. Over 3,000 pairs of empty eye sockets turned in unison toward the valley. Then, they strode forward with synchronized steps. Transforming into streams of white floodwater, they surged toward their king. The figures of the 6 generals appeared beneath Kaido's throne almost simultaneously. Lord Ruler. Kaido looked down at the swiftly assembled, densely packed white mass of the undead army in the square below. 200 elite skeletons. He left only 100 of the lowest-tier skeleton soldiers to guard the base. He waved his bony hand, pointing in the direction of Iron Fortress territory. March out. Meanwhile, Iron Fortress territory. Caden's group practically scrambled and rolled through the city gates. Their wretched appearance and the trussed-up skeleton they were carrying immediately attracted everyone's attention. They split into 2 groups. The Shield Warrior Bowl and the Mage Isla, gasping for breath, headed straight for the Lord's mansion. The captain, Caden, took the scout Finn, and the priest Ariel, carrying their trophy, and rushed toward the Adventurers Guild. Inside the guild hall, it was noisy and chaotic. Mercenaries bragged about their achievements, the clinking of ale mugs mixing with crude jokes. When Caden's trio burst in, the entire hall went quiet for a moment. Everyone's gaze was pinned dead on the skeleton swordsman, bound by ropes soaked in holy water, yet still struggling slightly. Is that a tier 2 skeleton swordsman? They captured one alive. How is that possible? Just subjugating a tier 2 skeleton swordsman is already a silver rank quest. Capturing alive, that has to be at least peak silver. The Silver Moon squad is going to be famous now. Caden turned a deaf ear to the exclamations and discussions around him. He rushed straight to the second floor of the guild and kicked open the door to the guildmaster's office. Inside the office, an old man with gray hair and a face covered in scars was polishing a war hammer. He was the guild master of the Iron Fortress Adventurers Guild, the Tier 3 peak berserker, Greg. What's the rush, Caden? Did the sky fall down? Greg didn't even look up. Worse than the sky falling. Caden's voice was urgent. He threw the struggling skeleton onto the floor and spoke immediately. Guildmaster, in the Bone Forest, we found an undead army. Greg's polishing motion stopped. At least 50 of them. All Tier 2 skeleton swordsmen like this one. Caden pointed at the captive on the floor, speaking rapidly. They have organization, discipline, like a real army. They were even collecting the bones of their own kind. We suspect these 50 might just be a work detail operating outside. They didn't actively attack us, just drove us away. This one we caught was just following behind, as if marking us. Greg stood up abruptly, strode over to the skeleton swordsman in a few steps and stared at it. He suddenly roared, grabbed the war hammer at hand, swung it in a full arc, and smashed it viciously onto the skeleton swordsman's skull with a whistling wind. The skull shattered on impact. The small flame of purple soul fire, like a candle in the wind, extinguished instantly. Guildmaster. Caden was stunned by this sudden scene. You idiots. You don't even know what you've done. Greg's face was now ugly to the extreme. He pointed at the corpse, his voice trembling. To create an undead army of this scale and quality, there must be an undead lord behind it. High-ranking undead can sense the location of every single soldier through a soul link. Our location might have already been exposed right under that lord's nose. Caden muttered to himself. Undead lord. The muscles on Greg's face twitched. A fear of the unknown made him uneasy. He feared that the unknown undead lord was already on the way. Almost at the same time, inside the lord's mansion, Viscount Andrew's roar shook dust from the ceiling. Are you goblins? A bunch of idiots. He grabbed the documents on his desk and threw them crazily at Bowl and Isla. You knew something was wrong, yet you brought that thing back. Do you want the entire Iron Fortress territory to be buried with you? Bastards. You self-righteous adventurers. Viscount Andrew's noble demeanor was gone, replaced by hysterical fear. Take me to your captain. Immediately. I want to see with my own eyes what exactly you brought back. Moments later, Viscount Andrew led a squad of guards and stormed into the Adventurers Guild in a rage. Your people said. His voice stopped abruptly. Because the moment he rushed in, everyone in the hall witnessed a scene they would never forget, a scene that overturned their worldview. The skeleton whose soul fire had been personally extinguished by Guild Master Greg, whose skull was shattered, moved its finger. A thread of purple light, thinner than a hair, lit up deep within its broken eye sockets. The resurrected skeleton swordsman sprang up, ignoring the terrifying pressure of the two Tier 3 powerhouses next to it. Its target was clear. Its bone claw turned into a white bolt of lightning, going straight for Caden's throat. Watch out! Greg reacted fastest. With a roar, his war hammer coated in white light smashed viciously at the skeleton swordsman. Viscount Andrew also instantly drew the sword at his waist and joined the fray without hesitation. Two Tier 3 powerhouses, the highest combat power of Iron Fortress, were actually forced to team up against a small Tier 2 skeleton swordsman. The fierce clash lasted only a few breaths. The skeleton swordsman was ultimately outmatched and was soon subdued by the two again. Its limb joints were completely smashed, rendering it immobile. But this time, no one dared to take it lightly. Greg and Viscount Andrew looked at each other, seeing unconcealable horror on each other's faces. Soul fire extinguished, and it can still resurrect. Viscount Andrew's voice was incredibly dry. This is beyond our understanding. Greg's face was paler than a dead man's. For all undead creatures, the soul fire is the fatal weakness. Once the soul fire is out, it's just a pile of useless bones. It's the legendary Lich. Andrew sucked in a breath of cold air. That's a Tier 5 monster. There are only a handful in the entire Empire. But even for a Lich, its phylactery can only resurrect itself. It's absolutely impossible for it to grant this kind of immortality to a common skeleton soldier. From Bone Forest to Iron Fortress takes only 3 days. We don't have much time. Viscount Andrew didn't say another word. He turned and left. Returning to the Lord's mansion, he immediately issued the highest-level emergency notice, ordering all subjects of Iron Fortress territory to evacuate immediately, heading east to Count Barton's territory for asylum. He wrote 7 or 8 letters in succession, sending them to Count Barton's territory via the fastest message hawks, then called his wife before him. Take the children and all my treasures and leave immediately. Go to the Count. His wife, an elegant noblewoman, grabbed his arm at this moment, shaking her head desperately. I won't leave. Andrew, I won't leave. Viscount Andrew looked at his wife before him. This man, always dignified in front of his subjects, dropped his reserve and hugged her. I am the Lord of Iron Fortress. I cannot leave. If I leave, our Andrew family will be reviled by everyone. You and the children will live in the shame of being spat upon for the rest of your lives. His wife held him tightly, crying and shouting. In my heart, you are more worthy of respect than the Emperor of the Empire. You are more majestic and powerful than the commander of the Royal Knights. I don't need any glory, I only want you. I am willing to die here with you. But we still have the children. Andrew stroked his wife's long hair, his voice choking up. Don't be willful. For the children, live on. His wife couldn't speak any more. Desperate sobs, mixed with weak cries of bastard, echoed in the empty room. The bell for evacuation rang throughout the city. Receiving the news, Hamas returned to his small wooden house. Lilia was quietly wiping a picture frame, as if the chaos outside had nothing to do with her. They're coming. Hamas's voice was calm. Yes, they're coming. Lilia didn't even turn her head. Leave, Lilia. There's still time. Hamas, I won't leave. Lilia turned around, her eyes gentle yet firm. Even if I'm the only person left in this city. Hearing this, Hamas suddenly smiled. What are you smiling at? Lilia gave him a playfully reproachful look. Hamas walked up to her, gently stroking her cheek. I'm smiling because I forgot. I am also a knight now. Is that so? I haven't forgotten, Sir Knight. Lilia laughed too. Lilia, do you remember the first time we met? That was so long ago, who remembers that clearly? Then please remember this time. Before his voice fell, Hamas's hand chop fell like lightning, precisely striking the back of Lilia's neck. Her body went limp. Hamas caught her steadily, whispering in her ear. Forgive me, Lilia. He picked her up and handed her through the back door to a female adventurer he knew well, who had been waiting there. He gave her all his life savings. Take her away. Use the fastest speed. Go to the imperial capital. Watching the carriage disappear into the chaotic flow of people, Hamas closed the door. He went back into the house and pulled out from under the bed the longsword he had once lost the courage to hold. By the dim light of the fireplace, using a whetstone, he slowly sharpened the blade. Chapter 21, Andrew 13:14 words. Chapter 21, Andrew Day 3, morning. On the city walls of Iron Fortress territory, the wind cut like a knife. Viscount Andrew's luxurious clothes flapped loudly in the cold wind, bringing no warmth whatsoever. He stood by the battlements, overlooking the city under his rule. 20 years. When he first set foot here, Iron Fortress territory was just a mud town with a slightly nicer name. He spent 20 years of effort paving those muddy roads with stone bricks, replacing those crooked wooden shacks with sturdy stone buildings, watching the population grow from a few hundred to tens of thousands. He had welcomed the birth of his children here, and buried his father here. Just last month, he was sitting in his warm study, calculating how to use the war between the Empire and the theocracy to take Iron Fortress's wealth to the next level. This month he stood here, ready to be buried with this city. His gaze crossed the empty streets, landing on the wriggling black line on the distant horizon. That was the tide of fleeing refugees, like a disturbed colony of ants, slowly surging toward the east. My lord, the wind is strong. A knight who had followed him for over a decade held a heavy bearskin cloak, trying to drape it over him. Andrew raised his hand, stopping him. He turned around. The city walls were packed with people. His guards, his knights, mercenaries from the Adventurers Guild. But even more were commoners holding pitchforks, hatchets, even kitchen knives. Fear they couldn't hide was plastered on their faces, their bodies shivering in the wind. In the crowd, one figure surprised him slightly. Hamas, the honorary knight who betrayed his hometown, and whom he despised, actually hadn't left. Everyone's eyes converged on Andrew. Without amplification magic, Andrew simply used every ounce of his strength to make his voice drown out the wind, drown out the faint crying coming from afar. My soldiers. His voice was somewhat hoarse. Fellow citizens of Iron Fortress territory. The noisy discussions and the sound of chattering teeth on the wall vanished instantly. Only the whimpering wind scraped against everyone's eardrums. Andrew abruptly raised his arm, not pointing at the enemy, but at the empty city behind them, pointing further away at the black line of refugees. Look behind us. Our parents, our wives, our children, they are running. Running for their lives. Because something is coming. Not beasts from the grassland, not bandits blocking the road. It's a group of monsters we cannot even comprehend. He paused, letting this sentence smash into everyone's heart. Might all die. This sentence, like a cold boulder, pressed heavily on everyone's chest. Uneasy commotion erupted in the crowd. Yes, we will all die. Andrew repeated it. His gaze swept over faces twisted by fear, young, old, men, women. Have our heads chopped off by those bone racks. Have our bones crushed by them. Then become one of them, and hunt down our own kin. This isn't some heroic epic sung by bards. This is a massacre. A one-sided massacre. He took a step forward, his voice suddenly rising in pitch. Our Iron Fortress. The bait to buy time for those fleeing people. Extreme honesty created a bizarre persuasiveness. When the deepest fear was ripped open, bloody and raw, by the Lord himself, the trembling of some people actually stopped. I know you are afraid. I am afraid too. Andrew's voice began to tremble, but the volume grew louder and louder, carrying a hysterical interrogation. I am so scared my legs are weak, scared I can barely stand. He practically roared it out, veins bulging on his neck, his entire face flushing red. Just because we are afraid. Should we kneel on the ground, stretch out our necks, and beg them to kill us a little faster? Just because we are afraid. Should we watch helplessly as they trample flat the home we've lived in for decades? Absolutely not. He spun around and punched the battlement beside him viciously. The cold stone bricks hurt his knuckles, blood seeping from the cracks, but he didn't care. Our ancestors used blood and life to carve this land out of the wilderness. Not so that today, we could line up to be slaughtered like livestock in a pig pen. Every brick on this wall is soaked in our fathers' sweat. Every inch of soil on these streets buries our forefathers' bones. He pointed at the wall beneath his feet, at the city behind him, roaring at everyone. When those ghost things with no life, no emotion, who don't even know what death is, come to take all this away. When the cries of our children are drowned out by the click-clack of those bone racks walking. What can we men, who still stand here, who still hold weapons in our hands? On the city wall, dead silence. Only heavy breathing wove together in the cold wind. Andrew gasped violently, his chest heaving. His bloodshot eyes swept over everyone. His voice wasn't loud, but it spread clearly to every corner of the wall. The only thing we can do, one last thing. He paused for several long seconds. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Despair and determination fermented and collided frantically in the dead silent air. That is, to fight on this wall until our last breath. Use our corpses to stack this wall a little higher. Use our blood to dye this land a little redder. Make those monsters step on our scalding entrails for every step they advance. Even if all our lives added together can only delay them for one more minute. Even if it lets just one more child run 100 more steps. His voice lowered, every word carrying the weight of steel. This is the only, and the last, of us who are left here. Slowly, he drew the sword at his waist that symbolized his family's honor. The blade reflected cold light under the gloomy sky. We are not fighting for victory. The sword tip pointed straight outside the wall, toward that dead silent, eerie horizon. We are fighting to tell them, if you want to step over Iron Fortress, you have to step over all of our corpses first. His voice fell. No earth-shaking cheers, no passionate slogans. What answered him was a heavy, suffocating silence. Then, swing the sound of an iron sword unsheathing. Followed by a second, a third. Scattered at first, then merging into a wave. A gray-haired old farmer silently shifted his grip on the pitchfork to one that allowed more force. A guard who had just come of age, face still childish, wiped the tears from his face messily with his sleeve, and drew the iron sword at his waist. Hamas gripped the long sword in his hand tightly. The cold touch reminded him of the skeleton cavalry and Lilia. His hand shook once, but then gripped even tighter. Viscount Andrew watched all this, slowly resting the sword hilt against his forehead. The cold metal against his skin cleared his chaotic brain for a moment. He closed his eyes, whispering to himself in a voice only he could hear, addressing the tide of people already far away. Run fast. Remember today. Just then, a strange sound came from below the extremely distant horizon. Clack, clack. Everyone on the wall quieted down, listening intently. The sound grew clearer, denser. The stone bricks beneath their feet began to transmit extremely faint vibrations. It was the sound of thousands upon thousands of bony feet striking the ground with perfectly synchronized frequency. The earth was trembling. On the distant horizon, a white line appeared. That line was widening and thickening at a speed visible to the naked eye, surging toward Iron Fortress. The war had begun. Chapter 22, Struggle 2040 words. Chapter 22, Struggle Day 3, Morning. On the city walls of Iron Fortress territory, there was dead silence. Kaito stood at the rear of the undead army, standing quietly like the most ordinary skeleton. Before him lay 3,100 silent machines of war, an endless white ocean. He issued no complex tactical commands, nor delivered any morale-boosting speeches. He simply raised his pale bony hand, and waved it gently forward. Command given. The next instant, hell descended. Standing beside Skill Envy, the Tier 3 skeleton mage appointed as his adjutant raised its bone staff high. A massive fireball burning with ghostly blue soul fire condensed at the tip of the staff, expanding until it scorched and distorted the surrounding air. Dragging a long tail of flame, the fireball tore through the morning gloom like a meteor, smashing precisely into the heavy city gate of Iron Fortress. A violent explosion tore the dawn apart. Wood chips and iron shards flew everywhere. The entire city gate shook violently, its hinges groaning under the unbearable burden. On the city wall, Viscount Andrew's pupils constricted abruptly. "Drop the rocks. Throw all the rocks down," he roared hoarsely. Soldiers and commoners, already prepared, worked together to push the capstans, shoving massive boulders off the wall. The stones whistled as they fell, crashing into the undead formation with dull thuds. However, what greeted them was a moving wall of bone. Aegis Legion. Skill Gluttony's muffled will echoed in the Legion's soul network. 400 skeletons took heavy steps forward, raising their giant bone shields over their heads to form an airtight tortoise formation. Boulders smashed onto the shield formation. Several skeleton soldiers were pulverized by the massive impact. But the companions behind them didn't pause for a moment, immediately filling the gaps. Shattered bones squirmed on the ground, pulled by soul fire, and clicked back together. This army knew no fear of death. While the Aegis Legion advanced steadily, Kaidos will float again. Extinction Legion, suppress. Envy's whisper-like command rang in the soul fire of 350 skeleton archers. They raised their bone bows in unison. No aiming, no hesitation, just knocking arrows, drawing full, and releasing. Thwip 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 thwip. Bone arrows soared into the sky, merging into a small dark cloud, then accurately covered the entire city wall. This wasn't to kill, but to create chaos and panic. Screams, sounds of weapons dropping, and curses rose and fell on the wall. The human defenders' formation was scattered by this sudden rain of arrows, and the efficiency of the rock dropping plummeted. Opportunity arrived. Kaidos will turn to his very first soldier. Pride, break the gate. I dedicate everything to my lord. Skill Pride's soul roared. He raised his only remaining bone arm, pointing the bone sword at the teetering city gate. Punishment Legion. 500 skeleton swordsmen, the sharpest spearhead of Evernight territory, launched instantly. Moving with uniform steps, they bypassed the flank of the Aegis Legion, turning into a sharp white wave surging straight for the city gate. On the wall, Viscount Andrew watched all this helplessly, his heart sinking to the bottom. He knew the gate couldn't be held. All defenses were futile. He looked at the soldiers beside him, pale with fear, and the commoners clutching pitchforks and kitchen knives, the light in their eyes extinguishing. "We're out of rocks," a guard shouted in despair. Viscount Andrew took a deep breath and drew the sword at his waist. "Everyone," he roared with all his strength, "abandon the wall. Gather behind the city gate. Prepare to." The soldiers were stunned. Charge against whom? Against those unkillable monsters. Dropping their bows and empty slings, they stumbled down the wall, standing behind the massive city gate. They could hear the sound outside, skeleton swordsmen hacking at the gate with bone swords, dense as a rainstorm. They could feel the ground beneath their feet trembling with every impact. Viscount Andrew stood at the very front of the line. Beside him were Honorary Knight Hamas and Guild Master Greg, the last strength of Iron Fortress. He glanced back at the empty street behind him, then turned back, pointing his sword at the gate riddled with holes. With a loud bang, the city gate exploded inward. Countless wood fragments mixed with dust swept over everyone behind the gate like a storm. The moment vision cleared, the doorway was filled with white skeletons. No battle cries, no roars, only the click-clack of bone friction. A swarm of skeleton swordsmen wielding bone swords, purple soul fire burning in their eye sockets, poured in like a tide. For Iron Fortress. Viscount Andrew let out the last roar of his life, taking the lead to charge headfirst into the undead tide. The remaining soldiers and commoners were infected by this fearless aura. Letting out meaningless screams, they followed their lord in a suicide attack. Andrew's swordsmanship was exquisite. Amidst flashing sword light, skeleton after skeleton was hacked to pieces by him. His sword precisely pierced eye sockets, shattering soul fire. However, it was useless. The bones he scattered began to reassemble the moment they fell. The soul fire he extinguished reignited after just a few breaths. Despair spread like a plague. Just as Andrew smashed his 10th or so skeleton, the tide of skeletons suddenly parted to the sides. A tall, one-armed skeleton walked slowly toward him. It didn't attack madly like the other skeletons, just quietly looked at Andrew. The violent aura radiating from it made Andrew's skin prickle with pain. The newcomer was the General of Punishment, Skill Pride. Andrew gasped for air, holding his sword horizontally across his chest, and said in a deep voice, "Lord of Iron Fortress Territory, Andrew Conrad Vaughn. State your name, undead." Pride tilted his skull. In his empty eye sockets, soul fire flickered contemptuously. "You are not worthy of knowing my name." Andrew laughed instead of getting angry, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. "Is that so? But before becoming a lord, I was the Empire's renowned Gale Knight." Before his voice faded, he moved. His figure turned into a blur, his longsword bringing a sharp whistling sound as it stabbed straight for Pride's throat. Pride raised his single remaining arm. The bone sword in his hand moved later but arrived first, precisely blocking Andrew's sword. Metal collided with bone, making a piercing sound. Andrew's swordsmanship was agile and swift, like fallen leaves in a gale. Every strike targeted Pride's joints and vital points. Pride's swordsmanship, however, was wide open, filled with the aesthetic of violence and destruction. Every blow was heavy and powerful, forcing Andrew to defend. Two figures crossed at high speed in the center of the chaotic battlefield. Sword light and bone shadows flew, forming a vacuum zone that no one else could enter. Meanwhile, the city gate was completely open. Fearless Vanguard Legion. Trample them. Skillrath's will turned into a crimson torrent, sweeping through his 400 skeleton cavalry. Rumble the earth began to shake violently. 400 skeleton cavalry riding skeletal warhorses rushed into Iron Fortress like floodwater from an opened gate. Hooves struck stone bricks, splashing sparks of soul fire. The goal of this torrent was to crush every life in the city that dared to resist. Hamas stood in the crowd. He saw that cavalry unit at a glance. He also saw the skeleton cavalry that had once chased him, forcing him to abandon everything and flee in wretchedness. It was still the same, sitting on its horse, majestic and imposing. Hamas's legs began to tremble uncontrollably, his teeth chattered, making clicking sounds. Fear, like cold seawater, drowned his chest. But he did not retreat. "I have already abandoned my home once," he muttered to himself, voice so small only he could hear. "This time, I will absolutely not retreat." He let out a roar, gripping the longsword in his hand tightly. Step by step, he charged toward that unstoppable cavalry torrent. The cavalryman targeted by Hamas noticed this tiny creature charging at him. It thought, "What is this guy babbling about?" It urged its warhorse, not slowing down in the slightest. "Eat my sacrificial charge." The skeleton cavalry's lance easily pierced Hamas's left shoulder, lifting his entire body into the air. Agonizing pain swept through his body, but Hamas didn't let go. Hung on the lance, his body dragged along by the warhorse's high-speed charge. He used his last ounce of strength to raise the sword in his hand, and hacked viciously at the skull of the skeleton cavalry within reach. The longsword struck the skull. The immense force caused the skeleton cavalry's head to jerk violently to the side. Hamas saw it. He succeeded. He was overjoyed. In the final moment of his life, he let out a hearty laugh. "Damn undead. You know the power of Knight Hamas now." The next moment, he was flung away by a massive force. His body traced a parabola in the air and crashed heavily onto the ground. In the final instant before his consciousness dissipated, what floated before his eyes was Lilia's smiling face. On the other side of the battlefield, the fight between Andrew and Pride was about to be decided. A flash of white light. Andrew's left arm was severed at the shoulder, blood spurting out. He staggered back a few steps, propping himself up with his sword to keep from falling. He could feel that the opponent had been toying with him. This one-armed monster had several chances to kill him, but deliberately avoided vital points. It was humiliating him. But Andrew felt no anger, his heart was calm. Buying time. That is our mission. What did a little dignity matter? If word got out, he might even earn a reputation for heroic unyieldingness. Pride's soul fire flickered, seeming to lose interest. Is the performance over? That personage doesn't have much patience. Goodbye, little insect. As the voice fell, Pride's aura changed abruptly. His speed and power instantly rose a tier. Andrew only saw a blur. An irresistible pain struck his chest, and he flew backward, knocking over several soldiers behind him. He struggled to stand up, but what greeted him was Pride's cold-bone sword. The Lord has fallen. We can't kill them at all. My leg is broken. With Andrew's defeat, the morale of the human side collapsed completely. They discovered in horror that the enemy's numbers hadn't decreased, instead, they were increasing. Companions who had just died in battle were twitching and struggling on the ground, trying to stand up again, and become one of those monsters. How could they fight this? Andrew lay on the ground, watching all this, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. He knew he was about to die. But he couldn't just die like this. Summoning his very last shred of strength, he stabbed his sword into a crack in the stone ground, supporting his teetering body. To the soldiers who had already begun to scatter, he let out his final cry. Soldiers! Charge! This roar exploded like thunder in everyone's ears. They remembered the Lord's words on the city wall. They remembered the meaning of staying here. Yeah, we're dead anyway. Can't escape anyway. The eyes of the remaining soldiers and armed commoners reignited with the light of death-defying resolve. Abandoning all defense, they charged at the undead army like madmen, using teeth, fists, and their lives to bite the enemy. Pride watched this, a cold snort of disdain issuing from his skull. He raised his bone sword, preparing to deal Andrew the final blow. Andrew's gaze remained resolute, a smile of relief even appearing on his face. Looking at his subjects who had rekindled their fighting spirit, he opened his mouth, used the last strength of his life, and shouted again, "Charge!" The bone sword fell. Andrew's body was sliced open diagonally from the shoulder. His body slowly collapsed. In just one day. This Iron Fortress territory, which had been rising for 20 years, fell. When the last shred of resistance was crushed, the white flood of bones drowned every corner of the city. Inside the city, there was no one left. Chapter 23, The Empty City 1289 words Chapter 23, The Empty City. On the streets of Iron Fortress territory, the dead silence was profound enough that the faint friction of walking bones could be heard. Kaido paced through this empty city, his pale finger bones propping up his chin. In his empty eye sockets, soul fire flickered unsteadily. He had imagined many scenarios after the occupation. Street fighting with stubborn resistance, the cries of commoners, the surrender of nobles, even the mutual destruction of the entire city's military and civilians. But he never expected the scene before him. The city was empty. The people, every single one of them, were gone. In the enormous Iron Fortress territory, aside from the mess on the ground and the lingering smell of blood, not even a rat remained. Am I that scary? A helpless mutter echoed in Kaido's soul network. I didn't plan to massacre the city. Why did they all run away? I was planning to conquer them with virtue and set up a pilot program for a community of shared destiny for undead and humans. He waved his hand. Greed, the Secretary of State behind him, understood immediately. Leading a squad of skeleton soldiers, Greed began methodically taking inventory of supplies in the city, drawing maps, and assessing damage to city defenses. The efficiency was so high it made Kaido click his tongue. Well, if they ran, they ran. The gains from this battle far exceeded his expectations. With the extinguishing of the last shred of resistance in Iron Fortress, a flood of death energy, majestic beyond imagination, rose from every corner of the city. It was the purest energy dissipated from over 3,000 vanished souls, the fallen defenders, the commoners who committed suicide in despair. This energy, mixed with the embers of soul fire generated when the defeated skeleton soldiers reassembled, turned into an evolution storm that swept through the entire army. Whoosh! The invisible wave washed over them. Kaido could clearly perceive in the soul network that the soul fire of every unit was expanding and solidifying at a speed visible to the naked eye. The original army of 3,000 undead, after absorbing the nutrients of Iron Fortress, broke through the 4,000 mark directly. What made his heart surge even more was the leap in quality. Except for 300 skeleton soldiers responsible for logistics and menial tasks, who remained at Tier 2, all other units everyone advanced to Tier 3. This meant that even his most ordinary soldier possessed strength comparable to an elite great knight in the human world. And as the convergent center of this energy flood, his 6 generals underwent earth-shattering changes. General of Punishment, Pride, Tier 4, Skeleton Berserker. General of Fearless Vanguard or Wrath, Tier 4, Skeleton Knight. General of Aegis Legion of Gluttony, Tier 4, Skeleton Giant. General of Extinction Legion, Envy, Tier 4, Skeleton Archer. Secretary of State, Agreed, Tier 4, Vampire. General of Arcane Legion, Lust, Tier 4, Skeleton Archmage. Even his Tier 3 adjutant successfully evolved. Holding a staff, it impressively became a genuine skeleton archmage. The 400 skeleton soldiers under its command also all transformed into Tier 3 skeleton mages. In an instant, the magical power of the entire undead legion rose by more than 1 tier. Just then, Kaido's will turned to the captive he had saved from the battlefield. The skeleton swordsman who was captured alive by the Silver Moon squad, resurrected by him, and finally active on the battlefield. In the previous battle, it had perfectly executed the tasks of marking and infiltration. And at the critical moment, it created significant chaos behind the human lines. With a thought, Kaido cast the one naming opportunity he had gained from his previous advancement but hadn't been willing to use onto it. From this day forth, I bestow upon you the true name, Skill Sloth. Majestic energy poured into the small body of the skeleton swordsman. Its bones shattered inch by inch under the wash of energy, then reassembled at lightning speed under the guidance of Kaido's will. Finally, when the light dissipated, a brand new figure appeared before all the generals. Tier 4, Skeleton Assassin. I appoint you as the General of Shadow Guards of Evernight Territory, responsible for intelligence, reconnaissance, and protection. Kaido's voice echoed in the soul network. And at the very moment Sloth completed its evolution, an unprecedented energy, vast as a sea of stars, fed back into Kaido from the soul network of the 7 generals and 4,000 subordinates. Under this energy feedback, Kaido himself naturally broke through. Undead Ruler. Simultaneously, a brand new ability was engraved deep in his soul. Indestructible. When your soul fire is extinguished, you will immediately resurrect on the spot and restore to peak condition. Cooldown, 1 day. Kaido's soul fire jumped violently. Resurrect on the spot. Peak condition. Isn't this a guardian angel? Revive. Although there was a 1-day cooldown, this survivability was simply a qualitative leap. A bold idea instantly occupied Kaido's mind. He had to personally test the specific effects of this ability. He turned around, facing the 7 generals and the army of 4,000 who had just finished assembling, and were watching him with fanatical gazes. Everyone back up. Kaido issued a command that none of his subordinates could understand. Although confused, absolute loyalty made them hesitate not in the slightest. They retreated in unison, leaving a huge empty space in the center of the city square for their monarch. Kaido stood in the center of the square, and took a deep breath even though he didn't have lungs. A soft sound. The supreme monarch of Evernight Territory, the undead ruler, Lord Kaido, the soul fire in his eyes extinguished. His skeleton, losing support, collapsed with a clatter into a pile of bones. In that instant, the entire soul network felt like it had been severed by an invisible hand. All skeletons, from generals to soldiers, saw the soul fire in their eyes flicker frantically, nearly going out. Having lost the link with the ruler, they were like ships losing their lighthouse, instantly swallowed by endless chaos and panic. However, this doomsday-like scene lasted less than a breath. Right atop Kaido's scattered pile of bones, the bones flew back to their original positions automatically, reassembling 100 times faster than they had fallen apart. An intact Kaido stood once again in the center of the square. The core of the soul fire in his eyes was deeper and more solid than before. Peak condition. True to the name. Kaido felt the surging power in his body, and the indestructible ability deep in his soul that had just been activated, but was now reset to be usable again. His soul fire couldn't help but thump wildly. He had discovered a bug. This skill, when restoring to peak condition, also refreshed the cooldown of the skill itself. Which meant, as long as he wanted, he could infinitely resurrect on the spot. Holy crap! Doesn't this make me invincible? Kaido forcibly suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, maintaining the majesty of a lord. He looked at his subordinates in the square, who had fallen into fanatical worship because of his resurrection from death, but his mind was thinking calmly. Invincibility didn't mean he could do whatever he wanted. He wasn't one of those native undead who only knew slaughter and destruction from birth. He possessed eternal life. If he truly turned this world into a dead wasteland, how boring would the endless years to come be? A back garden capable of self-development, full of vitality, and even capable of birthing various interesting civilizations, that was what he wanted. Chapter 24, The Letter 1298 words. Chapter 24, The Letter. The carriage wheels rolled over the stone-paved road, producing a monotonous and dull bumping sound. Outside the carriage was a boiling cauldron of human voices, the chaotic footsteps and cries of refugees. Mixed together and muffled by the thick carriage walls, they reached the ears only as a vague, heart-palpitating hum. Inside the carriage, dead silence. 14-year-old Reinhard Andreas von sat upright opposite his mother. He looked at his mother, Lino Margarita von. She wasn't crying. She just sat quietly, hands folded on her lap, her posture as elegant as ever. As if she wasn't fleeing a city about to be destroyed, but merely going to attend an afternoon tea party in the imperial capital. But Reinhard knew it was different. The corners of his mother's eyes were slightly red. Those eyes, which could always spot the slightest flaw in his etiquette, were now staring blankly at the rapidly retreating streetscape outside the window, devoid of any focus. Driving the carriage was the butler, Hal. Hal's voice came from the front. He took out a letter sealed with wax from his chest pocket. Without looking back, he simply passed it backward. The master ordered me to give this to you after we departed. Lino's body trembled almost imperceptibly. She slowly raised her hand. Her fingertips touched the slightly warm envelope, then jerked back abruptly. After a moment of hesitation, she took it. The sound of tearing the wax seal was exceptionally harsh in the dead-silent carriage. The letter unfolded and familiar, slightly scrawled handwriting came into view. To my beloved Lino. I can still recall the day we first arrived at Iron Fortress. You were wearing the most beautiful silk dress, yet you had to step into the mud that was deep enough to swallow your expensive shoes. I remember the expression on your face, that unconcealable disdain, as if you would turn around and board the carriage back to the capital in the next second. But you didn't. You just frowned, lifted your skirt, and chose to walk by my side. At that time, I was just a poor boy with nothing but a title and a chest full of hot blood. I really couldn't imagine that a noble lady like you would condescend to personally teach those villagers, who couldn't even read, how to bow, how to dine, and how to straighten their spines. 20 years. You always complained that the wind here was too strong, and would wrinkle your skin. Complained that the food here was too coarse, and would damage your stomach. But I know you love this land more than I do. Without realizing it, I'm reminiscing about the past again. People get like this when they grow old. Actually, what I wanted to say is, remember to eat breakfast, or your stomach ailment will flare up again. Eat a hearty lunch, so you have the strength to discipline Reinhard, that brat who always makes you angry. Remember not to overeat at dinner, because when you're too full, you always toss and turn, unable to sleep. The nights are cold, cover yourself well with the quilt, don't kick it off like a child anymore. There are some words I always felt I had plenty of time to say, so I never said them to you solemnly. I love you. I regret saying this sentence too rarely. But these 3 words have always been the root of all my actions and decisions. Finally, please forget me. Go live your own life. Find a man who can let you sleep peacefully by a warm fireplace. He will know how to appreciate your beauty better than I do, and be more worthy of your nobility. Andrew Conrad Vaughan. In his own hand the letter slipped from Leno's trembling fingers, fluttering onto the velvet-covered carpet. She could no longer maintain the dignity and elegance belonging to a noble. She abruptly covered her mouth with her hand, suppressing herself, not letting the sobs leak out. But the grief surged out of her body like a flood breaking a dam. Her shoulders heaved violently. 1 drop, then 2 drops of scalding tears passed through the gaps of her fingers, smashing onto her luxurious skirt, spreading into small dark stains. Should I start from the moonlight of the night we first met, or from the way he blushed when he clumsily pinned a wildflower on me? Should I start from when he stayed up for 3 days and nights in the study for the first blueprint of Iron Fortress, and lifted his bloodshot eyes when I brought him hot soup? Or from when Reinhard was born, and he held that tiny baby, smiling foolishly and helplessly? Scene by scene, bit by bit, it all welled up. She had thought parting was something very distant, only now understanding. Life is impermanent, separation by death is all too common. Even if longing seeps into the bones, there is no going back. Reinhard looked at the scene before him, completely at a loss. In his memory, his mother was always strict and elegant. She would frown because his knife and fork made a slight noise while dining, and scold him severely for a single crease in his collar. He had never seen his mother cry. Not even once. He felt a wave of inexplicable panic, subconsciously wanting to shrink into the corner. But just then, he suddenly remembered something from his childhood. That time, he was scolded by his mother for failing to recite the complicated family history. He hid alone in a corner of the garden, hugging his knees and crying. His father found him. A tall shadow loomed over him. He thought he was going to get another scolding. But his father just patted his head, said nothing, and pointed at the sky. He looked up and saw a sky full of brilliant stars. Reinhard. His father's voice was gentle. When you feel fear, if you just hide, your world will become smaller and smaller, until only the little bit of fear in front of your eyes remains. The stars in the sky, the distant mountains, and this land beneath our feet, they are all much bigger than your fear. When you fit them all into your heart, that little bit of fear will amount to nothing. The world. Reinhard looked at his mother, who was crying and trembling before him. He suddenly understood. Father was gone. Now he was his mother's world. The boy slowly scooted over, extended his still tender arms, and gently, clumsily, hugged his mother. He said nothing, just imitating his father in his memory, gently patting his mother's back with his hand, rhythmically. Leno's body stiffened, then collapsed completely into her son's embrace. The suppressed crying finally turned into desperate and painful whimpers. At the front of the carriage, Hal's shoulders heaved slightly. He stared at the crowded and chaotic road ahead, raised his whip, and lashed the horses back hard. The carriage lunged forward. A turbid tear slid down the deep wrinkles on his cheek, scattered into the air by the wind the moment he opened his mouth. Reinhard looked back through the gap in the window. The outline of the tall city walls of Iron Fortress was shrinking rapidly in his vision. He seemed to see his father standing alone on that wall, about to be drowned by death. The boy slowly withdrew his gaze, lowered his head, and looked at his mother weeping in his arms. Silently, he clenched his fists. The honor of the Andrew family, the future of Iron Fortress. Those words he once felt were incredibly distant, at this moment, pressed onto his still tender shoulders. He knew that from today on, everything was different. Chapter 25, Building Roads 1265 words Chapter 25, Building Roads Meanwhile, deep in the Bone Forest, at the valley base. Sunlight crossed the edge of the valley, falling onto the newly reclaimed field ridges. The old chief of Bone Village supported his body with a wooden stick, gazing at the field not far away, and sighed. A villager stood by a newly dug pit, his voice filled with helplessness. "Skeleton, I beg you, please come out. The seed is this, the grain of wheat, not you yourself." In the pit, a skeleton soldier lay flat, arms crossed over its chest in a standard posture. It even adjusted the position of its pelvis, seemingly looking for an angle to better embrace the soil. Beside the chief, a young man named Buck nudged him with his elbow, keeping his voice to a minimum. "Chief, it's been 5 days. They still can't learn it. Yesterday, another squad of skeletons planted a whole bag of hose as seeds. They still go over to water them every day, as if waiting for little hose to grow out of the ground. Be patient, Buck." The old chief patted the young man's shoulder. "At least they are working, right? And we are living quite well now, at least there's no threat to our lives." Buck didn't speak again. Indeed, aside from occasionally planting themselves or their tools into the ground, these skeleton laborers were existences beyond the imagination of any farm owner. In another area of the valley, the atmosphere was different from the fields. 2 former squires of Iron Fortress, Lloyd and Rosen, were staying in a wooden cabin. They jokingly called this place the Evernight Territory Royal Academy. On the wooden table in the middle of the room, a beast's skin was spread out. Rosen was holding a piece of charcoal, sketching the outline of the Valachian Empire on the skin. "If we run now, there should still be a chance, right?" Lloyd was grinding charcoal powder on the side, not even lifting his head. Rosen's hand paused, adding a black line on the map that shouldn't be there. "Back to Iron Fortress. Viscount Andrew's bones are probably being used as firewood by the Lord Ruler by now. Then to the Imperial capital." "Are you crazy?" Rosen put down the charcoal and looked at him in shock. "Haven't you seen the strength of those monsters? They cannot be killed. With that kind of power, even if we hid in the toilet of the Imperial Palace, we'd be dragged out. By then, we wouldn't be teachers, we'd be fertilizer directly." Lloyd fell into silence. The image of that white sea of bones surfaced in his mind, of those shattered skeletons reassembling themselves. That feeling of invincibility still appeared in his dreams every night. Lloyd gave up struggling, leaning his body against the wooden wall. "Besides, our current task is simple. Just teaching. Food and housing provided, and we don't have to go to the battlefield to die." Rosen also exhaled, picking up the charcoal again, his tone carrying something else. "Honestly, don't you think these skeletons are actually kind of cute?" Lloyd was stunned. "Look at them. So simple." Rosen pointed his chin out the window, where a few skeletons were studying a weed. No twisted thoughts in their heads. "Yesterday, I taught a skeleton soldier how to write. I casually praised it, saying you are the Lord Ruler's most capable officer. Guess what happened?" "What happened?" "It was so happy it walked with its chest puffed out straight all day. When walking, every bone in its body was clicking and clacking, as if afraid other skeletons wouldn't know its pride." Lloyd imagined the scene, and couldn't help but let out a laugh. "Yeah, much easier than serving those noble lords. All right, stop complaining. Hurry up and finish the lesson plan. Who knows when that Lord Ruler will return? If he finds out we're slacking off, we'll both have to go be neighbors with those radish skeletons." The laughter of the 2 men echoed in the small cabin. There was bitterness in this laughter, but also a kind of peace they hadn't even noticed themselves. They seemed to have started accepting this absurd yet tranquil life. Meanwhile, Iron Fortress territory. Kaido stood on the highest tower of the Lord's castle, his vision covering the entire conquered city. Inside the city, no one remained. Silence ruled everything. The wind passed through the streets, rolling up a few discarded notices, making a whistling sound. Secretary of State. Kaido's soul fire fluctuated, his voice spreading inside the tower. Greed's figure appeared behind Kaido without making a sound. He handed over a scroll of parchment used for records. My lord, all supplies in the city have been inventoried. We did not find reserves of grain, cloth, weapons, etc., but we discovered large-scale strategic resources. However, the source of the greatest harvest this time is not the warehouses. Greed's hand pointed to the mountain outside the city. The mountain was covered with traces left by mining. This fortress is named Iron Fortress because it sits upon an entire vein of iron ore. According to my preliminary survey, that mountain, its composition is almost entirely high-quality iron ore. The part mined by the previous lord was merely the surface layer of the vein. Kaido's soul core contracted once. An entire mountain of iron ore. Weapons, armor, tools, building materials, the cornerstone of an industrial empire was presented directly before him. Kaido possessed tireless, imperishable laborers. Now, he also possessed a near-infinite material foundation. A realistic problem quickly surfaced in Kaido's consciousness. Transportation. The valley base in the Bone Forest was hundreds of miles away from Iron Fortress. Between them lay a primitive forest. Whether transporting ore or finished products, it would be a massive project. To get rich, build roads first. A simple logic from Kaido's previous life became the only answer at this moment. Kaido's will flowed through the Soul Network. Except for the Arcane Legion, all troops will remain in Iron Fortress to assist the Secretary of State in cleaning and renovating the entire city. Arcane Legion, move out with me. The order was given, without question. The skeleton legions distributed throughout the city for cleaning work immediately began to reassemble. Except for the 400 skeleton mages, the other 3,000+ skeletons, led by their respective generals, quickly took over the defense and reconstruction work of Iron Fortress. Kaido, bringing Skill Lust and the 400 Tier 3 skeleton mages under his command, walked out of the city gate of Iron Fortress. Their goal was clear: to open up a road wide enough for heavy carriages from Iron Fortress to the valley base in the Bone Forest. Lust, the Tier 4 skeleton archmage, followed respectfully behind Kaido. Her adjutant led the entire Arcane Legion, following in strict formation. Note, yo guys, I just want to let you know that this is not a Re-Zero fanfiction, and I am really sorry. I just finished reading the 100th chapter from Ra, and I think it's not a Re-Zero fanfiction, it's just want to be like Re-Zero. Well, in my defense, the title is misleading and nobody in comments saying that it's not the Re-Zero fanfiction, everybody just praising how good the story is, so I'm really so much sorry about wasting some of your time. I just see if any of you continue reading even after that. If not, I will just delete the book. Thank you for listening to this rant. Chapter 26, Toll fees 1093 words. Chapter 26, Toll fees. Half an hour later, outside the north gate of Iron Fortress territory. 400 Tier 3 skeleton mages, along with their 2 Tier 4 commanders, lined up in formation. This was a magical force that would make any kingdom take notice. And now they were about to become an unprecedented undead construction crew. Kaido stood at the very front, pointing to the rugged, overgrown wilderness ahead. He issued a concise and clear order. Target, Valley Base. Build me a superhighway 30 meters wide, capable of accommodating the fearless Vanguard Legion marching in parallel. The adjutant of the Arcane Legion, the newly promoted Tier 4 skeleton archmage, stepped forward. He raised his bone staff high, his will echoing in the Legion's soul network. Arcane Engineering Battalion, prepare to execute Project Genesis. First sequence, Firepower Obstacle Clearance Team, ready. 100 skeleton mages stepped forward in unison, raising their staffs. No chanting, no incantations. Thanks to the link of the Soul Network, their casting process was simplified to the extreme. Fireball coordinates, XXX, saturation coverage, 3 volleys. The next second, 100 massive fireballs burning with ghostly blue soul fire roared into the sky. Tracing uniform parabolas in the air, they accurately covered the area hundreds of meters ahead. Violent explosions merged into a continuous roar. Firelight and shockwaves swept across the earth. Trees blocking the way were blasted into charcoal, stubborn boulders were smashed into rubble. Monsters hiding in the grass didn't even have time to let out a whimper before they were turned to ash by the scorching flames. After 3 volleys, a scorched, barren open ground appeared ahead. Second sequence, terrain shaping team, ready. Another 100 skeleton mages stepped forward. Earth manipulation. Their staffs pointed at the ground simultaneously. The earth emitted a muffled rumble. The scorched soil and gravel began to tumble and squirm violently, as if an invisible giant hand were kneading the land. The originally uneven ground was smoothed and raised at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soft soil was compressed to the limit, excess stones pushed to the sides, automatically forming neat roadbeds. In just a few minutes, a flat dirt road 30 meters wide and hundreds of meters long appeared out of thin air. Third sequence, road hardening team, ready. The third batch of skeleton mages stepped forward. Rock hardening. Continuous cast. They aimed their staffs at the newly formed dirt road. A layer of grayish-white halo spread rapidly across the surface. Wherever the halo passed, the soft soil petrified instantly, the surface becoming smooth and hard. Kaido walked up and stomped on it with his bone foot. Rock hard. Nice efficiency. Kaido uttered a satisfied sigh of admiration. From clearing obstacles to forming the road surface, the entire process took no more than 10 minutes. A brand new, high-quality road had extended forward by several hundred meters. You praise us too much, my lord. The adjutant responded humbly. This is merely the standard procedure. Under your will, we can go even faster. Saying this, he adjusted the command. All units, attention. Assembly line operation initiated. 3 groups cycle forward, no errors allowed. The next moment, the entire Arcane Legion moved. While the first group's fireballs were still flying in the air, the second group's earth manipulation was already preparing. Just as the third group's rock hardening finished, the first group had already completed mana replenishment and started a new round of clearing. 300 men mage teams, like 3 precise gears, meshed perfectly together. A wide, flat, dark gray avenue extended madly toward the distant mountains at a terrifying speed. Kaido watched this spectacular scene, his soul fire almost blooming with laughter. Is this the gold content of high-tier units? Love it, love it. Just then, Skill-Lust, who had been silent, slowly walked up to Kaido. My lord, although this road is sturdy enough, it is too conspicuous. It will act like a torch in the dark night, attracting countless unnecessary troubles. Be it monsters or... Kaido nodded. Since you put it that way, I'll leave the final step to you. Lust bowed slightly. As you wish. She walked to the center of the newly paved road and slowly spread her arms. Majestic energy and death aura poured out from her body, turning into countless intricate runes that merged into the road beneath her feet. Realm of Death Illusion. The entire avenue vibrated slightly, then returned to calm. On the surface, nothing seemed to have happened. But through the Soul Network, Kaido could clearly see a different scene. Shrouding this avenue was an invisible, massive illusion barrier. In the eyes of any creature not under Kaido's command, this broad road didn't exist at all. Replacing it was a death swamp emitting toxic miasma, and filled with jagged bones. Any creature below tier 4 attempting to force their way in would fall into endless hallucinations. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Beautifully done, Lust. Kaido was not stingy with his praise. This way, our highway becomes a true ghost road, traversable only by our own people. He rubbed his chin, jaw, and an idea popped up. However, completely forbidding others from using it seems a bit wasteful. Kaidos will rapidly issue commands in the Soul Network. Pass my order. Draft 200 Tier 3 Toxic Archers from the Extinction Legion. Draft 100 Tier 3 Skeleton Cavalry from the Fearless Vanguard Legion. Form small squads of 3-2 archers, 1 cavalry. Along the highway, set up a security outpost every 2 kilometers. Lust tilted her skull, seeming a bit puzzled. My lord, you mean? Kaido's soul fire danced happily. Collect fees. We worked hard to build this road, why should we let them use it for free? From now on, any merchant caravan, mercenary, or adventurer wishing to pass through this road must pay a toll fee. If anyone wants to evade the ticket, or has any funny ideas. Kaido's tone turned cold. Let the sheriffs by the roadside have a nice little chat with them. Lust's soul fire flickered for a moment, then she comprehended Kaido's intent. I understand, my lord. You intend to control the economic lifeline surrounding Iron Fortress through this road. Worthy of the Lord Ruler. Such profound wisdom. Lust admires you immensely. Ha ha ha, average, just average. Standard operation. Kaido waved his bony hand proudly, his heart already calculating the future fiscal revenue. Infrastructure, logistics, toll stations. With this combo punch, wouldn't the money just roll in? Chapter 27, Lilia 1442 words. Chapter 27, Lilia. The wheels crushed gravel, producing a monotonous bumping sound. Lilia's consciousness was shaken awake from chaos. She opened her eyes, seeing first the rocking carriage roof. The air was filled with dust and the unfamiliar smell of a woman's sweat mixed with leather. This wasn't Iron Fortress. She sat up abruptly, turning to look out the window. Desolate fields were retreating rapidly, the familiar outline of the city walls was no longer visible in the distance. The surroundings were empty, save for their lonely carriage speeding on the dirt road. A woman's back appeared in her vision. The woman held the reins, her figure lithe and fit, her short hair swinging in the wind. Fragments of memory flooded her mind. The last image was Hamas touching her face and knocking her out. Lilia's lips moved. Did Hamas do this? The woman in front didn't turn back, her voice drifting over with the wind. Didn't expect that coward to have such a tough side. TCH, really misjudged him. There was no sadness in the woman's tone, only a kind of surprised teasing. Lilia said nothing, merely casting her gaze toward the direction of Iron Fortress territory, where now only a gray sky remained. Where are we going? To the Imperial capital. He said it's safest there. The woman answered with a hint of confusion in her tone. He also left you a sum of money. A full 100 gold coins. I really can't figure out where a poor guard like him got so much money. This money is enough for you to live comfortably in the capital for a lifetime. 100 gold coins. Lilia knew what that meant. That was wealth an ordinary family couldn't accumulate in several generations. He had arranged everything for her. The woman seemed to guess what she was thinking. Although he said to split half with me, escorting you to the capital isn't worth 50 gold coins. My name is Kayla. I'm an adventurer, and I have my own rules. I'll take at most 2 gold coins as a fee for my trouble, the rest is yours. Lilia didn't refuse. She needed this money. She needed to survive. Then, return here to avenge Hamas and Iron Fortress. Can you teach me how to fight? Lilia looked at the woman named Kayla and asked, word by word. Kayla's hands paused upon hearing this. She seemed to find it somewhat funny. A woman who's never even touched a sword. Forget it. Fighting isn't playing house. People die. Lilia countered. Aren't you a woman too? I'm different. Kayla's voice turned cold. I walked this path because I had no other path to walk. But you have better choices. Take that money, find a good family in the capital to marry into, and forget everything here. Teach me. Lilia's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a determination that allowed no refusal. The carriage fell into silence, save for the rolling of wheels. After a long time, Kayla spoke again, a hint of helplessness in her tone. But let's be clear first. I'm just an iron rank adventurer, strength only at tier 1. What I can teach you is very limited. Don't expect to learn any profound swordsmanship. It doesn't matter. I will pay you a salary. Lilia added. Kayla waved her hand. You'll have plenty of uses for that money in the future. Consider it the last troublesome favor that Guy Hamas asked of me. Her tone softened a bit. However, in exchange, you have to tell me about Hamas's embarrassing stories from the past. I've always been curious how a guy like him survived until now, haha. Lilia looked at Kayla's back, her eyes feeling hot. She said in a voice only she could hear, I will remember this kindness. When night fell, Kayla drove the carriage into a secluded grove. We rest here tonight. Kayla jumped off the carriage and began skillfully unharnessing and feeding the horse. Lilia followed her down. The forest at night was quiet, with only the chirping of insects and the rustling of wind through leaves. Kayla took some dry rations and a water skin from the carriage and handed a portion to Lilia. You need strength. Lilia took the rations but didn't eat. She looked at Kayla and spoke again. When do we start? Kayla was gnawing on a piece of hard black bread. Hearing this, she raised an eyebrow. In such a hurry? I don't have time. Lilia looked into Kayla's eyes. In those originally clear eyes, something Kayla was very familiar with was burning. Kayla swallowed the last bite of bread and stood up. She pulled out a spare hardwood stick, about a meter long, from the carriage and threw it to Lilia. Lilia caught the stick. It was heavy, heavier than she expected. You want to learn to fight. The first lesson isn't learning how to kill, but learning how to stand. Kayla walked up to her and kicked her legs. Spread apart, shoulder width. Knees bent, lower your center of gravity. Yes, just like that. Lilia followed her instructions, assuming an awkward posture. Now, raise the stick in your hand and point it at me. Lilia did so. Too high. Don't lock your elbows, relax. Your target is my throat, not the moon in the sky. Kayla impatiently corrected her movements. Just maintaining this posture, Lilia felt her arms starting to ache and her legs trembling. Just stand like that. Kayla said, then ignored her, walking aside to lay out sleeping blankets. Stand until when? Lilia couldn't help but ask. Stand until you can't stand anymore. Kayla answered without looking back. Time passed bit by bit. Sweat slid down Lilia's forehead into her eyes, stinging them. Her arms were so sore she could barely lift them, and her leg muscles spasmed uncontrollably. The stick in her hands felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. She wanted to give up several times, but as soon as she closed her eyes, the image of Hamas being torn apart by the undead would appear. Cannot fall. She gritted her teeth, focusing all her strength on maintaining this posture. Unknown time passed. Just when she felt she was really going to faint, Kayla's voice rang out again. All right, that's it for today. Hearing this, Lilia went limp, collapsing to the ground. The stick fell with a thud. She gasped for air, feeling like every bone in her body had fallen apart. Kayla walked over, squatted down, and handed her a water skin. How do you feel? Lilia's voice was hoarse. This is just the beginning. Kayla said. To become a warrior, you need a tough body and an even tougher will. You did pretty well today. At least you didn't cry and scream about giving up. She paused, then continued. Your body is too weak, no foundation at all. Starting tomorrow, wake up before dawn every day. Run 20 laps around the camp, then practice swinging the stick 500 times. Only after finishing these can you eat breakfast. Lilia looked at Kayla, saying nothing, just silently taking the water skin and drinking a large mouthful. The water was cold, flowing down her throat into her stomach, clearing her chaotic mind a little. Lilia asked the doubt in her heart. Kayla withdrew her gaze, looking at the dark forest in the distance. I said, it's for the sake of that guy Hamas. He was a coward, but in the end, he acted like a man. A different emotion entered Kayla's tone. I see my past self in you. Only, back then, no one was willing to teach me. I crawled out of a pile of dead bodies holding a rusted dagger. I don't want to see you walk my old path. Since you insist on choosing this path, then at least, let you die less uglily. Saying that, she stood up and walked to her sleeping blanket. Sleep early. You'll suffer tomorrow. Lilia lay on the cold ground, looking at the night sky fragmented by tree branches above. Every part of her body was screaming in pain, but her heart was calm as never before. She knew that from today on, the carefree Lilia of Iron Fortress was dead. What survived was a shell existing only for revenge. She closed her eyes, and her mind began repeating that simple stick-holding posture again and again. Center of gravity, arms, target. She wanted to turn all of this into the instinctive reaction of this body. Chapter 28, Another Empire 1421 words. Chapter 28, Another Empire Imperial Capital, Royal Palace. Emperor Audrey V sat on a stone chair, incense smoke floating in the air before him. Opposite him, a figure was shrouded in the shadow of a hood. That was the court diviner. Say it again. Audrey's voice held no inflection. The diviner's head lowered slightly, voice coming from under the hood. Your Majesty, I saw the future. A certain future. Your only daughter, the princess you dote on most, will personally end your life. Audrey made no extra movements, merely looking silently at the diviner. At night. She holds a sword in her hand, the tip pointing straight at your heart. Your queen, your most loyal guards, stand right outside the door. They listen to the commotion inside, but no one enters. Is that so? Audrey stood up. The stone chair made a slight friction sound. He turned and walked out of the diviner's room, without looking at the figure in the hood again. The corridor was empty, footsteps echoed between the stone walls. Sunlight cast down from high windows, cutting bright patches on the floor. Audrey walked through the light, then into the shadow. Light and shadow alternated on his royal robes. Seeing the king, the guards immediately straightened, right hands forming fists and striking their breastplates, making dull thuds. Audrey did not respond. Maids wiping a row of statues saw Audrey and immediately knelt on the ground, foreheads pressed against the cold tiles. Audrey did not stop. He passed through the atrium, walking toward the rear garden of the royal palace. Laughter of a child and the sound of wood striking wood came from there. Audrey pushed open an unlocked small iron gate. In the garden, his 14-year-old daughter was waving a polished wooden stick. Her movements were clumsy, lacking any technique, just hacking wildly in the air with brute force. Sweat soaked the blonde hair on her forehead, a few strands sticking to her cheek. Beside her, a maid's face was full of anxiety. Princess, please stop. His Majesty does not allow you to play with these things. If His Majesty finds out, he will definitely punish you. Saying this, the maid tried to step forward to take the stick, but the princess jumped away nimbly and continued waving it. I'm not afraid. Father loves me the most. Audrey stood there, watching quietly. The maid spotted him first. The color drained from her face instantly, her legs went weak, and she knelt down. Your Majesty. The princess's movements stopped. She saw Audrey, her hand holding the stick somewhat at a loss. Audrey walked over. His shadow covered the maid kneeling on the ground, and also covered his daughter. Ignoring the trembling maid, he reached out a hand toward the princess's face. The princess closed her eyes in fear, body tensing, prepared to welcome the expected scolding. Suddenly, a warm, dry palm landed on the top of her head. Rubbing it gently. "What do you want to learn in the future?" Audrey's voice was very calm. The princess carefully opened one eye. Seeing no anger on her father's face, she opened the other eye, which was full of surprise. She immediately grinned, revealing a big smile. "I want to learn the sword. Learn true swordsmanship. That way I can protect everyone, and protect father too." Audrey looked into his daughter's eyes. Inside was pure joy and longing. Audrey withdrew his hand. "Starting tomorrow, you will learn swordsmanship from Outlies." The princess's eyes widened even more, hardly daring to believe what she heard. "The commander of the Royal Knights. Can I really learn the sword from him?" "I promised you. He will teach you." "Thank you, father." The princess cheered, tossed the wooden stick to the maid, and hopped away like a little deer. "I'm going to tell mother the good news." Her voice echoed in the garden. Holding the stick, the maid stood up tremblingly, curtsied to Audrey, and hurriedly followed. The garden returned to silence. Audrey turned around to see the diviner standing in the shadow of the small gate, unknown when he had arrived. "You know my prophecies can never be wrong." The diviner's voice was still the same, devoid of any emotion. Audrey answered equally expressionlessly. "You are personally handing the weapon to the person who will kill you. You won't stop it. Won't change it." Audrey walked toward the diviner, step by step, neither fast nor slow. "Why should I stop it?" Audrey walked up to the diviner and stopped. "I will give her the best education, the happiest childhood, the most correct royal guidance. I will teach her what honor is, what responsibility is, what the empire is. I will make her an excellent princess, a qualified royal heir." Audrey looked into the distance, at the silhouette of the imperial capital. "If, after accepting all of this, she still chooses to pick up the sword and point it at my heart, then it only proves one thing. That I, Audrey V., have become a tyrant who must be killed. A qualified heir killing a fallen king, that is the correct choice. Why should I stop a correct choice from happening?" The diviner fell silent under the shadow of the hood. After a long time, he spoke. "Are the strangest monarch I have ever seen." "Is that so?" Audrey turned and walked toward the palace. "Pass my order. Summon the commander of the Royal Knights, Outlies, to see me immediately." His voice reached a guard not far away. The guard immediately took the order and left. Audrey didn't look back again. His back disappeared at the end of the corridor. A few leaves fell from the tree, spinning as they landed on the grass. Council chamber. A huge sand table was placed in the center, displaying a topographical miniature of the entire kingdom. Outlies knelt on one knee, his helmet placed aside, revealing a face with hard lines and gray-white short hair. "Your Majesty, you summoned me." Audrey walked around the sand table, his finger tracing over the protrusions representing mountain ranges. "Outlies, how many years have you followed me?" "Since you were still a prince." 57 years, Your Majesty." "You are the Empire's strongest Tier 6 knight." "I dare not claim that title, Your Majesty." Audrey stopped walking and looked at him. "Starting tomorrow, put aside all affairs of the knights. Hand them over to the vice-commander." Outlies raised his head, confusion unconcealable on his face. "Your Majesty, we are preparing for the war with the theocracy recently. I need to. Your new task is to teach the princess swordsmanship." Audrey interrupted him. Outlies' expression froze. "Teach the princess. Teach her everything you know." "Everything. Your combat techniques, your battlefield experience, your understanding of the sword." "Without reservation." Outlies fell silent. As the knight commander, he knew what this meant. Teaching a princess, and teaching the art of killing without reservation. This had never happened in the kingdom's history. A princess should learn etiquette, art, history, not the sword. Your Majesty, forgive my bluntness. The princess has a body of 1,000 gold pieces, swords have no eyes. This is an order, out lies. Audrey's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a weight that allowed no rebuttal. She is your only student. Until I deem it sufficient. What I need her to learn is not just how to swing a sword. Audrey reached out and picked up a golden chess piece representing the king from the sand table. I also need her to learn how to be an emperor. And when necessary, learn how to judge an emperor. Outlies looked at the chess piece in Audrey's hand, his body shaking. He seemed to understand something, yet seemed to understand nothing. But he asked no further. Yes, Your Majesty. Outlies lowered his head, bowing deeply. I shall obey your will. Very good. Go down and prepare. Tomorrow morning, go to the princess's courtyard. Outlies stood up, put on his helmet, turned, and exited the council chamber. The sound of heavy iron boots gradually faded away. Only Audrey remained in the hall. He played with the golden king piece in his hand, placing it back on the position of the imperial capital. Then, Audrey extended a finger and gently pushed the piece over. The chess piece rolled a few times on the sand table and stopped. Audrey looked at the fallen piece, and didn't speak for a long time. Chapter 29, Valley Base 1494 words. Chapter 29, Valley Base. A full 2 weeks had passed since the road construction began. Kaido discovered a peculiar phenomenon. All skeletons, whether farming in the valley or guarding Iron Fortress, had all advanced to Tier 3. Evidently, labor farming, blacksmithing, building houses could genuinely cause skeletons to evolve. However, those skeletons belonging to Greed's State Affairs Legion, but working in the valley base, still retained the appearance of skeleton soldiers. They hadn't transformed into the ghoul form like Greed's personal guard. Valley entrance. The final section of the road surface set under the light of the rock-hardening spell, connecting seamlessly with the endless gray avenue. A flat, wide road was now complete, an invisible illusion barrier flowing silently above it. 400 mages of the Arcane Legion, and their adjutant stood quietly behind Kaido like 401 lifeless statues. Their casting process had no wasted movement, and their standby posture was equally silent. Kaido's will had already pierced through the valley, enveloping the place where his rise to power began. In the Soul Link, headache-inducing scenes were being broadcast in real time. By the field ridge, the old chief of Bone Village was doing push-ups incessantly, shouting something about rehabilitation training. In a pit nearby, a skeleton soldier lay flat in a peaceful posture, arms crossed over its chest, even carefully adjusting the position of its pelvis. Stop lying in there every day. A young villager named Buck face-palmed and said, the seed is the wheat grain, this thing. Even if you plant yourself, you won't grow a litter of little skeletons next year. The skeleton soldier just scratched its thigh bone. Not far away, another disaster was unfolding. Buck pounced rapidly toward a squad of skeleton soldiers, trying to rescue a bag of freshly sprouted potatoes from their bony hands. Stop right now. You can't boil them. These are seeds. If you boil them, they'll really die. The squad of skeleton soldiers tilted their heads. The lead skeleton stated bluntly, raw food must be cooked. If we plant them cooked, they'll be cooked when dug up. No need to cook again. No problem. Neither side convinced the other. From the direction of the smithy came waves of doomsday-like noise. Ding, ding, ding. Blacksmith Paul swung his hammer, sweat soaking his tattered clothes. He felt like he wasn't smithing, he was fighting a war. Use the tongs. Use the tongs to hold that iron. Not your hand. Paul roared at a skeleton apprentice. The skeleton apprentice was using its 5 finger bones to firmly grasp a red-hot iron ingot, pressing it onto the anvil. Another apprentice was holding a whetstone, grinding the corner of the anvil stroke by stroke, as if trying to sharpen the anvil into a sword. And another one, the one that broke Paul the most, was sticking its left finger bone into the forge fire. Then pulling it out to check the color, seemingly using its own bone to calibrate the flame temperature. Did my life go wrong somewhere? Paul howled at the sky. In the wooden cabin used as the Royal Academy, the atmosphere was equally bizarre. Lloyd and Rosen, the two former squires of Iron Fortress, were lying on a huge beast's skin, studying whose but was bigger. Laughter echoed in the small hut, carrying a sense of resignation even they hadn't noticed. Kaido's soul core fluctuated gently. This village life filled with performance art and abstract creation could come to an end. Kaido strode forward, entering the valley. The moment he stepped into the valley, all the noise in the world was cut off by an invisible hand. Buck, still wrestling with skeletons over cooked potatoes, froze mid-action. The old chief, leaning on his stick watching skeletons plant themselves, dropped his stick with a clatter. In the wooden cabin, Lloyd and Rosen's laughter stopped abruptly, the blood draining from their faces. They scrambled and rolled out of the hut, prostrating themselves on the ground in a standard posture of total submission. The hammer in blacksmith Paul's hand smashed onto his foot, but he didn't even feel the pain. He and his 10 bizarre apprentices, along with all the skeletons in the valley currently planting themselves, polishing anvils, or studying stone structures, stopped all movement at the same time. The next second, all skeletal units in the valley, regardless of what they were doing a second ago, turned in unison with military precision to face Kaido's direction and knelt on one knee. Clack! The uniform sound of bone collision merged into a wave in the silent valley. Humans trembled in fear, the undead knelt in submission. Kaido paced to the center of the valley, where his crude throne used to be. He didn't sit down. He just turned to face the living humans prostrating on the ground, shaking like leaves in the wind. From today on, there is no need for you to stay here. Kaido's voice carried no emotion, resonating directly in everyone's brain through soul energy. It's over. We're being silenced. This was the only thought flashing through the humans' minds. Their utility value had finally been squeezed dry. Your posts will be transferred entirely to Iron Fortress territory. Kaido's second sentence caused everyone's brain to crash. Iron Fortress. Didn't the skeletons say that was a conquered city? Lloyd and Rosen looked up abruptly, eyes full of question marks. What kind of operation is this? Going home. My lord. Supreme Lord Ruler. The old chief used all the courage he had accumulated in his life, his voice trembling uncontrollably. May I ask, what do we need to do there? Continue your current work. Kaido's gaze swept over each of them. Your knowledge is still useful to my citizens. Iron Fortress has better facilities, a broader platform. Your teaching will continue there. Kaido's gaze finally landed on Blacksmith Paul. Blacksmith Paul. This lowly one is here. Paul practically crawled forward on hands and feet, pressing his forehead dead against the dirt. Your apprentices have mastered how to pull bellows, how to pass tools, and how to use their own bodies to test temperature. Kaido stated a fact. But your skills, your vision, severely limit their upper bound. Outside Iron Fortress, there is an entire mountain. A mountain composed entirely of high-grade iron ore. Kaido paused. I need you there to teach them how to forge true weapons and armor. I need a Steel Legion armed to the teeth, not a farm tool repair team that only knows how to fix hose and hammer nails. An entire iron ore mountain. Paul's brain buzzed, going blank. As a country blacksmith who haggled for half a day just to buy a piece of scrap iron, the impact of this sentence made him instantly forget his fear, forget where he was. Before his eyes, a boundless ocean of steel seemed to appear. Forge fires illuminated the entire sky, thousands of hammers struck in unison. That was the most magnificent symphony belonging to a blacksmith. I am willing. Paul raised his head abruptly, tears and snot smearing his face, his voice turning shrill from extreme excitement. Blacksmith Paul. willing to offer these cheap bones and all my skills to you. Until death. After death, my soul is also willing to continue forging for you. Kaido ignored the blacksmith, who had fallen into fanaticism. He turned to Lust, who had been standing quietly behind him. Subordinate is here, my lord. The Tier 4 skeleton archmage stepped forward, bowing slightly. You saw it all? Kaido asked. Regarding the placement of these talents, what are your thoughts? This was both an inquiry and a test. Lust's eye sockets burning with purple soul fire flickered once. She bowed again. My lord, your wisdom is like a sea of stars. What this subordinate can think of is merely a drop of water in your ocean of wisdom. But since you ask, this subordinate dares to offer a suggestion. My lord, moving them to Iron Fortress is not merely an optimized allocation of resources, but a reshaping of their identity. In the valley they are captives, instructors. But in Iron Fortress, in your future capital, they will become the first batch of citizens under your rule. Lust's voice carried a unique rhythm. This will generate a sense of belonging. A blacksmith, once he possesses an entire mountain of iron, will never want to return to that broken smithy where he can only make hoes. Two squires, once they become drafters of an imperial blueprint, will never miss the days of polishing boots for some petty noble. What you give them is far more than what they lost. This is the highest tier of leadership. Kaido's soul core pulsed. As expected of Lust. Always able to interpret new heights from the psychological level. Go execute it. Kaido waved his bony hand. Chapter 30, Moving Out 1755 words Chapter 30, Moving Out. The order to relocate was given. The humans in the valley base began packing their things. Actually, there wasn't much to pack. A few tattered clothes, a bit of dry rations, that was all they owned. The villagers of Bone Village wrapped their belongings in cloth, moving slowly, their faces expressionless. Blacksmith Paul carefully wrapped his old hammer, which he had used for half his life, in several layers of rags. This thing was more important than his life. In another wooden cabin, Lloyd and Rosen were packing the beast skin maps they had drawn. These skins covered in lines and marks were the only result of their time here as teachers. Lloyd rolled up a map and asked in a low voice, "Do you think that Lord will really let us return to Iron Fortress?" "Who knows?" Rosen didn't even look up. "Can you guess the thoughts of that Lord?" "Don't think about it. Just do whatever we're told. Surviving is the most important thing." Just then, the sound of bones rubbing against each other came from outside. Scritch, scratch. The sound wasn't loud, but it was rhythmic, and there were more and more of them. Lloyd and Rosen exchanged a glance, seeing the vigilance in each other's eyes. Putting down the things in their hands, they quietly walked to the window and peeked out through the gap. Not just them. All the humans in the valley packing their things stopped what they were doing. Those skeleton soldiers who served as apprentices were walking over from their respective posts. In the fields, the farming skeletons put down their hoes. In the smithy, the forging skeletons left the furnace. They hadn't received any orders. They just spontaneously, squad after squad, quietly gathered around the wooden cabins where the humans lived. They did nothing, just stood there. Their empty eye sockets looked at the humans packing luggage inside the houses. The valley suddenly became terrifyingly quiet, with only the rustling of wind through leaves remaining. "Do they want?" A villager's voice was trembling. "Could it be they don't plan to let us leave?" Another person's guess raised everyone's hearts to their throats. "Are they here to send us on our way to the afterlife?" Buck, the young man who had been teaching skeletons to farm, took a deep breath, pushed open the cabin door, and walked out. He looked at the skeleton soldier who used to plant hoes as seeds and water them daily. "Hey, what are you all gathering here for?" The skeleton soldier just looked at him. After a while, it spoke slowly. "You are leaving." "Yes, we are leaving." Buck nodded, his tone unconsciously taking on a teaching cadence. So don't bury yourselves in the soil anymore, hear me? He pointed to another skeleton. Potatoes sprouting is a good thing, you can plant them directly. Don't boil them before planting, remember? The skeletons didn't answer, just looked at him. Buck wanted to say more, but found he couldn't continue. These days, he got angry at this group of brain-damaged bone racks every day, shouting until his throat was hoarse. But now that he was really leaving, for some reason, his heart felt empty. At this time, blacksmith Paul also walked out of his shop. He looked at his 10 bizarre apprentices. In the future, Paul's voice was very hoarse. When gripping iron, remember to use tongs, don't use your hands anymore. Also pull the bellows at a steady speed, don't go fast then slow. He rambled on, not even knowing what he was saying himself. In this strange silence and atmosphere of parting, a skeleton soldier suddenly took a step forward. It walked up to Buck and then opened its arms. Buck was startled and instinctively took a step back. The common knowledge teacher said in class before. The skeleton soldier's voice rang out. When humans express the emotion of reluctance to part, they engage in a form of physical contact called a hug. Saying this, it hugged Buck directly. The bones were cold and hard, hurting Buck and nearly breaking his ribs. Then, a second one, a third one. All the skeleton apprentices began to imitate this action. They walked toward their human teachers, using their clumsy, cold frames to form one hug after another. The villagers were terrified at first, then stunned, and finally, an emotion they couldn't describe welled up. Buck, this strong young lad, was the first who couldn't hold it back. He raised his sleeve to wipe his eyes messily, his voice choking with sobs. You are skeletons. Shouldn't you be cold-blooded and chop people up at the slightest disagreement? Acting like this, how can we bear to leave? His crying was like lighting a fuse. Other villagers couldn't hold it back either. The fear of leaving their homeland, the confusion about the future, and the absurd experience of living day and night with skeletons during this time. It all exploded at this moment. Crying rose and fell in the valley, wave after wave. Humans were crying. The skeletons tilted their heads, looking at these humans leaking water from their eyes, seemingly unable to comprehend. Some skeletons even extended pale finger bones, trying to wipe the water off their faces. Which only scared the humans into crying louder. The whole scene was filled with the sadness of parting, and an indescribable hilarity. Just then, an elegant figure appeared silently at the village entrance. Skilllust, the tear for skeleton archmage, quietly watched this chaotic farce. She didn't speak immediately, just watched until the villagers' crying subsided a little. Have you misunderstood something? Her voice was clearly transmitted to the mind of every creature. Everyone stopped and looked at her. Lust's gaze swept over the skeleton soldiers who were still clumsily hugging humans or trying to wipe tears. The Lord's command is for these humans to all move to Iron Fortress to conduct teaching work. She paused, then spoke the second half of the sentence that decided everything. And you will accompany them as the first batch of trainees sent abroad for advanced studies. In the future, only skeletons who pass the training in Iron Fortress and receive certification from the instructors will be qualified to return to this valley base and serve by the Lord Ruler's side. In the valley, dead silence. The humans didn't quite catch the deeper meaning of this sentence. But the skeletons understood. 1 second. 2 seconds. The skeleton soldier still hugging Buck suddenly let go. It took a step back, its skull bobbing up and down, as if sizing up a piece of cargo. Looking at this human, who was still sobbing in front of it. Valley base equals by the Lord Ruler's side equals closest place to the Lord Ruler equals highest glory. Iron Fortress equals new city equals place far from the Lord Ruler equals exile to the frontier. Conclusion, these weeping, slow-moving, time-wasting two-legged creatures in front of them were taking them away from the Lord Ruler's side. Who wants to go with these two-legged monkeys that only know how to leak water from their eyes? The skeleton soldier who had just talked about humans hugging shouted first. Its tone was worlds apart from a minute ago. "We want to stay by the Lord's side. Protect the valley." Another skeleton responded immediately, its jaw clacking loudly. "Stay in the valley. Protect the Lord Ruler. These humans are so troublesome. Their packing speed is slower than a snail." The huggers, who were full of warmth just moments ago, instantly turned into overseers filled with disdain. Looking at these teary-eyed humans, their empty eye sockets clearly wrote, "Get out, hurry up." Buck still had tears hanging on his face. He pointed his finger at that skeleton, mouth open for a long time, unable to say a word. "1 second you can't bear to let me go, the next second it's monkey, get out fast." This attitude change was faster than the Lord of Iron Fortress changing wives in the bard's songs. Lloyd and Rosen were dumbstruck. They felt their worldview had been severely impacted and trampled upon. These undead, exactly how are they wired? Are their brains filled with rocks? Lust turned to the group of skeleton soldiers who had started causing a commotion and urging the humans with their eyes. "If you want to come back, learn well." Her voice carried no emotion, yet it was like an order impossible to disobey, carved into the soul of every skeleton. The skeletons immediately stopped making noise. They looked at each other. Then, one skeleton stepped forward, grabbed the luggage bag at Buck's feet, and threw it roughly onto its own back. Another skeleton, without a word, hoisted Paul's hammer along with his bundle. The force used made Paul's heart ache. They spoke no more, using actions to express one meaning: go, 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 hurry up and go. Don't delay our studies. Once we finish learning, we can come back sooner. Thus, an extremely bizarre scene appeared at the exit of the valley. A group of dejected skeletons with "We want to go home" written all over their faces. Escorting a group of humans with dazed expressions who hadn't recovered from the huge contrast yet. Marching grandly toward the main road leading to the outside world. The scene was as weird as it could get. All of this was presented frame by frame before Kaido's eyes through the soul link. Kaido stood at the highest point of the valley, overlooking everything happening below. Kaido's soul core fluctuated gently. He discovered that his undead creations were fundamentally different from the native undead in rumors, who only knew destruction and slaughter. They possessed simple logic, even emotions, and could learn and imitate. But the ultimate direction of all logic and learning pointed to an absolutely unshakable core loyalty to Kaido. Anything that conflicted with Kaido would be abandoned immediately. The warmth of parting just now was real. The disdainful urging now was also real. Because in their simple logic, these two behaviors were the optimal solutions under different premises. Kaido dismissed the thought of delving deeper into this issue. Anyway, this current state fit his requirements better. A group of citizens who were absolutely loyal, could think, could work, and regarded serving him as their highest faith and ultimate goal. Kaido's gaze crossed over the strange team walking out of the valley, casting toward the distance. 1235 words. Copyright Web Novel Chapter 1, Awaken, My Servant. Main story - Awaken. My servant. A skeleton with surprisingly smooth bone structure struck a pose radiating pure Chinibyo energy, raising both hands high toward a freshly dug grave. The presentation had to be perfect. Kaido was extremely satisfied with his current performance. As his voice fell, the soil on the grave mound shifted, and a bony hand burst through the earth. Moments later, a loose, rickety skeleton crawled out of the pit. It stood up, tilted its head, and its empty sockets locked onto Kaido's empty sockets. 4 eyes met. 4 holes met. The atmosphere was incredibly awkward. Just yesterday, Kaido was an outstanding youth of the 21st century, lying in bed scrolling through his phone. By nightfall, he found himself ice-eyed. Worse, he had turned into a skeleton. Location, unknown. Suspected to be somewhere in Lagunica, or a similar medieval fantasy setting. Time, unknown. But the sun was setting. The bad news, he had lost his Excalibur. Physically speaking, he was bone dry. The good news, He seemed to have inherited a terrifying authority, the authority of the undead king. It sounded domineering. Kaido could clearly feel that although he was currently just a skeleton who could run somewhat fast, he possessed the power to resurrect and craft the undead. Even better, upon meeting certain hidden conditions, he could force his skeleton minions to undergo evolution. And with every evolution, he would receive a portion of the feedback from their OD, strengthening himself. The authority would continue to unlock as he grew stronger. The future was bright. The future was promising. He sized up the new servant before him, whom he had mentally dubbed Skeleton No. Its bones were yellowed, and the joints looked shaky at best. It looked like it would fall apart after 2 steps. "You scoundrel! What are you doing to my father?" A furious roar erupted from not far away. Kaido turned his skull around, stiffly, joint by joint. A villager holding a bouquet of white flowers stood there, his chest heaving violently, his face flushed red with rage. Kaido immediately prepared to bolt. However, he slowly spread his bony hands, attempting to display a gesture of goodwill. He clacked his jaw, trying to speak in what he assumed was a sincere tone. "Oh, my friend. I believe we have a misunderstanding of astronomical proportions. I merely answered your father's call, and granted him the new life he so deeply desired." However, in the eyes of the villager, the scene looked like this: a vile undead creature had dug up his father's grave, and turned his father's remains into a filthy monster. And now, this desecrator was spreading its arms, clacking its jaws at him, click, clack, click, as if gloating over its victory. It was a provocation. The most vicious insult a son could endure. "Damn you, filth! You defile my father and dare to mock me." The villager flew into a rage, smashing the flowers onto the ground, scattering petals everywhere. Kaido's soul fire flickered violently. Negotiation failed. He looks even angrier now. It was no exaggeration to say that with his current level 1 crook durability, even a large wild dog would be a life-or-death boss fight, let alone this angry villager. One punch from this guy and Kaido would be cosplaying Rebecca from Cyberpunk, Edgerunner smashed into meat chunks. Kaido's brain overclocked instantly. He formulated a plan in 0.1 seconds. He grabbed skeleton number 1, pulling it in front of him, his 5 finger bones locking precisely onto its cervical vertebrae. "You wouldn't want your father to lose his head, would you?" As he spoke, he used the index finger of his other hand to make a slitting throat gesture across skeleton No. The movement was standard. The meaning was clear. Seeing this, the villager actually stopped. This time, he understood. It was a threat. That damned skeleton was holding his father's neck hostage. This was a humiliation of the highest order. The villager's rationality was completely swallowed by fury. Like a maddened bull, he crushed a stone beneath his foot and charged straight at Kaido. "I forgot I don't speak, angry mob." Kaido turned pale. Well, he was already white and without hesitation, gripped skeleton number 1's spine and turned to flee. "Are you kidding? With what? Nijirandeo. Run away." His 2 leg bones churned like pistons, creating afterimages. Under the setting sun, a furious burly man chased across the hillside, pursuing a skeleton that was sprinting for its unlife. Even more absurd was that the skeleton was dragging another skeleton. The captive skeleton's body flapped horizontally in the air, its limbs flailing helplessly with every bump. Like a tattered white flag waving in the wind. The scene was inexplicably full of youth and vitality. The villager behind seemed to have infinite stamina, roaring as he closed the distance. Kaido felt like his soul fire was about to be shaken out of his skull. His only advantage was that the undead knew no fatigue. As long as his stamina bar was longer than the meatbags, he could win. *T. A wild dog by the roadside was startled by the frantic Kaido, and darted out of the bushes, blocking his path. Kaido couldn't break in time. His left foot tripped over his right foot, and the whole skeleton went flying forward. Subconsciously, He threw Skeleton number 1 forward to act as a meat shield. Skeleton number 1 hit the ground and exploded into a pile of spare parts. Kaido face planted into the dirt, nearly knocking his jawbone into orbit. It's over. My only asset is broken. He scrambled to look back. The villager was within 10 meters. With no time to think, Kaido used both hands and feet to frantically rake the bone parts on the ground into his arms. Where's the arm? Clutching a pile of mismatched bones, Kaido scrambled up and continued running. Seeing his father's remains treated like loose change, the villager's eyes turned bloodshot, and his speed seemed to increase even further. The sky grew darker. Kaido dove headfirst into the forest he had come from. The dense trees and bushes became his natural barrier. Relying on his simple skeletal structure, he specifically chose narrow gaps between trees and low thorny bushes to squeeze through. The sounds of pursuit and cursing behind him grew fainter, until they finally disappeared. Only then did Kaido dare to lean against a thick tree, dumping the pile of bones onto the ground. He felt his soul fire flickering dimly, as if it might go out at any moment. Damn it, no wonder the light novels say being a necromancer is a high-risk profession. He looked down at the messy pile of bones on the ground. Skeleton no. Or rather, skeleton pile no. Kaido sighed and began his jigsaw puzzle. Power system settings, power scale, tiers 1 to 12 novice skeleton, unranked consolo and adult chihuahua. Apprentice class, tier 1 to 2, professional class, tier 3 to 4. Lord class, tier 5 to 6 qualitative change / elites calamity class, tier 7 to 8 Sin Archbishop level kingdom class, tier 9 to 10 legendary / great spirit level world class, tier 11 to 12 mythical / witch of envy level add to library. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.